485. Vol 4ch, 51. The couple returned to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary before evening. Dinner was simple yet cozy, though the absence of their daughters' chatter made the table feel somewhat empty. They hadn't spent much time apart all summer, so the quietness felt especially noticeable now that the school year had started. Leon idly toyed with his fork, poking at the leftover food on his plate. Although he hadn't eaten his fill, his appetite was nowhere to be found. His mind was a mess, filled with Claudia's words from earlier that day. They'd always thought investigating Shadow and Adam's schemes was their top priority, considering having another child a distant secondary concern. But Claudia's perspective had made them question their own priorities. If dealing with the remnants is important, she'd said, then isn't growing the Silver Dragon clan equally important? Yet even with this new understanding, Leon felt at a loss about how to approach Rosvisser with the idea of having another child. The simple truth was, he'd never set out to have a child on purpose before. Noah and Moon's arrival had been during times of peril, a product of their passionate, tumultuous bond. Little Light's conception had been a complete accident. Who could have guessed that Rosvisser would forget her purification spell that night? If they decided to have a third child, it would be the first time they deliberately set out to expand their family, 6 years into their marriage. That intention was what left Leon feeling conflicted. With a quiet clink, he put his fork down and looked at Rosvisser. She hadn't touched much of her food either, sitting with her chin propped on her hands, her cheeks squished slightly, a rare and endearing look for her. "No appetite?" Leon asked softly. She shook her head, just thinking. Leon raised an eyebrow and asked cautiously, "Is it possible we're both thinking about the same thing?" Rosvisser blinked, gazing back at him. "What are you thinking?" "You first." "No, you go first." "If you don't say it, I won't either." "All right, let's say it together on 3. "Fine." Together they counted down, 3, 2, 1. Neither spoke, and Rosvisser kicked him lightly under the table with a playful grin. "You tricked me." All right, what are you thinking about?" she pressed. Leon straightened up, his tone sincere. "Honestly, I'm feeling a bit anxious about having a third child. It's not that I don't want to, it's just, I've never thought about having a child purely with that goal in mind. It feels strange." When he'd woken from his 2-year coma to find Moon in his arms, he hadn't felt half as uncertain as he did now. This felt like being given a set date for a difficult task, a strange mix of excitement and pressure. The idea of having a child now felt less like sharing a joyful moment with his beloved and more like an assignment, which made him uncomfortable. Rosvisser nodded thoughtfully. "So, we are thinking about the same thing," she admitted with a faint smile. It was rare for her to show such vulnerability, but her own uncertainty was unmistakable. "Claudia was right," Rosvisser continued. "I really do love children, but it's just so hard to approach this." To this future child, they'd be one more sibling to add to the Melkve family. But to Leon and Rosvisser, this would be their first time consciously preparing to welcome a new life. For all their experience together, they were surprisingly stumped by something as simple as, "How should we approach this?" Just then, Milan entered with the maids to clear the table. Noticing Rosvisser's untouched plate, Milan leaned over. "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" "No, not at all. Please go ahead and clear it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Milan exchanged a glance with the other maids, signaling them to start cleaning. Taking the opportunity, she turned back to Rosvisser with concern. "Are you missing the princesses, perhaps?" Rosvisser sighed, smiling tiredly. "Actually, I was thinking about your next princess." She paused, seeming to remember something, and then asked, "By the way, Milan, I recall you recently broke up. Is that right?" Milan blushed, turning her head away without a word, but her reaction spoke volumes. "Oh, have you reconciled?" "Yes, Your Majesty. We got back together and, well, we're planning to marry at the end of this year. If possible, we're hoping to have a child." The mention of a baby took Rosvisser by surprise, but it made sense in light of their Silver Dragon clan expansion plan, what they jokingly called their romance crash course to encourage more relationships and children among the clan members. Seeing Milan's progress was proof that the course had been effective. Milan, Leon called, are you at all nervous about having a child? Rosvisser nodded eagerly, curious to hear Milan's thoughts. They weren't prying for gossip, rather, they were genuinely interested, hoping to gain insight into their own concerns from Milan's perspective. Nervous, Milan pondered, her large eyes thoughtful. She shook her head after a moment. Not nervous, no. I think having a child is a source of joy, so why be anxious about something joyful? It will be our first time being parents, so maybe I'm more excited and a little nervous rather than worried. Leon and Rosvisser exchanged a look, absorbing her words. Leon asked, excited and nervous, could you describe that feeling a bit more? Milan thought for a moment, massaging her temples as she formulated her response. Well, I think for something you know will bring joy, the preparation is bound to be full of excitement and nerves. We all understand joy, but we can't predict the exact kind of joy a child will bring. That's the unknown, the surprise of new life. She continued with a smile. If you're feeling anxious, it's probably because you're focusing too much on the preparation and forgetting the joy that will come with a child. With a soft smile, she looked down, her brows gently curving in an elegant, serene expression. Don't overthink it, Your Majesty, my lord. By the end of the day, Leon and Rosvisser felt that they'd learned more from Claudia and their young maid than they could have anticipated. That night, lying side by side in bed with their hands resting on their stomachs, they stared up at the ceiling in unison, thinking of Milan's words. I think Milan's right, Rosvisser murmured in the dark. We're feeling anxious because we're forgetting the joy that comes with having a child. Leon nodded, understanding her completely. We've been overthinking it, focusing on the here and now, and missing the bigger picture. A new life is something long and wonderful to look forward to. And that long journey, she paused, turning to look at him. They locked eyes, and in perfect harmony, they both whispered, we'll go through it together. Their words hung in the air briefly before they both burst into laughter, the warmth between them filling the room. Beneath the blanket, their hands intertwined tightly, a silent promise shared between them. As the sheer bed curtains fell slowly, soft sounds of their shared intimacy filled the space, their connection deeper and more intentional than ever. Take your time, Leon, yes, just like that. Tonight, after tonight, I won't use the purification spell. So, Atilda easy a little slower. In the heat of the moment, Rosvisser's eyes shimmered with affection, her cheeks flushed as she reached out, fingers brushing gently through his hair. With a tender smile, she whispered, so don't let me down, my little lion. (486) Vol 4ch, 52. For a couple who usually made work feel intense, tonight was surprisingly calm. The candlelight set a gentle mood as they embraced a new approach, one that was more conservative. For instance, Leon was free of his usual armor, leaving even his tail in a resting position. This subtle change brought a new depth to their connection, warming their bond in a different way. Sometimes, switching up routines was all it took to rekindle happiness, something worth noting, perhaps. On the bed, Rosvisser curled her long legs, lightly rubbing against his skin in a soothing motion. A soft sigh escaped her, exhaustion settling in after a long night. 5 times that should be enough, right? She asked. In most cases, 5 was just the beginning, but tonight they'd pace themselves. While they were in good health, some lingering thoughts had kept them from overindulging. Leon leaned back, enjoying the peaceful moment, a book open by his side as he gently massaged her shoulders. Actually, I read recently that if luck's on your side, once might be enough. Rosvisser let out a soft huff, sitting up abruptly, which sent the blanket slipping from her shoulders. She narrowed her eyes at him, both amused and indignant. Once might be enough, you say. And yet, you went ahead and added 4 more rounds, she said, shooting him a glare. Leon straightened up, trying to explain. Hey, we have a term for this in our old dragon-slaying days. Saturation tactics. Go to hell, Rosvisser laughed, grabbing a pillow and tossing it at him. Leon, quick to react, snatched up a pillow in return. And soon, the room was filled with the soft sounds of a full-fledged pillow battle. How about we name the 3rd baby Pillow? He teased between laughter. Not really, though. In the end, Rosvisser emerged victorious, pinning him down by sitting atop his chest, her legs wrapped securely around his waist, a smirk on her lips as she used her tail to press the pillow against his face. "You're such a cheater," Leon's muffled voice sounded from beneath the pillow. "How am I cheating?" "You used your tail." "There's no rule against using tails." "I hate that tail," he grumbled. At this, Rosvisser pulled the pillow back and brushed her tail lightly along his cheek. "Funny, you don't seem to mind it when it's helping you enjoy yourself," she teased. Leon's face turned red and he looked away. "That's different." With a smirk, Rosvisser drew her tail back and settled beside him again, clutching the pillow to her chest as they lay there, looking up at the ceiling together. After a moment, Leon broke the silence. "When did you first start wanting another child?" Rosvisser thought for a moment. "It's been a while, I guess." "Was it that time we went to Sky City for that interactive game?" She blinked, caught off guard. "Why do you say that?" "Because that first night, you sneaked into my room and asked if I'd ever thought about having another baby with you." Oh. She remembered now. She'd originally intended to ask where he'd hidden the black sacred stone in the game, but on a whim, she'd asked if he'd thought about having another child instead. "Yes, I did ask you that, and I remember your answer. You said you de-thought about it." She chuckled softly. "Although I knew you weren't really asleep, so I thought maybe it wasn't entirely sincere." "It was sincere." "Really?" Leon continued staring at the ceiling, his tone calm and genuine. "Yes, Rosvisser, I truly meant it." A light sparked in her eyes. "Really?" "Absolutely." For some reason, hearing this lifted a weight from her heart. She'd worried that if she alone wanted another child, it might put some emotional pressure on Leon. But now, knowing he felt the same, she felt more at ease. "So, I bet you wanted another baby even before I did," she said with a smug smile. Leon raised an eyebrow. "Why would you say that?" "Isn't it obvious? You love me more than I love you. That just means you've been completely under my spell," she teased. Leon's jaw dropped. "Impossible. Following that logic, then surely you wanted a baby first." "Do you really think I'd lose to a mother dragon in something like this?" Their playful argument escalated, as they each tried to claim the higher ground in this newfound competition of love. "No, it was definitely you who wanted it first. You love me more." "No, you love me more." "You." "Why you?" They suddenly paused, realizing how odd it sounded, and burst into laughter. Rosvisser was still chuckling when Leon leaned over and kissed her softly. The tough exterior he wore so often seemed to melt away in moments like these. "All right, fine. I'll admit it, Rosvisser Melkve, I love you more." He'd learned by now that sometimes, letting go of pride was the best way to strengthen a marriage. The sudden declaration caught her off guard, and her silver eyes softened. What? What do you mean you love me more? I love you more." She leaned in, giving him a gentle kiss. Their eyes met, gazes warm and unwavering, each kiss drawing them closer. And before they knew it, what had started as a simple contest turned into another intimate exchange. After a few rounds of this back and forth, the spark between them reignited, and soon they were back where they started. After another long, passionate embrace, Rosvisser blushed and murmured, "So one more time." Leon chuckled. "Didn't you say 5 was plenty?" She pouted, looking away. "This is, saturation tactics. I learned it from you." With a grin, Leon lifted her delicate chin and kissed her again. The faint glow of dragon markings reappeared, lighting up the room in shades of soft purple. Half a month later, Leon found himself at the border. "This mission shouldn't be as dangerous as the last one. I'll wrap it up in 5 days. If you feel any symptoms, let me know immediately, all right?" he said, touching Rosvisser's shoulder tenderly. She smiled. "Of course." Leon was determined to end the threat of Shadow and Adam once and for all. Until these enemies were gone, true peace would elude them. Now, however, he and Rosvisser had clarity and courage, bolstered by Claudia's encouragement and Milan's simple wisdom. "By the way," Rosvisser said, "Noah's starting her advanced training assessment this term, so she'll be staying at the academy. As for Moon and Little Light, I'll take care of everything." "Thank you. If I finish early, I'll come straight home," he replied with a smile as she straightened his collar. Most importantly, come back safely, all right. I'll come home, safe and sound, I promise. She gave him a playful nudge to the chest. Idiot. As they were chatting, the sound of approaching hooves caught their attention. A team of carriages pulled up, and out stepped Rebecca, Martin, and a group of Lionheart Society members. Captain Sis Tilda, Rebecca called out, waving as she jogged over. I rushed here with the team as soon as I got your letter. Do you have a lead on our target? Leon nodded. Yes, but the details will have to wait until we're back in the Empire. It's too complicated to explain in writing. Understood. Rebecca turned to Rosvisser, her eyes shining. Sis, are you coming with us? Rosvisser shook her head, smiling warmly. No, I can't stay away from the clan for too long. Your captain will go with you this time. Rebecca pouted. I was hoping for some bonding time with you, Sis Tilda. Amused, Rosvisser wrapped Rebecca in a warm hug, giving her a face full of affection. Oh, Tilda, I feel alive again. No wonder the captain never wants to leave. He's got it so good. Leon gently lifted Rebecca by the collar, pulling her out of his wife's arms. When the mission's over, you'll have all the time in the world to bond with her. Rebecca wrinkled her nose at him, feigning indignation. HMPH, stingy, men are all so stingy. It's getting late, Captain. We need to reach the next outpost by sundown, Martin reminded him. All right. Leon nodded, then took Rosvisser's hands one last time. If there's any sign, he gestured toward her stomach, indicating the possibility of pregnancy, let me know immediately. Relax, I'll handle things here. Go do what you need to, and I'll keep in touch. Leon smiled. And write to me, even if it's just to share your thoughts. Of course. If the girls start missing me, let me know. I will. And if Claudia arrives before I'm back, make sure she receives the message. Rosvisser laughed softly, nodding patiently at each of his requests. As he walked away, Rosvisser watched him go, her dress billowing gently in the wind, silently praying for his safe return. And as the entourage disappeared into the distance, a thought suddenly struck her. Oh no, I forgot to ask him to name the baby. .487. Vol 4CH, 53. With the war over, there was no need to worry about ambushes or take detours. Leon and his team took a direct route across the continent and returned to the Empire in less than 10 days. Arriving late in the evening, Leon declined the welcome banquet his friends had prepared for him, opting instead for a quiet meal at a tavern with Rebecca and a few others. He found it more comfortable to share simple moments with old friends rather than endure the formalities of a banquet. As I entered the city, I noticed that nearly all the streets have been restored. Your work here has been pretty efficient, Leon said, holding a can of beef and nodding approvingly. Well, the upper district was the main economic center, Nacho replied with a wry smile. When the nightmare demon was kicked out, it nearly brought down the Empire's entire financial structure. It took some time to rebuild, but we've even managed to get our hands on canned beef again, though there were days it was nothing but cold water and noodles. Leon chuckled, still as sharp-tongued as ever, Nacho. Nacho grinned and extended his hand to Leon. Welcome back. With your help, we'll finally rid the Empire of the last remnants. Leon put down his can, shaking Nacho's hand firmly. You've had a tough job here. Any progress in interrogating the ministers who colluded with Cantor? Nacho considered for a moment. Progress, yes, but not the kind we expected. Leon raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you mean? Rebecca smirked. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Leon immediately stood up. Why wait until tomorrow? Let's go now. But you and Rebecca have an important mission coming up. You should rest, Nacho replied. Rebecca shook her head with a grin. Let's not keep him waiting. Knowing the captain, he'll drive himself mad if he catches even a hint of something interesting and doesn't see it through. Nacho raised his eyebrows. Is that so? I didn't know the great dragon slayer had such a restless side. Oh, it's real, Rebecca said, teasingly lifting Leon's chin. And now it's for my benefit, of course. Leon chuckled, nudging her hand away. You're incorrigible. In the early hours, Leon, Nacho, Rebecca, and Martin headed to the Imperial Prison's special detention area. This place was reserved for notable figures during Cantor's rule. Nacho explained as they walked through the dimly lit corridors. Notable figures? They even had a special area just for that? Leon asked, puzzled. Nacho nodded. Most of them were high-profile scapegoats. Scapegoats? Rebecca asked, catching on. Exactly. When the Empire thought Leon had died in the Silver Dragon conflict, they pinned the defeat on him, making him the perfect scapegoat. It was the only time the Empire ever officially blamed him for anything. Quite the honorable scapegoat position, Leon muttered. Nacho continued. Back then, Cantor and his allies conducted a lot of shady dealings. When any of their dirty work risked exposure, they would find some poor fool to take the fall. And if things got out of hand and a regular scapegoat wasn't enough to calm the public, they'd pick someone with a big name to shift attention, Nacho added. Most of the public didn't care about the truth. They just wanted to see someone important pay. Can't blame them, really, Nacho continued, running a hand along the prison wall. With the Empire controlling information so strictly, people couldn't think independently. He stopped by a seemingly plain wall. This area was once a luxury suite for those high-ranking scapegoats. Outwardly, it looked modest, but it was more comfortable than it appeared. Leon nodded thoughtfully. You're remarkably well-informed about the inner workings of the Empire. Weren't you just a logistics staffer for the dragon-slaying troops back then? Nacho shrugged, smiling. My father was once one of those scapegoats. Leon looked away, remembering that Nacho had once confided in him about his father's fate. Framed for leaking military secrets, his father had been promised mercy if he completed a final mission, but was ultimately betrayed and murdered in prison. Driven by a desire to uncover the Empire's darkest secrets, Nacho had chosen to side with Leon. After Cantor's fall, we rounded up his collaborators and threw them in here for questioning, Rebecca added, but they don't get any special treatment now. One cell, a pile of straw, that's all they get. Leon stopped, nodding approvingly. Seems fitting for a prison. So, Rebecca smirked, Captain, how do you know so much about prison life? I'll leave that question to his dear wife to answer, Nacho joked. Just then, a voice called out from one of the cells. Leon Cosmod, I'm innocent. Get me out of here. I was never in league with that rat Cantor. The shout sparked a chorus of pleas from the other cells. Cosmod, tell them I was framed too. I never trafficked anyone. I'm innocent too. Those children, they all came willingly. Wait, I'm innocent too. Those women came onto me. Leon scowled, his patience thinning. Are they all this delusional? Nacho nodded. Interrogation over several weeks does tend to mess with their heads. It's what we want, though. Otherwise, they'd all be impossible to break. No one has been wrongly accused, I assume. Rest assured, we're certain they're all guilty. Nacho led Leon to a cell at the end of the corridor. Through a one-way magic barrier, they could clearly see an older man slumped over a pile of straw. Shirtless, the man looked worn and dejected, yet his body radiated a hidden strength beneath his frail exterior. Leon immediately recognized him. Fuhrer Last, the commander of the dragon-slaying forces under the previous king. Nacho sighed deeply. 20 years ago, the newspapers reported his death. .488. Vol 4ch, 54. More than 20 years ago, Leon was just a boy at the Cosmod orphanage, playing harmless pranks with his friends. Even back then, his natural strength and height made him stand out among the other children. Ironically, he often played the role of the dragon's dad in their games, who could have predicted that he'd grow up to become a dragon slayer and marry a dragon. Leon had always shown a natural talent for learning. After his games, he'd go straight to the orphanage's small library to read. The library subscribed to the Empire's daily newspaper, and although Leon didn't remember every headline, he clearly remembered the big names, especially when someone important died. One such name was Fuhrer Last, a high-ranking official who had supposedly died over 20 years ago. His death was covered in the newspapers, and the Empire had even held a grand memorial for him. The event had left an impression on young Leon. And yet, here was that very same Fuhrer Last, alive and sitting in a cell. We tried using memory-probing magic to figure out what's going on, Nacho explained. But every time we did, some kind of strange power would block it. It's as if there's an invisible force preventing us from accessing his memories. A mysterious force, like a psychic barrier? Leon asked, recalling instances where similar barriers had been used to prevent access to someone's mind. Nacho shook his head, looking grim. No, it's not a barrier exactly. Our sorcerers said it's like nothing they've seen before. It's more of a passive effect than an active one, and it doesn't just block memory probes. It seems to absorb any magic energy that enters his body. That's unusual, Leon frowned. Magic energy just disappears inside him. Nacho nodded. And what's more, we discovered that Fuhr's magical circuits have almost entirely deteriorated. He once practiced magic, but now he barely has any magical energy left. In Samuel's magical system, one needed to cultivate magic circuits within their body to practice magic. However, circuits could deteriorate if overused or damaged, and Fuhr had been an administrator with no reason to engage in combat. So why were his circuits destroyed? Piecing together the details, Leon furrowed his brow, thinking aloud. A power that blocks probing magic energy disappearing inside him, and his circuits ruined. Fuhr last, a man who should have died 20 years ago, was still alive, somehow holding onto life. Leon took a deep breath, feeling a thread of an idea but unable to grasp it fully. Let me speak with him directly. Maybe I'll uncover something, he suggested. Nacho nodded and unlocked the cell. Go ahead. Leon stepped into the cell alone, turning back to say, Wait here, I'll handle this. As he walked further inside, Leon was unperturbed by the thought of this elderly man suddenly attacking him. If it came to that, he wouldn't mind adding another offense to his record, assaulting an old man in self-defense. Hearing footsteps, Fuhr looked up slowly, his swollen eyes narrowing as he studied Leon's face. After a few moments, a bitter smile crept onto his face. Cosmod, so it's you. You died when I was only 3 or 4, Leon said as he crouched to look Fuhr directly in the eyes, his tone calm yet icy. Not the sort of thing a kid would remember, unless, of course, you were never actually dead and have been hiding somewhere, watching everything unfold. Leon's gaze was calm but intense, his dark eyes reflecting a barely restrained fury. Though Fuhr had faced countless interrogations, something about this man before him made his heart beat faster. So what if I was? Fuhr replied, trying to keep his composure. Fuhr scoffed, his pride still intact despite the faint tremor of fear in his voice. I won't tell you anything, Cosmod. I was once part of the royal court, far above your rank. Had you lived in my era, you would have been relegated to the stables, grooming horses. His tone was laced with forced pride, but Leon could see right through it. Being a stable hand doesn't sound so bad, Leon said casually, playing along. Easy work, decent pay, although I'd rather feed mules than birds. Fuhr's sneer turned to anger. You insolent fool, go ahead, kill me if you wish, but I'll tell you nothing. Leon let the old man's frustration simmer, then continued. It must feel awful, though. All those years of power, only to end up hiding like a rat. What good is a long life when your glory lasted such a short time? Fuhr's pride finally cracked, his face twisting with rage. Rubbish, I have plenty of life left in me. I'll outlast you if I have to. Leon's eyes narrowed and a thought crystallized. Plenty of life left, like a dragon king. .489. Vol 4ch, 55. When Fuhr last heard the words Dragon King, he froze. He lowered his gaze, avoiding Leon's eyes, a sign of hesitation that only strengthened Leon's suspicions. A smirk crossed Leon's face as he said, I've always wondered why the Empire was so intent on collecting heart-protecting dragon scales. Was it really just to create hybrid creatures like Constantine? No, that was only one step in the Empire's larger plan, not the true goal. Leaning in closer, Leon continued, Let's make a bold guess. You and others like you have lived far longer than any human should, thanks to dragon scales taken from defeated dragon kings. The secret to your longevity lies in those scales, doesn't it? Leon reached out, grabbing Fuhr by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Fuhr's legs dangled as he struggled, his face twisted in defiance even as fear flickered in his eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about," Fuher spat. "Don't understand? That's fine," Leon replied, reaching his other hand toward Fuher's chest. "I'm guessing the secret to your extended life is right here. If I pull it out, would you age to dust in seconds?" The threat hung heavy in the cell, and outside, Rebecca and the others could hear every word. Martin shook his head, saying, "Captain's gotten a bit more intense, hasn't he? Hard to tell who's the villain here." Rebecca crossed her arms, grinning. "He wasn't great at interrogation back in the day, but he's picked up a few new tricks over the years." "Oh, wonder why that is," Martin mused. Rebecca chuckled, "Probably learned from the lady herself. I've always thought she had that perfect blend of kindness and subtle ruthlessness." Inside the cell, Leon's fingers were now mere inches from Fuher's heart. Fuher's stoic demeanor cracked, his face beaded with sweat as the realization sank in. Okay, I'll talk." Fuher's voice shook as he finally relented. Leon let him go, and Fuher dropped to his knees, breathing heavily, relieved that his life had been spared. After catching his breath, Fuher spoke. "I can tell you about the Empire's dragon scale plan, but you have to promise me safety." Leon's gaze was icy. "Speak up, I don't owe you any promises." Fuher knew who Leon Cosmod was, a man renowned for his honor and strength. Yet today, the reputation of a fearless and compassionate leader didn't seem to apply. This was a different Leon, a man who could make even a hardened soul tremble. Fuher's defiance crumbled. Resigned, he sighed. 30 years ago, the Empire secretly allied with certain dragon kings to control the war's outcome. The plan faced opposition within the royal court, with the supporters and dissenters evenly split. But King Cantor suggested that if they could harvest the dragon scales from dragon kings during the war, they could harness their power. Leon frowned, examining Fuher. "But you don't look like someone who's gained that kind of power. And if dragon scales granted that kind of strength, there's no way the Empire would have fallen so easily." Fuher nodded slowly. The first successful transplant of a dragon's heart scale didn't grant dragon king-level power. However, it did something remarkable. It greatly extended the recipient's lifespan and significantly improved their physical resilience. Leon pieced it together. "But in exchange, the transplanted scales made it impossible for you to use magic, didn't they?" Fuher nodded, his voice tinged with regret. "Yes, that's why some military officers refused the transplant. They still needed magic on the battlefield. Without it, they'd be helpless." Fuher continued. "But others, myself included, couldn't resist the lure of nearly eternal life and chose to have the scales implanted." It was as Leon suspected. The Empire's manipulation of the war with dragons wasn't just for profit. There was a deeper motivation, greed for longevity. "No wonder Claudia said that dragon kings lose a significant portion of their lifespan without their heart scales," Leon murmured, placing a hand over his chest, remembering the dragon scale from Rosvisser that now beat in his heart. She hadn't just saved his life, she'd prolonged it. Fuher cleared his throat and continued, "Of course, with long life comes complications. Eventually, we have to fake our deaths to avoid suspicion. This way, people don't start asking questions." Leon nodded, absorbing it all. The Empire's greed had driven them to unimaginable lengths. Fuher's words reminded Leon of something. "So, the previous king, he isn't really dead either, is he?" Fuher hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "The former king also had a heart scale implant, but we haven't seen him since Cantor took the throne. It's as if he vanished without a trace." Leon's voice turned cold. "But he's still controlling the country from the shadows, isn't he?" Fuher bit his lip, finally admitting, "Yes, Cantor was merely a puppet. The real master pulling the strings has always been the former king." Leon absorbed the information, realizing two critical points. One, the real purpose of the dragon scales was to extend the lifespan of the royal elite. Two, King Cantor was a puppet, and the former king was still alive, lurking in the shadows. Fuher had revealed all he knew. There was little left for Leon to extract from him. "Someone will be here shortly to continue your interrogation. Make sure you don't hold anything back. You understand?" Fuher clutched his chest and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I understand." Leon turned to leave, but as he reached the cell door, he heard Fuhr's voice behind him. Wait. Leon paused, glancing back. What else? Fuhr's eyes gleamed with a flicker of curiosity. Tell me, how do you know so much about dragon scales? For a moment, Leon's heartbeat skipped. He lowered his gaze and replied quietly, I don't know the scales. I know the one who gave them to me. "490. Vol 4CH, 56. Leon emerged from the prison cell, greeted immediately by Rebecca and the others. How did it go? Did you get anything out of him? Rebecca asked. Leon's response was calm but cutting. That old man has a stubborn mouth. We tried quite a few methods, but he didn't crack. Rebecca nodded and recapped the key points that Fuhr last had revealed, outlining the evidence and leads they had gained. Whether it was the shocking revelation that the Empire's royal family had deliberately prolonged the war between dragons and humans, or the fact that the former king had controlled the nation from the shadows, the news left Naf and the others utterly speechless. Leon, however, seemed much more composed. Anyone who has truly experienced the Empire's betrayals and conspiracies would already know that this group operates without limits or boundaries. There's nothing they wouldn't do. Stealing heart scales from dragons? That's hardly the worst of it. Knowing the Empire's elite had sacrificed countless lives to extend their own through heart scale implants, Leon was almost willing to credit them with having a sliver of humanity left. Do we have any sensory mages in the Lionheart Society? Leon asked. Yes, we do. Why? Rebecca responded. I need them to refine their techniques for detecting the power of dragon scales. There are likely other former Imperial royals who didn't have time to escape. If we can track them down, we might be able to piece together more clues. This could help us in investigating Queen Elizabeth and the Shadow Lord. Because Leon himself possessed a fragment of Rosvisser's heart scale within his body, he could sense dragon energy, specifically dragon scales, to some extent. His plan was to teach this technique to the trustworthy sensory mages within the Lionheart Society so they could assist in the search. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. But of course, Leon added, I won't be handling all of this personally. Tasks requiring large manpower and time should be delegated to capable people. He explained the plan to the group, and Rebecca nodded. Understood. I'll gather the sensory mages tomorrow morning. Good, thanks for the help. After leaving the Imperial prison with key information, Leon returned to his temporary apartment, where his luggage had already been delivered. Opening his bag, Leon carefully unpacked his belongings, among them a group photo of his daughters. In the picture, Moon sat in the center in a duck-like squat, hugging Noah's arm on her left and resting her cheek against her elder sister's knee. Aurora stood to the right, arms crossed, wearing an exaggerated expression that said, being a sister's fan is terrifying. To a candid, beast selfie with Rosvisser. In the photo, Leon pretended to bite Rosvisser's tail, but Rosvisser's hand was clamped firmly on his face. His usually handsome features were twisted into something more akin to a deranged older brother caricature. 3. A solo photo of Rosvisser. Leon stared at the picture, grinning foolishly. Haha, my wife is so beautiful, haha. New skill unlocked, super praise. Leon placed the 3 photos on the bedside table, ensuring he could see his daughters every morning when he woke up. The sight filled him with a surge of paternal affection. Truly the mark of a dedicated dad, he mused to himself. Though I've seen these photos 100 times already, they still warm my heart. Once his unpacking was done, Leon climbed into bed to rest and prepare for the next day. The next morning. By dawn, Naf had gathered around a dozen sensory mages. These are some of the earliest recruits to the Lionheart Society, Naf explained. They're highly skilled and trustworthy. You can teach them the dragon scale detection techniques without worry. Leon nodded, addressing the group seated before him in a semicircle. Good morning, everyone. We're short on time and have a lot to do, so let's skip the small talk and dive straight in. If anyone finds this training too challenging, feel free to speak to me privately. I won't force anyone to continue. Also, if you have questions, ask them at any time. If there are no issues, let's begin. Their training took place in the now-abandoned indoor arena of the former Imperial Dragon-Slaying Academy. After the war, the academy had been repurposed, and its members reassigned to other military units. The facility now stood empty. Rebecca sat cross-legged on the sidelines, with Martin standing beside her. Both watched Leon teach with great focus. "We used to train here under someone else's guidance, and now it's the captain teaching others," Rebecca remarked, her tone tinged with nostalgia. "Life is full of surprises. I never imagined he'd take on a teacher's role." "Honestly, I think the captain suits being a teacher," Martin replied. Rebecca glanced up at him. "That wouldn't happen to be because he's your idol, would it? Idol worship works like that, you know." "How so?" Martin asked. Rebecca blinked her bright eyes, thinking for a moment before responding. "No matter what your idol does, they can do no wrong in your eyes. They're a beacon of light, always shining brightly, no matter where or when." Martin fell silent, lost in thought. Noticing the sudden quiet, Rebecca tilted her head. "What's on your mind?" Martin looked at her earnestly, meeting her gaze with his own. "By your definition, Rebecca, you're my idol." "Huh? Whatever you do, I think it's right. I don't care what others say about you. To me, you're incredible, and you're like a beacon of light." "Stop, stop," Rebecca interrupted, flustered. "That's not how you confess to someone. You can't just turn my words back on me like that." "Was that a confession?" Martin mumbled under his breath. "Was it?" "It was," Rebecca muttered, covering her face. Later that day. After hours of training, many of the sensory mages had made significant progress. With a bit more refinement, they would soon be ready to locate and retrieve other heart scales hidden within the Empire. "Today's session is over. Thank you for your hard work," Leon said, nodding politely. The mages returned his gesture with equal respect. Afterward, Leon, Rebecca, and Martin left the training grounds together. As they stepped onto the academy's outdoor field, Leon paused, staring at a group of elderly citizens exercising in the distance. "Where are we now? Did I stumble into a senior's park?" he muttered. "It's still the academy grounds," Rebecca replied. "Since the war ended, the dragon-slaying units have been reassigned, and the academy's become a space for public use." "Well, that's efficient, I guess." "There's more," Rebecca added, pointing toward a nearby building. Leon followed her gaze to see a long line of tourists entering the academy's teaching building, led by a guide wearing a bright yellow sun hat. "What's going on over there?" he asked. "Part of the academy has been turned into a tourist attraction," Martin explained. Rebecca chimed in with a dramatic, announcer-like voice. "Welcome to the birthplace of the Empire's savior, Leon Cosmod." Leon groaned, covering his face. "You've got to be kidding me." "It's a thing," Rebecca laughed. "Your childhood home is now the Cosmod residence. During tourist season, it's packed." Leon sighed deeply. "This is what they call making the most of things, huh?" Rebecca grinned. "So, Captain, what's next?" Leon straightened up, brushing off his frustration. "Speaking of my birthplace, I think I'll pay a visit to the orphanage." 491. Vol 4CH, 57. Leon's childhood farm had been transformed into the General Cosmod residence, and the dragon-slaying academy, where he had honed his skills, was now a bustling tourist attraction. In this nostalgic journey, the only place that still felt like home to Leon was the *** Cosmod Orphanage ***. When Leon arrived at the orphanage with Rebecca and Martin, it was just in time for dinner. The children had set up long wooden tables in the yard, bringing over benches to sit on while leaving open spots on either side of the main table. "Those are the teacher seats," one of the kids explained. Young nuns carried trays of simple yet heartwarming dishes, placing them on the table for the children to enjoy. Leon, Rebecca, and Martin stood at the entrance, quietly observing the lively scene. "Oh, perfect timing. We can snag a free meal," Rebecca said, patting her stomach. "Is food the only thing on your mind?" Martin quipped, exasperated. Rebecca paused, pretending to think deeply, before answering with exaggerated seriousness. "Food, sleep, play, and play." She dragged out her final word, mischievously baiting Martin. Predictably, he fell for it. And what else? He asked curiously. You, Rebecca teased with a sly smile. Martin, flustered, turned beet red. I get it. You're probably thinking about how to coordinate with me in combat, right? Rebecca chuckled. Martin, the war is over. We don't need to fight anymore. Then, it must be for daily patrols since we're partners, Martin guessed awkwardly. Nope, just thinking about you, purely and simply. Don't say weird things, Rebecca, Martin stammered, his lips trembling as his face turned an even brighter shade of crimson. Leon, watching his teammates bicker like an experienced older sibling, shook his head with a knowing smile. These two such close friends, he mused to himself, utterly missing the subtext. The orphanage reunion. As the trio walked into the courtyard, a few children noticed them. Hello, what brings you here? Asked a slightly older child, though even he wasn't much taller than the others. His large, innocent eyes were filled with a mix of curiosity and shyness. Rebecca crouched to meet him at eye level, smiling warmly. What do you think we're here for? The boy studied her thoughtfully before answering. Well, you're pretty young, so you're probably not here to adopt anyone, right? Rebecca froze. Auntie? Yes, Auntie, why? The boy replied, tilting his head innocently. Behind her, Leon burst out laughing, clutching his stomach as he leaned on Martin for support. She hated being mistaken for a kid before, and now she's an auntie. Rebecca tilde untie tilde, he teased, savoring every syllable. Even Martin, usually her staunch supporter, struggled to suppress his laughter. Captain, stop laughing, she's going to kill us both, Martin whispered between chuckles. Rebecca ignored their antics, turning back to the boy with a strained smile. Listen, little one, there's a big difference between calling someone auntie and sister. Can you guess what I should be called? The boy tilted his head, thinking seriously before answering, auntie. Rebecca sighed in defeat. You really can't tell the difference, huh? Before she could lament further, another voice called out, Angie, come eat, I'll greet the guests. Okay, Sister Sharon, Angie replied sweetly. The cheerful Sister Sharon instantly rekindled Rebecca's temper. You clearly know how to tell the difference. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You little rascal. Sister Sharon approached with a gentle smile, apologizing to Rebecca. I'm sorry, Miss Rebecca. She's probably just nervous around new people. Given Leon's public profile, it wasn't surprising Sharon recognized her. As a core member of the Lionheart Society, Rebecca's face had been plastered across newspapers not long ago. New people, my adorable face was all over the news. How could I possibly be a stranger? Rebecca protested. Leon intervened, patting her on the shoulder. Come on, don't take it out on the kids. Turning to Sharon, he greeted her warmly. It's been a while. Sharon's eyes lit up with joy. Leon, sorry, it's getting dark. I didn't recognize you right away. It's fine, Leon replied. Sharon, visibly excited, asked eagerly, Did you come all this way just to visit us? Leon scratched his head sheepishly. Well, I had some other matters to handle, but I made sure to include a stop here to see you and Miss Caroline. Caroline, the nun who had raised Leon, was like a second mother to him. She had taken him in as an infant on a stormy night over 2 decades ago, instilling in him the values and principles that shaped his character. Oh, I see, Sharon said, nodding. Let me call Miss Caroline. No need, Leon interrupted. We'll go together. Caroline's chapel. Sharon led them to the chapel, where Caroline knelt before a statue, quietly praying. It was her habit to eat last, ensuring the children were always served first, a principle she'd upheld even during the darkest days of the war. Hearing footsteps, Caroline turned and was visibly surprised to see Leon. Leon, what brings you here? She asked, rising to greet him. I had some business in the Empire, so I thought I'd stop by to see you all, Leon explained. Caroline's expression softened with a smile. Have you eaten yet? If not, join us. Leon scratched his head bashfully. I hope I'm still used to orphanage food. Caroline chuckled. Of course you are, you grew up on it. She turned to Rebecca and Martin, greeting them warmly. Miss Rebecca, Mr. Martin, welcome. After a round of polite introductions, the group sat down, casually catching up. How have you been since the last battle? Caroline asked Leon. He smiled, tapping his leg. I'm fully recovered now, no more wheelchair see. That's good to hear. And you've been living with, what was her name again, Sharon? Rossvisser, Sharon supplied. Yes, with Lady Rossvisser. Leon nodded awkwardly, the formality of Lady Rossvisser sounding strange to his ears. He laughed nervously, scratching his head. Yeah, something like that. Sharon's eyes sparkled mischievously. Leon, is it true? Did you really marry the Silver Dragon Queen? Well, after the Empire framed me, a lot of things happened. It's a long story, but yes, I ended up marrying her. Sharon gasped, that's amazing. Rebecca, always eager to stir the pot, chimed in. And he's not just married, he's got 3 kids now. 3, Sharon exclaimed wide-eyed. Are they adopted? Leon shook his head, crushing her last shred of disbelief. Wait, humans and dragons can't have children? Sharon asked, completely floored. Hash Caroline's memories. Caroline, holding back her amusement, asked to see pictures of the children. Leon pulled out the photos he'd unpacked the night before, handing them over. Oh, how adorable, Sharon exclaimed, marveling at the tiny dragonlings. I always thought dragons were born fierce and intimidating, but they're so cute. Caroline, staring at the photos with a quiet smile, remarked softly, They have your eyes, Leon, just like when you were little. Curious, Rebecca leaned in. What was the captain like as a kid? Was he just as stubborn and clueless back then? Caroline laughed gently. Not at all. Leon was quite clever as a child. Rebecca's interest was piqued. How did you find him anyway? Caroline's expression grew nostalgic. It was a stormy night, the biggest I'd ever seen. Thunder roared and lightning lit up the sky. When I returned to the orphanage, I found a small basket at the gate. Inside was a newborn baby boy, quietly lying there as if waiting for someone. She smiled fondly. I had been reading a book called *The Lion's Voice at the time, about a lion cub who was abandoned but never cried. It seemed destined for greatness. So, I named the boy in the basket Leon Cosmod. (492). Vol 4ch, 58. That evening at the orphanage, Miss Caroline reminisced about many moments from Leon's childhood, much to Rebecca's delight. If someone's embarrassing moments could be divided by significance, most of them undoubtedly happened before the age of 5. Rebecca had always held onto a few of Leon's less-than-flattering memories from his school days, things like his inability to swim or his awkward run-ins with a certain silver-haired upperclassman. But tonight, she gained an arsenal of childhood embarrassments, courtesy of Miss Caroline. And she couldn't wait to tell Leon's wife. A walk down memory lane. As the group left the orphanage, night had fallen and the streets were empty. The road was quiet, with streetlights casting long shadows that stretched ahead of them. I can't believe you were such a mess as a kid, Captain, Rebecca teased, grinning ear to ear. It was payback. Leon had laughed a little too hard earlier when the orphanage kid had called her auntie. Now it was her turn to enjoy his discomfort. Unfortunately, Leon didn't seem fazed in the slightest. Throughout Miss Caroline's storytelling, his expression had remained calm and composed, much to Rebecca's disappointment. At the time, she thought he was simply too stunned to respond, but now, it seemed like he genuinely didn't care. Why are you so calm about this, Captain? Rebecca asked, confused. Leon walked with his hands in his pockets, his steps relaxed. What about it? What do you mean, what about it? I'm going to tell your wife all your biggest childhood embarrassments, like how you wore your underwear inside out. Leon scratched his nose. So. Rebecca blinked, puzzled. So, aren't you afraid your wife will use your embarrassing moments against you? At that, Leon suddenly stopped walking. Rebecca and Martin halted as well, looking at him in surprise. For a moment, Rebecca thought he might finally react, maybe even blush and try to explain himself. Instead, Leon said, utterly unbothered, I don't have to worry about that. Rebecca stared. Why not? Leon let out a deep sigh, raising his gaze to the starry sky. I've been married for 6 years. At this point, even if I wore no underwear at all, Rossvisser wouldn't find it strange. Why does your married life sound less romantic and more shameless the more you talk about it? Rebecca muttered, her mental image of the captain's idyllic home life crumbling. She had always imagined Leon and Rosvisser's marriage as elegant and harmonious, two serious, respectable people living a picture-perfect life. But the reality seemed far less refined. "Captain," Rebecca said with sudden curiosity, "when are you going to let me visit your house? I could pretend to be your adopted daughter so your dragon daughters don't get suspicious." Leon chuckled, shaking his head. "You've got plenty of ideas, don't you? Adoption, huh? I'm 36, you're 25, how would that even work?" "Why not?" Rebecca asked, genuinely confused. Martin, ever the stickler for rules, raised a finger and said, "In the Empire, a male guardian must be at least 40 years older than the female adoptee. Unless the captain magically ages to 66 overnight, he can't adopt you." "Thanks for the trivia, Martin," Rebecca huffed, jumping up to put him in a playful headlock. Her smaller frame made the gesture resemble a teal-haired teddy bear trying to wrestle its owner. Martin didn't resist, laughing as they bickered. Watching the two, Leon couldn't help but smile. After everything they had been through, having his old teammates by his side felt like a rare blessing. Hash a spontaneous carry. Without warning, Leon grabbed both Rebecca and Martin, hoisting them onto his shoulders, one on each side. "Captain, what are you doing?" Rebecca shouted. "Isn't it obvious?" Martin replied smugly. "The captain's probably putting an end to your team bullying." "Bullying? I barely touched you and you're calling it bullying," Rebecca protested, kicking her legs. Leon ignored their complaints, grinning as he adjusted his grip. "Ready to charge." "Charge, wait, charge where?" Rebecca yelped. Before they could get an answer, Leon took off in a sprint, dashing down the road toward the Lionheart Society's headquarters. Rebecca's twin tails flapped wildly in the wind, occasionally smacking Martin in the face. "Who even designed this lunatic of a captain?" Rebecca cried dramatically. Martin, enduring the repeated swats from her hair, added, "I feel like we've barely scratched the surface of what the captain can do. Every day, he surprises us with something new." Rebecca sighed, gazing wistfully at the night sky. "Rosvisser, please come take your husband back home." # training the sensory mages. In the following weeks, the sensory mages' training progressed smoothly. Within less than a month, they had mastered the techniques needed to detect dragon-scale energy. Leon dispatched them on a thorough search for remnants of the Empire who had undergone heart-scale implantation. He knew this was just the tip of the iceberg. The individuals they uncovered would likely be pawns in the Empire's long-abandoned plans for immortality. But among them, there had to be someone who held more critical information, perhaps even a connection to the elusive Shadow Lord. Developing a new skill, hypersense. Meanwhile, Leon was far from idle. He began his own intensive training to develop a new ability, hypersense. "Another new skill, Captain?" Rebecca asked. "You're at it again, huh?" Back in the dragon-slaying army, Leon had a reputation for locking himself away to train, only to emerge with astonishing new techniques, or, occasionally, a spectacular failure. "This one's not entirely my invention," Leon admitted. "It's a gift from my mentor's older sister." Rebecca raised an eyebrow. "What does it do?" Leon explained the mechanics of hypersense, a heightened version of muscle memory that allowed his body to react instinctively to the most optimal move in any given situation. Unlike standard muscle memory, which relied on repetitive training, hypersense adapted dynamically to the current scenario. "For example," Leon said, "if someone throws a punch while following up with a knee strike, normal muscle memory might dodge the punch but fail to anticipate the knee. Hypersense, however, would adjust and avoid both." Rebecca blinked, processing the explanation. "So, it's like muscle memory, but on steroids." "Exactly," Leon said with a grin. Rebecca thought for a moment, then waved her hand dismissively. "Sounds fancy, but it's not for me." "It's not designed for gunners anyway," Leon replied. "I need you to help me train, though." "How?" "Did you bring the rubber bullets I asked for?" Rebecca pulled several boxes of rubber bullets and a modified handgun from her bag. "The bullets are all set. They're fast enough to simulate real ones but won't kill you. What do you need me to do?" Leon's grin widened. "I need you to shoot me." Rebecca froze, her face a mix of disbelief and mischief. "You're kidding, right?" "Not at all, go ahead." Her initial hesitation gave way to a familiar gleam of chaos. She loaded the gun, chambered around, and said with a wicked smile, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Leon sighed, shaking his head. "I should have known better than to trust you." Despite his protests, Leon stepped into position, facing Rebecca across the training arena. They locked eyes, the tension between them resembling a duel about to unfold. "Ready, Captain," Rebecca teased. "These bullets may be rubber, but they still sting." Leon raised his hand dramatically. "Fire away, I can react to bullets." "493. Vol 4CH, 59. Name Leon Cosmod. Age *26. Marital status *married. Diagnosis *mild concussion. Cause of injury *rubber bullets, rubber bullets." Martin stood at the foot of Leon's hospital bed, staring in disbelief at the medical chart. "How does this even happen? Rebecca, did you actually lose control and try to kill the captain?" Rebecca, lounging on the hospital bed with a leisurely air, bit into a blue apple she had taken from a fruit basket. "Don't look at me. The captain told me to shoot at his head, not my fault." "Then, why is the captain the one with a concussion, but you're the one lying on his hospital bed, eating the fruit I brought for him?" Martin asked, exasperated. Rebecca shrugged. "A mild concussion is nothing for the captain. For someone like him, even a common cold would be worse. Right, Captain?" She turned to Leon, who sat nearby, his head wrapped in a bandage. He looked a bit dazed, with stars practically spinning around his head and a faint ringing in his ears. The first official practice of *hypersense* had been a total failure. The cost of this failure? Several hundred gold coins in medical expenses. Though the hospital offered to waive the fees as a courtesy, Leon, in his unwavering integrity, insisted on paying the full amount. Leon's sense of justice had left a noticeable dent in his wallet. Meanwhile, Rebecca had commandeered his bed and fruit basket. "These apples are my rightful reward," she declared smugly. "Hash a lesson in priorities." "Captain," Martin said, struggling to understand, "why on earth were you letting someone shoot rubber bullets at your head?" Leon sighed and explained the reasoning behind his hypersense training. After listening intently, Martin shook his head. "Even so, you didn't have to start with your head *. Couldn't you have practiced on your legs or shoulders first?" Rebecca immediately leapt up from the bed, her twin tails bouncing. "Wrong, Martin. The captain always says the head is the leader of the body. If you can dodge an attack to your head, you can dodge anything else." Martin groaned, his patience wearing thin. He was that dramatic 5 years ago. Rebecca waved her hand dismissively. "Anyway, the doctor said it's just a mild concussion. He'll be fine after a bit of rest." The incident taught Leon an important lesson: patience. He had been too eager to master this new technique, ignoring the importance of a gradual approach. Unlike the lightning magic he had trained in the past, *hypersense* required a completely different mindset. Some things just couldn't be rushed. Unexpected visitors. "Leon." A sweet, familiar voice called out from the doorway. Leon looked over to see Sister Sharon standing there with Caroline, who was carrying a fruit basket. "Sharon, Miss Caroline, what brings you here?" "We heard you were in the hospital, so of course we came to check on you," Sharon said, her voice filled with concern. "What happened? Are you seriously hurt?" "It's nothing," Leon assured her, waving his hand. "Just a mild concussion. I'll be fine after some rest." He paused, narrowing his eyes. "By the way, how did you find out I was here?" Sharon hesitated, but before she could answer, a commotion erupted outside the room. "Leon Cosmod, how's your recovery going?" "Mr. Cosmod, could we get an exclusive interview once you're discharged? Our publishing house sent this gift basket and banner, wishing you a speedy recovery." Leon sighed heavily as a swarm of well-wishers gathered outside his hospital room, their voices echoing down the hallway. Before he had been admitted, Leon had specifically asked Nacho to keep his hospitalization quiet. He didn't want visits from officials or any public fuss. While he trusted Nacho to handle things discreetly, Leon's fame in the Empire was simply too great to stay hidden. News of his injury had spread like wildfire, and every reporter in the city wanted the scoop. Affirmed nurse's warning. The chaos was finally interrupted by a stern nurse, who stepped into the hallway and addressed the crowd. "This is a hospital. Please be quiet," she said sharply. "Mr. Cosmod will not be receiving visitors until after he's discharged. If you don't disperse, we'll call security." Her no-nonsense tone quickly silenced the reporters, who shuffled away reluctantly. The nurse then turned to Leon with a kind smile. "Thank you for your patience. Let us know if you need anything." "Will do," Leon replied with a grateful nod. Sharon's curiosity. "Leon," Sharon asked eagerly, "who was it that injured you? It must have been someone incredibly powerful to hurt you. Was it a dangerous creature?" No. A dragon king." "No." "An imperial remnant." "Nope." "Then who?" At that moment, Rebecca couldn't resist. Standing proudly, she placed her hands on her hips and grinned. "It was *me*, one perfect shot, and boom, down went Leon Cosmod. Leon clenched his fist, muttering under his breath. He could only hope Rebecca wouldn't blurt out this story to Rossvisor someday. His dignity depended on it. Reflections on family. After spending some time chatting, Caroline and Sharon bid Leon farewell, explaining that they needed to return to the orphanage to prepare dinner for the children. Watching them leave, Rebecca suddenly turned to Leon with a question. "Captain, have you ever thought about looking for your biological parents?" The unexpected question gave Leon pause. Before he could answer, Rebecca smiled softly. "I mean, aren't you curious about your origins? What if you're the heir to some noble family? Or maybe your parents were powerful sorcerers living in hiding? Or maybe, hear me out, you were born into a poor family with 13 siblings, and your parents had no choice but to leave you at the orphanage." "Stop, stop, stop," Leon interrupted, laughing. "You're getting carried away. Who has 13 kids?" Rebecca blinked innocently, then looked him over with a calculating gaze. Leon instinctively leaned back. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Well," she said with a mischievous grin, "most people couldn't have 13 kids, but if anyone could." Who? You. What? $494. Vol 4ch, 60. Some time had passed since Leon sent the Lionheart Society's mages to track down the remaining individuals who had undergone heart-scale transplants. In the interim, they uncovered a number of former Imperial loyalists, each one granted near immortality by the transplanted dragon scales. Leon, having honed his interrogation skills under Rossvisor's tutelage, had little trouble extracting information from them. Piece by piece, the fragmented clues about the asterisk former king and the enigmatic shadow lord began to take shape. A shocking revelation. At a Lionheart Society meeting, Nacho reviewed the intelligence gathered so far. His expression was grave as he examined the conclusion now staring them in the face. The former king is the Shadow Lord. He rubbed his temples, still processing the realization. "I mean, we suspected it, but now that it's confirmed, it's still shocking." As the instigator of the longevity plan the former king had undoubtedly undergone a heart-scale transplant himself. After his disappearance, the kingdom continued to operate under a shadowy influence that many now recognized as his. A letter found in Queen Elizabeth's chambers signed by the Shadow Lord, had directly referenced both Leon and Elizabeth. "It's clear now," Leon said, arms crossed. "The former king and the Shadow Lord are one and the same." The Dragon King's role. Nacho leaned forward. "If we know who he is, does that mean tracking him down will be easier?" Leon's brows furrowed as he tapped his chin in thought. "Not quite. The former king, or the Shadow Lord, still has a significant number of resources at his disposal. Among them is a dragon king who continues to work with him." Nacho raised an eyebrow. "A dragon king? But why would any dragon ally with him? The empire is gone and the war is over." "This one is unique," Leon explained. "The Warhammer dragon King Adam is essentially a mercenary. He'll do anything as long as the price is right. Leon continued. Given the Shadow Lord's history of manipulation and vast resources, convincing Adam to join his cause wouldn't have been difficult. Adam's strength is formidable. He's even given dragons like Constantine trouble in the past. Rebecca, ever skeptical, frowned as she twirled her fork in her bowl of spaghetti. He sounds like a big deal, but what if he's all talk? A flashy name doesn't mean much. Martin handed her a napkin, keeping his tone serious. Any dragon king is dangerous. If Adam is strong enough to thrive as a mercenary among dragons, he's not someone we can underestimate. Leon nodded in agreement. Rosvisser warned me about Adam. He's far stronger than most dragon kings, and his lack of moral restraint makes him particularly dangerous. But no matter how strong he is, we can't allow him, or anyone else, to disrupt the peace we've fought so hard to achieve. The room fell silent as Leon's resolve became clear. If we don't stop them now, it's only a matter of time before they shatter everything we've built. Hash a key clue. Leon continued. One of the heart scale transplant recipients revealed something critical during interrogation. The Shadow Lord's last known appearance was near the southern border during the war. It's possible we'll find something there. Rebecca stood, hands on her hips. Then let's get moving, Captain. Once we take down the Shadow Lord and Adam, you can go home and hug your wife and kids. Leon raised an eyebrow. So you can tell Rosvisser all my embarrassing secrets. Rebecca grinned mischievously. I'm not that petty. I'll just compile a little notebook of your blackmail-worthy moments and gift it to her. Leon sighed. What is it with women and writing everything down? Rosvisser loves keeping journals too. For a moment, his thoughts wandered, and he muttered to himself, I've been thinking about her a lot lately. Hash the Silver Dragon Queen's letter. The Silver Dragon Palace. Beneath the moonlight, Rosvisser sat at her desk, her delicate features illuminated by the soft glow of a lamp. Her slender fingers gripped a pen as she wrote the final line of her letter. Your wife, Rosvisser Melkve. Satisfied, she rose, draped a silk robe over her shoulders, and slipped on her favorite dragonwing slippers. Holding the sealed letter, she stepped onto the balcony. She placed the letter into a bamboo cylinder attached to a messenger dragon and gently stroked its head. Go now, find him. The dragon nodded with intelligence in its gaze, flapping its wings as it disappeared into the starry night. Rosvisser watched its silhouette fade into the distance, her silver hair shimmering like a cascade of stars in the cool evening breeze. Her eyes lingered on the horizon, her thoughts fixed on her husband, far away in the human lands. Hash the contents of the letter. Rosvisser could still recall the words she had written. To my dearest Cosmod, *. I was so happy to receive your last letter and to hear that you've captured another Imperial remnant. It feels like you're getting closer to the truth. Things have been quiet here. Claudia came by recently with your precious little ob, as you'd asked me to let you know if it showed up. Well, it did, but you weren't home, so I had to send it back. Moon and Little Light visited briefly. I told them you were on a secret mission with other dragon kings. Moon wants you to bring back smoked beef from another clan. Noah stayed at school during her vacation to prepare for her promotion exams. The faculty says the exams will be held in the ** Southern Moonlit Forest * this semester. It's dangerous, but at least it's not as bad as the frozen northern lands from last time, right? Now, the most important news. I started experiencing morning sickness 2 weeks ago. Yes, we're having another baby. In a few months, our new little one will be here. I know you'll be home by then, won't you? Also, have you been thinking about me a lot lately? My dragon mark has been glowing like a lantern, especially at night. Oh, I bet you'll say, I haven't been thinking about you at all, dragon lady. It's you who's been thinking about me. And you'd be right, I do miss you, Leon. So hurry and come home when everything's settled, okay? P.S. As per your request, I left a kiss mark on the envelope this time. It's embarrassing, but I also sprayed my favorite perfume. I hope you like it. Yours always, Rosvisser Melkve. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars and likes for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. 495. Vol 4ch, 61. Leon received a letter from his wife half a month after it had been sent. He had been tirelessly tracking Shadow Lord's whereabouts with Nacho and the others, leaving no time to check for correspondence. The message dragon delivering the letter had arrived at the Empire, only to find the recipient absent. For a moment, it seemed dazed, but trained as all message dragons were, it would never return without completing its mission. Letters, once dispatched, had to reach their recipients. After 2 weeks of relentless effort, the message dragon finally tracked down the elusive Leon. "Captain, I think it's about to pass out," Rebecca said, crouching next to the exhausted dragon lying in spirals. She gently poked its head with a twig. Seeing no response, Rebecca picked up the little creature and brought it closer to the fire to warm up. She rummaged through her pack and pulled out 2 cans of beef, placing them by the dragon's mouth. "Poor little guy. Flying this far must have been so hard. Eat up and feel better soon." Martin glanced at the beef cans by the dragon's snout, then at Rebecca's bag. "Rebecca, isn't that the captain's ration?" Rebecca admitted cheerfully, "Yep." "Well, I guess this makes us even for the hospital bill," Martin quipped. It was hard to forget the time when Leon, practicing his hypersense technique, ended up with a concussion after Rebecca accidentally hit him. The hospital fees had come out of her pocket. Using Leon's rations to feed the message dragon? Fair payback. Meanwhile, Leon, oblivious to their chatter, focused entirely on the letter from his wife. The faint red mark on the envelope caught his attention. It was a lipstick imprint. Leon paused, then chuckled. He'd nearly forgotten. The last time he and Rossvisser exchanged letters, he'd jokingly asked her to leave a lipstick print. And she had. Across the fire, Rebecca craned her neck, trying to peek. "Hey, Martin, am I seeing this right? That letter hasn't even been opened yet, right?" "Yep." "Then why does he look so happy? Like he's just found out he's going to be a dad again." "That's probably just how married men are." Nacho, busy mapping out tomorrow's search route, glanced at the pair before eyeing Leon. He said nothing and continued working. Leon finally opened the envelope and began reading. Rossvisser's handwriting was as elegant as she was. The flickering firelight illuminated her delicate pen strokes, making it feel as if she were speaking directly to him. The letter contained no flowery language, no drawn-out monologues, just simple, heartfelt words expressing a wife's love and longing for her husband. But as Leon read the part about morning sickness, his eyes widened in shock. Moments ago, his face had been alight with joy. Now it froze. Rebecca immediately noticed the change. From her experience, Leon's expression only meant one of 2 things. Either something amazing had happened or something catastrophic. Could it be his wife finally got tired of waiting and decided to divorce him? Rebecca speculated mischievously as she sidled closer. Rebecca's curiosity got the better of her. She maneuvered around the fire and snuck a peek at the letter, giggling as she moved. "I have to see this." Leon, however, was still processing the words morning sickness. For a man married 6 years, not much could shake him anymore. Life's ups and downs had tempered him into someone steady and composed, but the news of his wife being pregnant, that was an exception. If they weren't in the wilderness with Rebecca and the others nearby, Leon would have been rolling on the ground in sheer excitement. 3 kids. Another baby. Bullseye in one shot. "Wait a second," Rebecca exclaimed, her face lighting up in realization. "Captain, your wife's pregnant again." Leon jumped. When did you get here?" No wonder he'd been grinning like that. Leon hesitated but didn't bother hiding the letter. There wasn't anything incriminating in it, and if Rebecca saw, it would just give him another chance to show off his happy marriage. Rebecca smirked. "Captain, isn't your youngest daughter only 3 or 4? Why rush for a 3rd kid already?" She paused, then added knowingly, "Oh, I get it now. You and your wife are really going for 12 kids, huh?" 12? Do you think I'm some kind of baby-making machine?" Leon groaned. Rebecca blinked innocently. "Aren't you? Think about it. Your wife is a dragon and will live for centuries. You, with her scales implanted, can live just as long. You've only been married 6 years and already have 3 kids, and now another on the way. At this rate, in 50 years, your kids could form their own army." Leon's eye twitched as her words sparked a vivid mental image. A house filled with tiny versions of himself and Rosvisser, some with little tails, some with cat ears, some with cold expressions, and others running amok in groups. The thought made him shudder. He shook his head to dispel the terrifying vision, carefully folded the letter, and tucked it into his inner jacket pocket, close to his heart. "Wait, the captain's having another baby?" Martin asked, overhearing the commotion. Leon nodded. "Yes, my wife, she's pregnant again." "That's fantastic. Congratulations, Captain," Martin said warmly. "Have you thought of a name yet?" Leon scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "Not yet." Rebecca rolled her eyes. "See, this is where you're slacking, Captain. You should make a list of names with your wife. Just go down the list as you keep having kids. So much easier." Leon gave her a deadpan look. "Actually, my third child didn't get a name until long after he was born, so the fourth one can wait too. It's not like they'll complain." Rebecca gasped in mock horror. "Captain, you're a genius of neglect." Leon waved her off, in too good a mood to bicker. He turned to Nacho instead. "How far are we from the Shadow Lord's last known location?" Nacho, still focused on the map, smirked. "What's this? Eager to finish up and get back home to your wife?" Leon didn't even bother denying it. "Absolutely." Nacho laughed. "Well, at our current pace, we've got about a month to go. Once we're done, you'll make it home just in time for the critical weeks." Leon did a quick calculation in his head, nodding in satisfaction. "Perfect." Nacho stood up. "We've got 5 hours until dawn. I'll let the others know we'll pick up the pace tomorrow." "Thanks." Rebecca and Martin, meanwhile, were already brainstorming names for Leon's new baby. Leon, gazing out at the distant horizon, thought of his wife. Somewhere, under the same stars, the silver dragon markings on their bodies resonated, binding their hearts despite the distance. "496. Vol 4CH, 62. The pursuit of Shadow Lord and Adam continued. As Leon's group traveled southward, they gathered more information along the way. That evening, Leon, Rebecca, Martin, and Nacho sat around the campfire, organizing and reviewing the intelligence they had collected. "We encountered several relatively friendly races along the way," Leon began. "Their accounts are consistent. A massive dragon was sighted passing through the area not long ago." He continued, "The dragon was described as colossal, with scales that blotted out the sky, deep gray in color, and possessing piercing crimson eyes. However, its left eye appeared injured and remained closed." Nacho nodded and picked up where Leon left off. "This area saw little conflict during the Dragon Wars due to its complex racial diversity. Few wanted to ignite a war here. At most, there were minor skirmishes. In other words, the likelihood of anyone seeing a dragon here is already slim. Yet, these different races all claim to have seen the same dragon around the same time." Rebecca tilted her head. "Leon, didn't your wife ever mention what Adam, the Warhammer Dragon King, looks like?" Leon shook his head. "Adam is ancient, with a rank high enough to make appearances only once every few millennia. My wife is barely 2 centuries old. It's not surprising she's never seen him." Rebecca raised an eyebrow, her expression playful. "Barely 200 years old, very young, Leon. You've been married to a dragon so long that your understanding of age has completely drifted from us mere mortals." "What do you mean by you mere mortals? I'm still human, right?" Leon shot back, pretending to be indignant. Rebecca scooted a step closer to Martin with a grin. "Well, you've got dragon scales implanted in your body, so it's hard to say if you're still human anymore, Captain Ouch." Leon flicked her forehead without mercy. "Focus." Returning to the matter at hand, Leon said, "Based on the information we've gathered, it's safe to assume that the dragon sighted heading south was Adam. Combine this with the intel we got from those dragon scale implant users, and it's clear that Shadow Lord and Adam are operating in this area." "So the question is, what are they doing here?" Rebecca asked. Leon's gaze hardened, reflecting the firelight in his dark eyes. "That's exactly what we need to find out and eliminate them once and for all. Or," Leon added grimly, "we can skip straight to eliminating them if necessary." Martin, who had been silently observing, glanced at Leon. While not one to speak much, his sharp instincts told him something was off. The captain seemed more anxious than usual. For Martin, this journey to the south brought back memories of their days serving under the Dragon Corps. Traveling by day, resting at night, and subsisting on whatever wild game they could hunt, it felt familiar. But there was a key difference. Back then, Leon had been calm and composed, never rushing into a battle unprepared. Now, the pursuit of Shadow Lord and Adam seemed to make him impatient, even restless. Martin understood why. Leon's growing responsibilities, as the Lionheart Society leader, the son of the Tigers, the father of his children, and the husband of the Silver Dragon Queen, meant he had more to lose. His need to protect his family and loved ones weighed heavily on him. Martin silently prayed for this mission to end quickly. Prolonged stress, even for someone like Leon, could take its toll. "Nacho, where's our next search location?" Leon asked. Nacho unrolled a map and marked a spot. "The locals told us the dragon was last seen heading toward a southern forest known for its abundance of dangerous creatures. It's possible Shadow Lord's plans involve those creatures." Nacho's theory wasn't baseless. Along the way, they had passed through orc settlements where experiments were conducted on captured beasts, merging them with plant-based elements to create stitched abominations. Leon nodded in agreement. "How far are we from that forest?" "About a week's journey," Nacho replied. "Do we have any detailed information about this forest?" Leon pressed. Nacho nodded again. "The demonic moon forest is home to numerous dangerous creatures. Most of them ranked A or B. Local races often use the forest for trials or coming-of-age ceremonies. Also—" "Wait," Leon interrupted, his expression darkening. "What did you just call the forest?" "Demonic moon forest," Nacho repeated. "Why?" Leon's face grew serious. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a letter one Rossvisser had sent a month ago. In it, she mentioned her pregnancy and detailed their eldest daughter Noah's upcoming academy examination. The exam location? The demonic moon forest. Leon quickly calculated the timing in his head. 4 or 5 days from now, Noah's trial will begin. He clenched his jaw and stood abruptly. "We need to move faster. Nacho, inform everyone to rest for 3 hours and prepare to depart. Our next destination is the demonic moon forest." Rebecca and the others immediately understood the urgency. Nacho left to notify the Lionheart Society, while Rebecca turned to Leon, her usually playful demeanor replaced with seriousness. "Captain, what's going on?" Leon stared into the endless black of the southern horizon, his fists clenched tightly. Noah's smiling face flashed in his mind. "Rebecca, Martin," he said, his voice steady but firm. "We're racing against time." The group pushed through the night, drastically shortening the journey to the demonic moon forest. Leon remained silent throughout, his tension palpable. Eventually, Leon explained his urgency. He suspected that Noah's academy trial might coincide with Adam's movements. While he trusted the academy's safety measures, the opponent in question was Adam, a mercenary known for his cunning, cruelty, and utter lack of morals. Decades earlier, Adam had severely injured Constantine and his newborn daughter, leaving the child sealed in crystal for years. That tragedy had left a permanent mark on Leon. He would not let history repeat itself, not with Noah. "Captain, something up ahead," a scout shouted. Leon and the others rushed to the scene and found the corpse of a massive creature, a steel rock elephant chicken, an S-rank danger beast known for its nearly impenetrable defenses. "This thing's tough as hell," Nacho murmured, inspecting the body. "But its injuries." The creature's chest had been blown open, exposing its mangled heart and lungs. Its ribcage was shattered, and its entire torso looked like it had been crushed by a tremendous force. Claw marks marred its head, and from the size of the wounds, the attacker was clearly much larger than the beast. "A dragon," Martin said. "Only a dragon could leave claw marks like these." Leon frowned. What kind of dragon could collapse its entire side like this? Rebecca added, "Unless." "It's a hammer," Leon said grimly. "A warhammer." "It was Adam, he was here." "Rebecca, prepare paper and ink. Martin, bring me the message dragon." "Yes, Captain," they replied in unison. Once everything was ready, Rebecca asked, Are you notifying your wife? Leon shook his head. Rosvisser was pregnant. There was no way he would involve her in such danger. The Sea Dragon clan was also too far to provide timely assistance. That left only one option, the one person who shared a personal vendetta against Adam. Leon began writing. "497. Vol 4CH, 63. Students, this is the location of your advancement exam, the demonic moon forest. After 3 years of learning as young dragons, you are now equipped with the skills necessary to hunt dangerous creatures. This exam will comprehensively assess what you've learned. The exam includes hunting, combat, teamwork, and resource allocation. Here are the rules. The demonic moon forest contains dangerous creatures classified as C, B, and A levels. The difficulty and rewards increase exponentially with each grade. C-level creatures, 10 points each. B-level creatures, 30 points each. A-level creatures, 50 points each. To pass the exam, you must score 100 points within 3 hours. Before departing, each of you has been given a measurement crystal. After defeating a creature, inject its energy core into the crystal to record your points. Does anyone have any questions? After a brief silence, a student raised their hand. Teacher. Go ahead. I heard from upperclassmen that the young dragon advancement exams weren't like this in the past. Yeah, another chimed in. Didn't we used to spar against people in black armor? The scores were based on performance in those matches. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. Is this the first reformed exam? The students burst into lively chatter, filling the air with excited murmurs. Noah stood quietly nearby, listening. Black armor, she thought to herself. Helena, her best friend, explained, I heard about it too, but I didn't really understand until the teachers clarified. The black armor refers to a special elite unit among modern dragons. They're incredibly powerful, so strong they're almost terrifying. During the Human-Dragon War, their presence made an enormous impact on the battlefield. She paused dramatically. Humans used to call them killing machines. That's why the Academy used them in the advancement exams back then, to sharpen the young dragon's combat awareness. Oh, I see, Helena nodded, finally understanding. As a member of the Sea Dragon clan, which stayed out of conflicts, her tribe had little influence during the Human-Dragon War. It made sense that she hadn't heard of the black armor before. Noah, however, was fascinated by the idea of facing the infamous black-armored warriors. She had always wanted to see what these legendary figures, who could strike fear into dragons, looked like in action. Helena, noticing Noah's deep thought, teased her. So Noah, who's stronger? The black-armored warriors or your dad, Uncle Leon? Without hesitation, Noah replied, My dad, of course. Helena chuckled and ruffled Noah's hair. Of course you'd say that. The teacher called the students to attention again. The Academy indeed used black-armored sparring for exams during the war. It was necessary to instill combat readiness from a young age. However, now that the Human-Dragon War has ended, continuing such practices might strain the current peace. As such, the exam format was changed. Understood, teacher, the students replied in unison. Noah sighed inwardly. Although she had no desire to reignite war, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The end of the war meant she would never meet the legendary strongest human warrior. She had dreamed of testing her skills against someone so formidable. Your exam will begin in 15 minutes. Use this time to form your teams. Naturally, Noah and Helena partnered up. With their team already decided, the two used the extra time to strategize. A C-level creature is worth 10 points, a B-level 30 points, and an A-level 50 points. We only need to hunt 10 C-levels or 4 B-levels to pass, Helena calculated aloud. Noah nodded, but her expression remained thoughtful. What's wrong, Noah? Do you have another idea? Helena asked. I read up on the demonic moon forest before coming here. While it's said to have many dangerous creatures, most of them are sea-level and very good at hiding. We could end up wasting a lot of time just searching for them. Lower-level creatures are weaker but harder to find, Noah explained. In contrast, A-level creatures are larger, making their presence much more obvious, even if there are fewer of them. So my idea is to prioritize finding an A-level creature first. If we succeed, we'll gain a 50-point advantage over other teams. After that, we only need to hunt 2 B-levels to pass. Helena considered Noah's plan, then nodded with determination. Let's go with your strategy. You're right, this isn't just about passing. It's about pushing ourselves. Let's make it exciting. Noah's eyes lit up. Thanks, Helena, I didn't think you'd agree to this. Of course I would. I know you've been looking forward to this exam, not just to pass but to grow stronger. So, let's take the risk and aim high. As they approached the forest entrance, Noah suddenly felt a presence in her consciousness. It was her ancestor. In her mind's eye, a white-haired beauty sat gracefully on a shimmering water surface, her long tail curling lazily beside her. What a sickly sweet friendship, the ancestor remarked with mock disdain. It's disgusting. Noah replied coolly, The ancestor couldn't fathom the concepts of friendship or camaraderie. As a solitary ruler in her era, such bonds were irrelevant. Ah, forget it, call me old-fashioned. I won't argue with you, Noah, she muttered. Noah smirked. Thanks for your understanding, O wise elder. The ancestor rolled her eyes. You've grown colder, haven't you? Growing up comes at a price. Could you at least try not to say things like that with a child's face? It's unsettling. Noah's smirk widened. So, what do you want? Surely you didn't appear just to lecture me about my friendships. Shaking her head, the ancestor said, This exam mirrors the ancient dragon coming-of-age trials. Your strategy to target A-level creatures is bold. I approve. Dragons shouldn't waste their time nibbling on crumbs. But, her tone shifted to seriousness, a test like this involves countless uncertainties. You'll face unexpected challenges and must make your own decisions. I cannot intervene. I know, Noah replied. Just watch me from here. The ancestor smiled faintly. Despite her harsh demeanor, she admired Noah's determination. Good. Go forth, child of the Silver Dragons, and face your destiny. It's just an exam. Could you tone down the dramatics? Noah quipped, shaking her head as the vision faded. As the exam was about to begin, Noah and Helena stood ready at the forest's edge, prepared to face the challenges ahead. .498. Vol 4CH, 64. 10 minutes later, the advancement exam officially began. The young dragons paired up and entered the demonic moon forest in groups. To ensure safety and a steady exam pace, the academy provided each student with a simplified map. Though the map lacked detailed routes, it marked zones with different danger levels for creatures using color coding. Green, yellow, red. Helena tilted her head as she examined the vibrant sections on the map. Does that mean low, medium, and high levels? It should, Noah replied. Green areas are the most abundant, while red zones are the rarest. The teacher's earlier remark about inverse proportion of quantity to difficulty seemed to confirm this interpretation. Noah had no complaints about the system. It reminded her of her teacher's methods years ago when preparing her for the War Academy entrance exam. Back then, her teacher had used red, yellow, and green pens to mark subjects Noah fully understood, partially grasped, or completely struggled with. Looking at the map's colored zones brought a faint smile to Noah's face, but she quickly refocused. Pointing to a red zone, she said, Let's head here first. That's where A-level creatures are likely to appear. There are also nearby yellow zones where we might find B-levels afterward. Got it, Helena agreed readily. Despite Noah's young age, her top-notch performance in both theory and practice earned Helena's trust without question. But Helena wasn't a passive partner. She had trained rigorously with Noah and could hold her own. Unlike the fire-based magic most dragons awakened, these two were an anomaly. Noah wielded lightning magic for destructive power. Helena used water magic for control and support. Their combat synergy was exceptional. In practical lessons, Helena's steady demeanor often tempered Noah's aggressive fighting style. A teacher had once described them as, Noah is an indomitable sword, and Helena is the hand that wields it. Following the map, they headed toward a red zone, but started in green areas where sea level creatures were said to be plentiful. Yet even after covering some distance, they hadn't encountered a single creature. "It seems you were right, Noah," Helena remarked, crouching near a bush. She parted the foliage to reveal a faint footprint in the damp soil. "Lower-level creatures are better at hiding. It's tough to find any traces of them." Helena then stood and called to a pair of girls nearby, "Christina, over here." The two girls, teammates from a previous class competition, approached hesitantly. They were shy but kind and had a good relationship with Noah and Helena. "What's up, Helena?" Christina asked. Helena pointed to the footprint. "This looks like it was made by a barefoot rat. You can follow this trail to track it." Christina's eyes widened. "You're not chasing it yourselves?" "We're going straight for an A-level creature," Helena replied with a smile. Christina looked shocked. "An A-level creature right from the start?" She glanced at Noah, who stood silently with a calm, serious expression. Christina nodded in understanding. "Oh, you're with Noah, that explains it." Helena chuckled. "Want to make it a competition, see who finishes first?" Christina waved her hands. "No way, competing with you two would be a nightmare. We just want to pass." Helena laughed and waved them off. "Good luck." The journey to the red zone took around 30 minutes. Helena surveyed the surroundings as they arrived. "It seems we're the only ones here, Noah." "Just the two of us," Noah replied, her voice cool as usual. Helena suddenly stepped behind Noah and wrapped her arms around her. Resting her chin on Noah's head due to their height difference, she teased, "Since it's just us, let's have a quick date, Noah Tilda." Noah didn't resist but maintained her stoic demeanor. She was used to Helena's spontaneous hugs. "After we get 100 points, she replied flatly. "Fine, fine," Helena pouted, releasing her friend. The brief moment of warmth passed, and the two got back to work. The demonic moon forest was divided into 4 regions: outer, middle, inner, and core. They were currently in the inner zone. The academy map explicitly warned students. Exercise caution near the core zone. Even Noah, despite her bold strategy, avoided rushing into the core. A-level creatures could be found in both zones, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. "Let's start," Noah said. Helena nodded and sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to channel her magic. A gentle wave of energy spread outward, causing her blue hair to flutter slightly. Her water magic extended into nearby puddles and streams, amplifying vibrations to detect any movement. Meanwhile, Noah stood guard, scanning the area for tracks. Larger creatures often left more obvious signs, and she hoped their target would be easier to locate. Soon, they both found leads. "There's something that way," Helena noted. "I found tracks too, scratches on the tree bark." "Let's go," Noah confirmed. Following the trail for 10 minutes, they began noticing a faint stench in the air. Helena wrinkled her nose. "What is that smell?" "I'm not sure, but it could help us locate it faster," Noah replied. The odor grew stronger as they approached. Through the dense fog, they spotted a large shadow ahead. "Let's move," Noah urged, stepping forward. Helena followed, but the stench became unbearable. Her mind raced through her lessons, trying to identify what kind of creature could emit such a foul odor. Catching up to Noah, she asked, "What is it, Noah?" "Don't look," Noah snapped, raising her hand to cover Helena's eyes. "What?" Helena froze, confused. Noah's voice turned cold. "It's a corpse." She gently guided Helena away from the scene. Once they were a safe distance away, Noah lowered her hand. Helena hesitated. Was that a creature's body? Noah nodded, her brows furrowed. "An A-level mutant red-eyed hound. It was killed. Its chest was blown open, heart destroyed, ribs shattered, and..." She trailed off, unable to continue. Helena quickly pulled her into a comforting hug. "It's okay, you don't have to say more." The sight had clearly shaken Noah. For students their age, such brutality was overwhelming. After a moment, Helena sighed. "It's rare for A-level creatures to fight like this. Let's rest and try again." After regrouping, they followed another trail. Surprisingly, they encountered a second A-level creature in the same area, a stroke of luck, though it came with a price. The familiar stench of decay greeted them again. This time, the creature lay on the ground, breathing faintly, its body on the verge of collapse. What happened? Could it have fought the hound and both sides lost? Helena wondered aloud. Noah narrowed her eyes. We need to leave. But if we don't, the map only has 2 red zones. We won't make it in time to. Thud. A deep, resonant footstep echoed through the forest, interrupting Helena mid-sentence. Thud asterisk. The sound grew louder, closer. What's happening? Is it another creature? Helena asked, panic creeping into her voice. Noah stared ahead, swallowing hard. From behind the fallen creature emerged an even larger figure, its body rippling with dark energy. It towered over them like a living mountain. Its crimson eyes pierced through the fog, cold and terrifying. In its massive hand was a gleaming weapon, a warhammer. $499. Vol 4CH, 65.1. The oppressive aura radiating from the figure before them was far beyond anything a typical dangerous creature could exude. Helena instinctively took a step back, her icy blue eyes flickering with panic and fear. This fear seemed ingrained in her very bloodline. No matter how much she told herself to stay calm, her trembling lips betrayed her. What kind of dangerous creature is that? Helena's voice quivered. The situation had shifted drastically in an instant. Just moments ago, she and Noah had been tracking traces of an level creature. Now, before the monstrosity in front of them, there was no time to think, let alone react. Noah's usual fearlessness was put to the test. She rarely felt true fear, always managing to compose herself in dire situations. Whether ambushing the Star Wanderer Dragon King to free her parents from a spatial barrier or facing Constantine in the Arctic ruins, she had forced herself to confront her fears head-on. But this was different. The overwhelming pressure before her felt like a towering mountain pressing down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. She clenched her fists tightly, her pink nails digging into her palms to jolt her mind back to clarity. Her eyes narrowed as the figure's form came into focus. A one-eyed, crimson-gazed behemoth radiating black energy, its massive frame a grotesque blend of dragon and wolf-like features. In its hand, it wielded a massive warhammer. That's no dangerous creature, Helena, Noah said through gritted teeth. Then what is it? A dragon, Noah whispered, retreating a half-step. This was no ordinary dragon. Dragon King. Without hesitation, she grabbed Helena's wrist, forcing her to run. Run. The aura emanating from this Dragon King explained the fear they felt in their very blood. A Dragon King's presence alone was enough to paralyze weaker beings, leaving them defenseless. For most humans, the mere weight of such an aura would render them unable to even raise a weapon. Noah, still just a young dragonling nearing graduation, had no hope of defeating such a foe. That she managed to force herself to think rationally and flee while dragging Helena was, in itself, extraordinary. They sprinted through the outer zone of the demonic moon forest, Helena's dazed eyes fixed on the small hand holding hers. The warmth and pulse of Noah's grip brought her back to reality. Noah, Helena began, her voice shaky. But before she could finish, a deep, thunderous footstep echoed behind them. Thud. 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 The steps grew heavier and faster, each one shaking the ground beneath them. Helena turned her head, her pupils contracting in terror. The Dragon King, gripping its massive warhammer, was pursuing them. He's catching up, Helena shouted, her voice laced with panic. I hear him, Noah responded, her gaze fixed ahead. She refused to look back. She knew that meeting the creature's gaze would only deepen her fear and weaken her resolve to survive. Noah's mind raced as she analyzed the situation. The 2 A-level creatures they had encountered earlier, this Dragon King had killed them. The injuries on their bodies matched the hammer's destructive power. But if his original target had been the dangerous creatures, why was he now chasing them? Helena was too frightened to respond, her voice failing her. The thunderous footsteps behind them drowned out the sound of her thoughts. The ground quaked with every step, shaking loose leaves and scaring away the forest's wildlife. Noah tightened her grip on Helena's hand. Run, Helena, we can't stop here, he'll kill us. We took about 30 minutes to get here. If we keep running at this pace, we can reach the outer zone in 10 minutes. Once we're there, the teachers will help us. We'll be safe. Do you hear me, Helena? We have to keep going. A massive shadow leaped overhead, landing directly in their path with an earth-shattering asterisk crash. Noah skidded to a halt, instinctively stepping in front of Helena. Her heart pounded in her chest, the sound deafening in her ears. The Dragon King stood before them, his towering frame cloaked in swirling black energy. His single, glowing crimson eye locked onto Noah with an unnerving intensity. He tilted his head, speaking in a low, gravelly tone. "So you're the child of the man Shadow mentioned." Noah's breathing quickened as she struggled to maintain composure. Her hand gripped the hilt of her dagger tightly. The Dragon King's gaze flicked to her weapon. "Lightning magic, is it? That confirms it." He sneered, raising his hammer. "A couple of academy pests tried to keep me out of here. Something about an exam and not interfering." "HMPH nonsense. What a waste of my time." His voice grew colder. "But who would have thought I'd stumble upon such an unexpected surprise during this little game of yours?" He pointed the hammer at Noah. "Killing you will surely increase my reward." "Helena, what do we do?" Helena's trembling voice came from behind. Noah was also terrified, but her mind clung to the information she had just gathered. 1. His original target had been the dangerous creatures, not them. 2. He had knowledge about her and her father. 3. He was a mercenary, working for someone called Shadow, who likely had a grudge against her father. She sheathed her dagger. This wasn't the time to provoke him. Any reckless action could spell their end. Grabbing Helena's hand again, Noah shouted, "Run, don't stop." The Dragon King watched the two girls flee, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Resting the hammer on his shoulder, he muttered, "Run, little ones. Let's see how far you get." As they disappeared into the forest, he chuckled darkly to himself. 30 years ago, the other child was far more obedient. The thickening fog of the inner zone worked to Noah and Helena's advantage, obscuring their trail. Hidden within a tree hollow, they peeked out cautiously, ensuring their pursuer wasn't nearby. Noah turned to Helena, gently cupping her face. Their blue eyes met, fear reflected in both pairs. Helena suddenly hugged Noah tightly, her voice trembling. Are we going to die here, Noah?" Helena's voice broke as she clung to her friend's shoulder, her composure finally shattering. She had always been a well-behaved, traditional girl, raised under her mother's strict rules. But this situation was beyond anything she had ever faced. Noah hugged her back, softly patting her shoulder. "We'll be okay, Helena, I promise." She had often heard her father make such promises, and he had always kept them. But now, in the face of such overwhelming danger, Noah could only hope to do the same. Before Helena could respond, a loud asterisk crack broke the silence. A towering tree snapped in half, its trunk crashing down to expose their hiding spot. The Dragon King loomed over them, his crimson eye gleaming with sadistic glee. "So here you are, little princesses, ready to die." He raised his hammer high, bringing it down with devastating force. Boom! The hammer obliterated the tree roots, scattering debris and clearing the surrounding fog. But as the dust settled, the Dragon King frowned. "Something's not right," he muttered. The feel of his hammer striking the ground was off. Lifting it, he found nothing but broken wood and dirt. "What?" Before he could finish, Noah, holding Helena in her arms, flashed behind him in a blur of silver and black. Her skirt fluttered as she landed in a half-kneeling position, her silver-black hair trailing in the air's momentum. 9 Infernos, Gate 4, Divine Speed. "500. Vol 4CH, 65.2. So, you dodged my attack with nothing but physical skills. Kid, you've got a few tricks up your sleeve, I'll give you that." Adam slowly turned around, his massive warhammer swinging in his hands. "But it's all just a futile struggle. The 9 Infernos technique, I've heard of it before. I must say, I'm surprised you're capable of using it at your age. However, I also know the toll it takes on the body. Especially on a weak little body like yours. Your legs must be trembling by now, aren't they? Burning, aching." Noah turned her head slightly, her eyes calm and unreadable. Adam couldn't tell if she was pretending to stay composed or genuinely fearless in the face of danger. Ignoring his mocking words, Noah turned forward again, clutching Helena tightly, and dashed at full speed in the direction they had been heading. Interesting, fine, I'll play with you for a bit longer. As he spoke, Adam's hammer spun on its chain, whistling through the air. In the harrowing game of cat and mouse, where the difference in power was overwhelming, Noah gradually shed the fear that had gripped her at the start. Dodging his earlier lethal strike by the narrowest margin had ignited a spark of confidence within her. He's definitely an odd opponent, but that doesn't mean escaping him is impossible. Her father's advice echoed in her mind. In battle, if you hold on to even the faintest hope, it could be the key to turning the tides. Noah didn't know what kind of situations someone as powerful as her father would need to turn the tides. But she remembered his words nonetheless. Noah traded a few more rounds with the hammer-wielding monster, darting and weaving through the forest with Helena. Finally, they slipped into a spot where the sound of rushing water masked their hurried breaths and concealed their scent. Setting Helena down carefully, Noah leaned against a damp rock, her chest heaving as she gasped for air. The 9 infernos, just as Adam said. This technique is taking a massive toll on my body, she thought. It was the first time Noah had pushed herself to use the 9 infernos for so long. She typically used it for brief bursts, combining it with her lightning rush to deliver a decisive strike. But it was obvious now, this hammer-wielding monster wasn't someone she could take down with a single move. Engaging him in close combat would be nothing short of suicide. "Noah, are you okay?" Helena asked, her voice trembling with concern. Noah shook her head slightly. "I just need a moment to rest." She focused on calming her breathing, trying to recover as quickly as possible. At the same time, she reminded herself of their goal. We're only a few hundred meters away from the inner circle. Just a little further, and we'll be out of here. A few hundred meters, it didn't sound like much. But getting here had already cost them so much energy and time. Could they really make it? Helena understood the situation. She sat on the ground, hugging her knees, watching Noah quietly. Though Noah tried to maintain her usual cool and detached demeanor, Helena could see through her. She was exhausted. Biting her lip, Helena seemed to come to a decision. Finally, she spoke. "Noah, what if you go on without me?" Noah's brows furrowed instantly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not joking, Noah. I'm just slowing you down. Just now, you almost got caught several times because you were carrying me. If it weren't for me, you could have escaped already. So I could stay back and buy you some time, or I could take another path out of the forest. We can meet at the entrance." Helena wasn't just trying to be self-sacrificing. She truly believed she was holding Noah back, and that guilt drove her words. From the moment they entered the forest, Noah had been using the 9 infernos technique. Seeing Noah's incredible speed earlier made it clear to Helena. If Noah didn't have to carry her, she could escape with ease. One of them had to survive. "Noah," I said. "Helena." Helena's soft voice interrupted her. Adjusting her posture, she knelt properly in front of Noah. Noah blinked, confused. "What are you doing?" "Do you remember what I said earlier? That I had something to tell you if we didn't make it out." Noah's pupils trembled slightly, but she nodded. "Yes, I remember." Helena smiled faintly. Slowly, she reached out and took Noah's small hand in hers. Her fingers were soft, like silk threads. "Do you know why I wanted to be your friend?" Noah shook her head. "Because in you, I see the person I want to be." "I don't understand," Noah said hesitantly. Helena chuckled softly, lifting her gaze. "I grew up in a strict dragon family, every day under my mother's watchful eyes. I studied magic, etiquette, and everything else she deemed important. Eventually, I became a bland, obedient girl. When people mentioned me, they never used my name. I was always Claudia's daughter. Before I met you, it felt like I was trapped in a cage, unable to see the future. Then, one afternoon, you came to me and asked if I'd team up with you for practice. You said no when else wanted to team up with you. I understood why. No one could beat you." And no one wanted to team up with me either. Because I was always gloomy and withdrawn. Helena's voice softened, her eyes misting with memories. But when I said yes, everything changed. We became best friends. You're different, Noah. You're free, resilient, unyielding. You're like a star, shining brightly in the night sky. I couldn't help but want to stay near you. I've never regretted anything we've done together, including now. So please let me fight for you this time. I can't drag you down anymore. I can't, I woe. Slap. Before Helena could finish, Noah's hand left hers and gently slapped her cheek. Noah stood, cupping Helena's face between her hands. With Helena kneeling and Noah standing, the positions had shifted, Noah now gazing down at her. Helena. Soft droplets of water cascaded onto Noah's shoulders, light breaking through the spray and scattering like jewels. Looking into Helena's eyes, Noah spoke firmly. I hope all that nonsense you just said ends up in your next essay competition. What? I'm taking you out of here, Helena. We're not separating, not now, not ever. But... Boom. Ah, there you are, little princesses. You've made me work so hard to find you. Adam's massive hammer shattered the waterfall, sending boulders tumbling down. One hurtled straight toward Noah. Noah, look out. Helena threw herself at Noah, knocking her out of the way. They rolled across the ground, just barely escaping the crushing boulder. Are you hurt, Noah? No, I'm fine. Good, ah. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Noah's gaze fell on Helena's ankle, where blood flowed freely from a deep wound. Go, Noah, you have to go, Helena urged, gripping Noah's shoulders tightly. I'm not leaving you. You stubborn idiot, if you stay, we'll both die. I told you, we're leaving together. Adam's footsteps grew closer, his voice chilling. Such touching sisterly love. Don't worry, I'll make sure you die together. Helena pushed Noah away, standing in front of Adam defiantly. Run, Noah, no matter what happens, don't look back. Adam raised his hammer with a cruel grin. Time to crush you like a bug. A brilliant white flame suddenly ignited, filling the forest. Noah's voice echoed powerfully. We strike, Noah. Adam's hammer descended with terrifying force, shaking the ground and causing the surrounding forest to tremble. His eyes gleamed with the triumph of a predator, certain of his victory. Ha, finally crushed you into dust, you little brat. His laughter stopped abruptly. Something was wrong. The sensation in his hands was off. A voice, layered with a mature and commanding tone, called out behind him. It's been a while since I've stretched my muscles. Let's fix that. Adam turned slowly, his expression darkening. Emerging from the dissipating mist was Noah, her aura radiant and otherworldly. A silhouette, shining with soft light, revealed itself amidst the gloom. Adam's gaze sharpened. His instincts screamed at him, something had changed. People often say the hardest thing to understand is true emotion. The layered voice spoke again. I believe I just witnessed it, and yet I still don't fully grasp it. The figure stepped forward. There's one more thing I need to ask this little one. She can't die yet. As the mist cleared further, sunlight pierced through the canopy, breaking through the darkness and illuminating Noah's form. Her hands, small yet steady, opened slightly before clenching into tight fists. A ripple of white energy burst outward from her body, sending shockwaves through the area. Adam's grip on his hammer tightened, his smirk fading into a grimace. I have a piece of advice for you, hammer-wielding fool, Noah said, her voice carrying a regal weight. Never corner your opponent. Her piercing gaze locked onto Adam's. Because someone pushed to the edge will destroy everything in their path. With a clap of her hands, an explosion of pure white flames erupted around her, stretching into the sky. The air itself felt sanctified, her presence like that of an avenging angel descending upon the battlefield. Adam stepped back instinctively, for the first time in the fight, feeling true unease. Noah stood tall, her aura burning brighter than ever. Now let's finish this, Noah. The light of her flames intensified, and the battlefield was consumed by blinding brilliance. "501. Vol 4ch, 66. Adam observed the girl before him, her appearance now a stark contrast to the desperate figure who had been fleeing earlier. Her once silver and black hair had turned completely white, save for faint streaks of black at the tips, flowing gracefully as though underwater, carried by waves of magical energy. Around her eyes was a faint sheen of white, as if she wore pale eyeshadow. Her irises were now mismatched, one blue, one white. But these external changes weren't what caught Adam's attention. The energy radiating from her was unlike any conventional magic he had ever encountered. Adam frowned, scrutinizing her closely before muttering, "This energy, the opposite of the black dragon scale's power. Interesting." With a roar, he swung his war hammer and charged. "Let's see if this new form of yours is just for show." "Thank you, Noah," came the serene, layered voice from within Noah's consciousness. "You always wait until the last moment to ask for my help. Do you enjoy acting cool that much?" "You know why I held back. You said not to use your power unless absolutely necessary, to avoid attracting the attention of the claws of ultimate fear. That's why I didn't ask earlier." "Stubborn as always," the voice replied, though not unkindly. "But you knew I wouldn't just stand by." "You're an idiot, but you're also right," the voice continued. "I've got questions to ask and things to tell you, but first, let's deal with the problem in front of us. Just remember, your body has already endured significant strain from overusing the 9 Infernos technique. This form places an additional burden on you. At best, you'll have 10 minutes of use, probably less." "Understood," Noah replied. Snapping back to reality, Noah barely had time to move as Adam's war hammer descended. Yet as she watched the hammer swing toward her, the world seemed to slow. She could see his movements clearly, and her body instinctively reacted. Boom! The hammer struck the ground, sending dirt flying and scattering the mist, but not a single strand of Noah's hair was touched. Adam looked up to see Noah high in the air, her hand raised as she gathered lightning magic. A sharp, bird-like cry echoed through the forest as her spell charged. "Lightning rush? Ha, you idiot. At close range, that technique loses most of its power. You clearly don't even know how to use the strength you have," Adam taunted. But Noah remained composed, her movements graceful as she landed lightly atop Adam's hammer. She crouched slightly, her posture poised and elegant. In her hand, the crackling blue lightning of her spell continued to build. "You stupid brat, you're just standing there with that lightning rush spell. You don't even dare to use it," Adam sneered. Noah ignored him, focusing instead on channeling even more energy into the spell. The bird-like cries grew sharper and louder, piercing the air. "With the power of the primordial force enhancing your magic," the voice in her mind said, "your lightning rush will unleash an unparalleled explosion, even at close range. He won't dare take it head-on." "Not yet," Noah thought, her tone calm but resolute. "It's not enough." Adam, annoyed by the noise, swung his hammer again, forcing Noah to backflip gracefully and land lightly. Her spell, however, remained active, its radiance growing brighter with every second. Adam's frustration boiled over. "You noisy little brat," he roared, swinging his hammer furiously. Noah dodged effortlessly, leading him away from Helena. Her movements were quick and deliberate, ensuring their fight's destructive ripples wouldn't harm her injured friend. Realizing something was amiss, Adam suddenly stopped. "Wait, you never planned to use that lightning rush to attack me, did you?" he growled. Perched on a boulder, Noah's cool, steady voice cut through the air. "Took you long enough to figure it out, you oversized oaf." "What did you call me?" Adam bellowed, his rage building. "A big oaf, don't like it. How about clown with a hammer? Does that suit you better?" Adam let out a furious dragon's roar, his anger exploding. Noah smirked, satisfied. She de-provoked him exactly as planned. Within her mind, the ancient dragon's voice spoke again. "Your plan is to use the sound of the lightning rush to attract your teachers and classmates outside the forest, isn't it? And by enraging Adam, you're making him loud and reckless, which helps draw attention." Noah nodded silently. "You only have 10 minutes, but with your mastery of the primordial force, that's more than enough to settle this, or to ensure reinforcements arrive," the ancient dragon said. "I'll do what I can to make sure we're noticed," Noah replied calmly. The ancient dragon's pride swelled. "Whoever said dragonkind's luck is bad? I've been asleep for thousands of years, and the first host I wake up to is you, an absolute prodigy." Returning to the present, Noah refocused her energy, letting it ripple through her body. Round 2, let's begin. Adam charged, his hammer swinging wildly. Noah evaded each attack with graceful precision. The lightning rush, charged to its limit, finally shot forth. Adam instinctively raised his hammer to block, a defensive array glowing faintly on its surface. The two forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward. "You've got some skill, kid," Adam said begrudgingly, "but it won't change your fate. You'll end up like that little girl 30 years ago." Noah's eyes narrowed. She didn't know who this little girl was, but Adam's mocking tone filled her with disgust. Despite the raw power of her attack, Adam's hammer remained intact. The ancient dragon's voice murmured in her mind, "That weapon, it's not normal. Only a force like chaos could withstand a full-powered attack from the primordial force." Noah processed the information quickly. "If magic won't work, I'll rely on physical combat." The ancient dragon agreed. "Your enhanced senses and physical strength, combined with regeneration, will give you an edge, but be careful." Switching tactics, Noah launched herself forward, moving like a white blur. Her speed surprised Adam, but he still managed to block her initial punch. However, the sheer force sent him skidding backward, his feet carving long trenches in the ground. "Damn it, what kind of strength is this?" he muttered. Noah didn't respond. She disappeared again, moving faster than his eyes could track. Her punches and kicks rained down like a relentless storm, each blow stronger than the last. "Enough," Adam roared, releasing a surge of black magic that sent Noah flying. She landed gracefully but winced, her body reaching its limit. Adam's aura darkened, an oppressive energy surrounding him. "The power of chaos," the ancient dragon confirmed grimly. "We can't let him escape. If he reports back to the claws of ultimate fear, our secret will be exposed." "I understand," Noah said, determination burning in her eyes. Her body trembled, her energy flickering, yet she forced herself to stand. "You're done for, brat," Adam sneered, surrounding her with black cubes of chaos magic. The cubes closed in, trapping her. "Noah," Helena's terrified scream echoed as the cubes tightened around her friend. But a defiant voice emerged from within the prison. "You will not insult my father." With an explosion of light, the cubes shattered, white flames tearing through the chaos magic. Noah collapsed, her energy completely spent. Adam wasted no time. He raised his hammer, charging toward the fallen girl. "Die, you little pest." Helena's screams echoed in despair. But just as Adam's hammer descended, a voice roared from above. "You dare harm my daughter, Adam, I'll tear you to pieces." Thunder and fire rained down, heralding the arrival of furious fathers. "502. Vol 4ch, 67. Just before the war hammer could strike Noah, Leon arrived, descending from the sky like a divine warrior, a savior in the midst of chaos. Leon timed his arrival perfectly. His feet landed directly on Adam's hammer, the force of his impact driving the massive weapon deep into the ground. Without hesitation, Leon spun and delivered a side kick, lightning crackling around him. Adam, gripping the hammer's handle with all his strength, tried to pull it free. However, Leon's kick was so powerful that Adam had no choice but to release the hammer. If he hadn't, he risked tearing his arms apart. The impact sent Adam flying dozens of meters away. His shoulder screamed in pain as he skidded to a stop, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground. Once he steadied himself, Adam raised his arm, his dislocated shoulder throbbing. His lone dragon eye locked onto Leon with a mixture of rage and unease. "So, this is the man, Shadow, warned us about, Leon Cosmod. It seems your reputation is well-deserved," Adam growled through gritted teeth. The force of Leon's seemingly simple sidekick was something only a seasoned warrior could truly appreciate. Pure, efficient power without any unnecessary flair. Attacking by surprise. If you're so strong, face me in a proper fight." Adam roared, adjusting his stance despite the searing pain in his arm. "It doesn't matter how many of you come at me," Adam continued, his voice laced with venom. "The outcome won't change. Leon Cosmod, someone paid a very high price for your entire family. I'm going to kill you. The air seemed to crackle with electricity, as Leon's voice cut through the fog like a blade. A sharp, bird-like cry echoed, and Leon's figure became clearer. His voice, cold as death itself, carried a weight that even the Warhammer Dragon King, despite his 1,000 years of experience, couldn't ignore. Adam involuntarily stepped back. What did you say?" Adam stammered. "I'm going to kill you. This isn't a threat, it's not a boast. It's a fact." Lightning split the mist, illuminating Leon's face, grim, furious, and filled with an overwhelming killing intent. Adam, for once, found himself speechless. His pride screamed at him to laugh or counter with arrogance, but his words caught in his throat. Seconds ticked by before Adam forced himself to swallow and barked out, "If you're so confident, then prove it." Leon vanished. His speed was incomprehensible. By the time Adam processed the movement, Leon was already at his right side, moving like a phantom. "You're blind in your left eye, relying only on your right," Leon remarked coldly. Electricity surged around Leon's arm, forming a massive claw of pure lightning. So tactically, attacking from your left would be the obvious choice. With blinding speed, Leon's claw clamped down on Adam's throat, slamming him into the ground. Boom! The earth cracked beneath Adam's massive frame, fissures spreading outward like a spiderweb. Cough, Adam spat blood, the impact leaving him dazed. The blood splattered onto Leon's lightning claw and evaporated instantly in the intense heat. "But I don't need cheap tactics to kill you, mongrel," Leon spat, his voice cold and cutting. "Go to hell, you haven't won yet," Adam roared, gripping Leon's arm in desperation. Despite the searing heat and electricity burning his flesh, he struggled to pry the claw off his neck. His resistance was pitiful, a futile attempt by a cornered beast. Leon had no patience for his defiance. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled Adam's massive body into the air. Adam's eyes widened briefly as he was freed, his instincts telling him to retaliate. Midair, he opened his jaws, preparing to strike back. "Fool," Leon muttered. Before Adam could act, a blazing kick slammed into his back. "Argh," Adam howled as flames scorched his spine, burning through his dragon scales. "You dare harm children, and yet you accuse others of betrayal." Constantine's voice boomed as he towered over Adam. The red flame Dragon King pressed Adam into the ground with his foot, raising his leg high before slamming it into Adam's chest. Thud! The ground exploded with debris as Constantine's attack landed. Blood spilled from Adam's mouth, pooling in the cracks of the earth. Constantine's fiery, red eyes glared down at Adam, his voice low and menacing. "For 30 years, Adam, my daughter has slept beneath the waters for 30 years because of you. I've spent every moment since dreaming of how I'd kill you. And today, not even the dragon god can save you." Raising his hands high, Constantine summoned a massive inferno, the flames twisting into a burning fist above his head. "You think you can kill me?" Adam sneered, forcing out a mocking laugh despite the pain. 30 years ago, you couldn't save your daughter. What makes you think you can accomplish anything now, old fool? You're doing this to ease your guilt, aren't you? How pathetic. You should thank me. Without me, you wouldn't have the chance to redeem yourself by helping this human. Back then, I should have torn your precious daughter. Boom! Constantine's flaming fists smashed into Adam, silencing him with a roar of fire and heat. The ground glowed molten red as the force of the blow scorched everything in its radius. Leon approached, standing beside Constantine as they gazed down at Adam's broken form. Neither man spoke. They didn't need to. Their vengeance was quiet, an unspoken satisfaction radiating from their silence. Adam's weak, rasping voice broke through the quiet. "Humans, dragons working together, truly unprecedented. You think you've won, but I'll drag that brat down with me." Adam roared as black energy erupted from his chest, forcing Leon and Constantine to step back. When the dust cleared, Adam was charging toward Noah, her unconscious body limp and defenseless. "Noah," Leon roared, his voice filled with desperation. Adam's twisted grin widened as he lunged. "Cosmod, you'll live the rest of your life in agony over losing your daughter, just like Constantine." Just as Adam's claw reached Noah, a sharp gunshot rang out. Bang! A single enchanted bullet tore through the air, striking Adam's remaining eye. Argh, my eye, my eye. Adam howled as the bullet's magic disintegrated his vision, leaving him completely blind. A green blur darted past. Rebecca scooped up Noah's unconscious form and dashed away. Turning briefly, she smirked at the writhing dragon. Warhammer Dragon King, more like the blind Dragon King now. Adam collapsed, his body twitching as blood seeped from his ruined eye. His strength drained, he leaned against a boulder, his breath shallow. Leon and Constantine stood over him. Adam raised his head weakly, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. Leon, you're searching for Shadow, aren't you? Leon remained silent, his dark gaze unyielding. I have information you want. Let me go and I'll lead you to him, Adam croaked, his words dripping with desperation. Leon's expression didn't change. Don't you want to know why Shadow sent me here, or where Queen Elizabeth is hiding? I can give you answers, just let me live. Finally, Leon spoke, his voice devoid of mercy. You misunderstood something, Adam. Lightning surged as Leon raised his hand. The moment you hurt my daughter, you were already a dead man. Boom. .503. Vol 4ch, 68. Noah felt herself being held by someone. Is it Dad? No, that didn't seem right. There was a faint, unfamiliar fragrance coming from this person. Is it Mom? That didn't seem right either. Her mother's embrace was soft and comforting, but this person's hold, though not exactly hard, didn't feel like her mother's at all. Who is it? Noah tried to open her eyes to see, but her strength seemed to have been entirely drained, making it impossible. Luckily, she didn't sense any malice from the person holding her. Perhaps someone from the academy had come to rescue her. In her groggy state, she caught the sound of a voice. We can't rush straight in. The place is crawling with dragons. It was a girl's voice, youthful and clear. All right, there's a stone cave ahead. Let's bring the two of them there. The reply came from a young man's voice. Got it. Noah struggled to piece together the girl's words. Crawling with dragons. Why did she use that tone to refer to dragons? In the perilous situation with that hammer-wielding monster, it seemed she didn't want help from her kind. Or perhaps, as her thoughts swirled, her head rang with a sharp buzzing noise, and she slipped back into unconsciousness. When Noah came to again, she felt a little better. Weakly opening her eyes, she found herself in a secluded stone cave. In the distance, she could hear thunder and dragon roars echoing. After a brief moment of disorientation, Noah's tired face softened into a small smile of relief. Dad is here. She didn't know why that man had shown up here, but he always had a knack for arriving at the most dangerous moments. It had practically become his signature move. Oh ho ho Tilda, the captain's little dragon girl is even cuter than in the photos. Poke poke, ooh, so soft. In her half-awake state, Noah felt something lightly poke her cheek. The touch was gentle, almost playful, filled with curiosity. So cute, let me poke her again. Why are you calling me cute? Noah wanted to protest, but her body refused to cooperate, leaving her completely at their mercy. Even the ancestor in her mind seemed unresponsive. Was she dead too? No, she probably was, hopefully. With no strength to resist, Noah let the mischievous voice continue poking her cheek. Rebecca, be careful, don't wake her up. She's sleeping like a rock, I just want to touch her tail. Noah. Oh no, it seemed she'd been abducted by some strange people. If she were given the choice, she'd rather fight the Dragon King for 300 rounds than be treated like some kind of pet. But in her current state, there was nothing she could do but accept her fate. Moments later, she felt a light touch at the tip of her tail. She clenched her tiny fists but remained silent. Who knew what these two were capable of? What if waking up led to a fight? Fine, let them touch the tail. She'd endure it. Strangely, the sensation wasn't unpleasant. In fact, the girl's cautious and gentle touch felt much softer than the times she and Moon had playfully tugged at each other's tails. I want to kiss her. Her soft cheeks must feel amazing to kiss. Why don't you just take her home for the captain to raise? Martin, no comments. I don't care, I'm kissing her. Perhaps it was the dragon girl's natural charm or the allure of her delicate, tender features, but Rebecca found herself utterly captivated by Noah. Unable to resist, she leaned down and planted a soft kiss on Noah's cheek. Help, some lunatic is treating me like a doll. Get her off me. Rebecca, enough. Come help me keep watch. I can't cover the whole perimeter by myself. Reluctantly, Rebecca tore herself away from Noah, running to the cave entrance to join Martin in standing guard. Finally, Noah was left in peace. She could now process what the girl had said earlier. She had mentioned the captain's little dragon girl. Could she have been referring to Dad? Mom once said he was the last survivor of a disbanded clan. And based on their comments about tails and other dragon features, it seemed these people had never been this close to a dragon before, especially not a young one. That would explain why the girl had been so fascinated. The faint scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. It wasn't the overwhelming smell of explosives, but rather a subtle trace, almost like bullets. Dragons didn't use firearms. Weapons like that belonged to other cultures, the kind used in those balloon-popping games at Sky City. But Noah remembered her lessons. On Samel Continent, there were certain races whose lack of inherent power led them to rely on tools and firearms to compensate. If the scent was strong enough to cling to someone and linger in the air, it had to be tied to some kind of artillery. Gunners. Noah recalled reading about this unique profession in her textbooks. Like mages with their specialized branches, gunners were a distinct faction formed by those adept with tools. And among all the races that adopted this profession, only one trained gunners as a proper system. Humans. With that clue and the girl's earlier comment about dragons up ahead, Noah began to piece things together. If the captain she mentioned was indeed her father, then this could only mean. Memories and details fell into place like a puzzle in Noah's mind, forming a clear picture. So that's it, Dad. Am I? Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft groan beside her. Noah, where are we? There's movement outside. Rebecca, we need to go. Who's there? The people at the cave entrance. Why haven't they? Helena barely finished speaking before her vision went dark. Within seconds, she fainted again. Noah gently steadied her, letting Helena lean against her for support. Sorry, Helena, rest a little longer. With that, Noah closed her eyes again. Wait, before we leave, let me kiss the little dragon girl one more time. No, we're leaving now. Martin swiftly hoisted Rebecca over his shoulder. She kicked her legs like a disgruntled fish out of water. Little dragon girl Tilda, I haven't kissed you enough. When you grow up, come find me, I'll be your godmother. Noah thought to herself, adults are so childish. Shortly after Rebecca and Martin departed, Noah heard the sound of voices outside the cave. Professor, over here, I heard noises coming from this direction. Quiet. It was Christina's voice. Before venturing into the inner circle of the demonic moon forest, Helena had shared a lead on a dangerous creature she had spotted with Christina. Noah, Helena, where are you? Helena. Noah. Their professor and classmates were calling out. Moments later, someone shouted in joy. Look, they're over here. "504. Vol 4ch, 69. Damn it. Adam spat out a mouthful of blood. Though his right eye, recently shot by Rebecca, could barely make out nearby figures, he glared weakly at Leon. I guess I've fallen into the hands of you lowly humans today. Do what you want, kill me however you please. Ever since he became a mercenary, taking on jobs for money, he had always known this could be his end. What Adam didn't expect was to meet his downfall at the hands of a human. His challenge to Leon, kill me however you want, wasn't spoken in jest. Adam had always been ruthless in his dealings, making his targets suffer a fate worse than death, never granting them an easy end. So, as death stared him in the face, he assumed Leon would do the same. Leon, however, heard the implications behind his words and paused momentarily before responding. I don't torture the dying, Don't lump me in with scum like you. General Leon always grants his opponents a swift end, came a calm voice beside him. Isn't that right, old Constantine? HMPH, humans. Mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. Adam shuddered, biting his tongue almost to the point of severing it, but managed to utter one final taunt. Don't get cocky. I may be soft sometimes, but the one I brought along is. What AH? Before Adam could react, a sharp pain pierced his remaining eye. Blood streamed uncontrollably from the wound, the sensation akin to acid burning into his flesh. My eye, my eye. Realization dawned on him he'd been ambushed, but even then, the torment wasn't over. Constantine stepped forward and with a swift motion, slashed Adam's throat with his dragon claws. Thick blood clogged his windpipe, his agonized screams reduced to a muffled, wet gurgle. Asahi. The intense pain rendered Adam unable to do anything but flail wildly. Constantine, showing no mercy, crushed his shoulders and thigh joints, leaving him unable to move anything but his torso. Leon stood silently, watching the brutal scene unfold. Normally opposed to such excessive violence, he found himself strangely unfazed. Both he and Adam, in their own ways, had earned such a fate. Before long, Adam fell silent. The shattered Dragon King slumped against a boulder, his breathing faint and heartbeats slowing to nothingness. Mind if I take this scum back with me? Constantine asked in a low voice. Leon nodded. He understood the dragon's deep-seated need for vengeance. Constantine wouldn't be satisfied with merely crippling Adam. He'd want his revenge to be absolute. Do as you please. Leon remembered the last time they kept an enemy's corpse too close. The dragon head mounted on their door had turned into a monstrous amalgamation, hellbent on revenge. He didn't need another repeat of that horror. Letting Constantine take Adam to his domain, where he could deal with him in whatever way he saw fit, seemed like the most practical choice. I'm going to find Noah and Helena. Leon turned and headed in the direction Rebecca had indicated earlier. As he neared the cave, he saw a group of children and teachers helping Noah and Helena out. Noah. Leon called out anxiously, running up to his daughter. He knelt in front of her, placing his hands gently on her small shoulders. Wiping the dust and blood from her face, he felt a pang in his heart. Her round little face was pale and exhausted. But the moment Noah saw him, the shadows in her eyes vanished, replaced by pride and determination. Dad, I held out until reinforcements arrived. Wasn't I amazing? Looking at his dust-covered, pitiful little girl, Leon's heart softened. Despite her exhaustion, she still sought his praise, and it took everything he had not to break down into tears. Surrounded by so many people, Leon suppressed his emotions, instead pulling Noah into a tight hug. You were amazing, Noah, the best. Her eyelids drooped, and her consciousness began to fade. That's good, Dad. I just want to sleep for a bit. Noah. Leon called out in concern, but the academy's medic quickly reassured him. She's fine, she's just overexerted her energy. A few days of rest and she'll be back to normal. Relieved, Leon took her small hand in his own before lifting her into his arms. Feeling the warmth and safety of her father's embrace, Noah finally let herself drift into a deep, peaceful sleep. Mr. Leon, we're deeply sorry. We had no idea the Warhammer Dragon King would show up here. If Christina hadn't alerted us in time, Noah and Helena's situation could have been far worse. A teacher approached to apologize profusely. Leon gave him a glance, neither outright forgiving nor scolding him. It's not your fault. By the southwest entrance of the forest, there might still be some of your people alive. Adam injured them, but when I passed through, they were still breathing. If you hurry, you might save them. Thank you, Mr. Leon. Let's go check immediately. As the medics hurried off, Leon's mind lingered on one thought. On their way here, he and Rebecca had encountered several ferocious beasts slain in a gruesome manner. In the deeper parts of the forest, he saw more creatures with similar injuries. It was undoubtedly Adam's handiwork. But was it purely an act of wanton slaughter, or was there another purpose behind it? This might be worth investigating further. Uncle Leon, you're so cool. Uncle, can you sign an autograph for me and my brother? We're from the Golden Sand Dragon clan. Emperor Morgan said you're his buddy. Me too, uncle. I want an autograph. Leon. Stop. Hold on, I'm not some celebrity. No need for autographs. In a flash, the children swarmed him, surrounding him entirely. Behind the children, a teacher carrying the unconscious Helena chuckled. Adam has terrorized our clan for years. No one could stop him. Today, Mr. Leon, you stood up and fought him. Calling you a hero of the dragons wouldn't be an exaggeration. You're far more than just a celebrity. Great, now I'm a hero to the dragons again. Leon muttered, overwhelmed by the situation. Oh no, I'm surrounded by baby dragons. No. As much as Leon liked children, his social anxiety couldn't handle dozens of excitable little dragons all clamoring for his attention. Wait a second, didn't someone just say this was a good thing? It is a good thing. Leon glanced at his sleeping daughter and whispered with a smirk, Noah, let me teach you a life lesson. Good things are best when shared with friends. With a mischievous grin, he looked at the children and said, This victory wasn't just my doing. Was there another hero? Of course. Leon gestured toward Constantine, who was standing nearby. That guy over there played a big role. Why don't you go ask him for an autograph? Yay, let's go. I'll get the first autograph. The children cheered and rushed off toward Constantine. Constantine, still solemnly contemplating his revenge on Adam, suddenly noticed a horde of baby dragons running toward him, shouting about autographs. He glanced at Leon, who was standing a distance away, grinning like a mischievous devil. Got it, this was all you're doing. Leon, I will deal with you later, Constantine muttered under his breath, his stern face twitching slightly. Uncle Constantine, I read about you in my textbooks. You're amazing. Uncle, you're not scary, right? Leon smirked from the sidelines, thoroughly enjoying the sight of the usually stoic Constantine surrounded by excitable children. And thus, Leon thought, at least for today, peace was restored. "505. Vol 4ch, 70. After signing autographs for the kids, Constantine finally exhaled in relief. Well, doesn't it feel satisfying? Leon asked with a sly grin. Constantine shot him a glare, letting out a cold snort. Pointless. Hey, how can it be pointless? You've gone from being the old dragon hero in the kids' eyes to the ultimate badass champion of the dragon clan. Instant image upgrade. Leon continued smugly. By giving you credit and letting you make a triumphant return to the public eye, I've essentially performed high-level crisis management. That's what we call PR in the Empire. Ever heard of it? Constantine didn't bother arguing. He shook out his coat and prepared to leave. But just as he sent off the kids, a group of academy examiners approached, bombarding him with gratitude. Unlike his patience with the children, Constantine was far less accommodating with adults. After a few sentences, he cut them off with an icy remark, Don't waste my time. I've got a grudge to settle back home. The teachers wisely backed off, though one hesitantly asked, Would you like us to arrange for Leviathan to escort you home? Constantine. Do I look like I need a ride? I have my own transport, and it's leagues better than your passenger dragon. Before departing, Constantine turned to Leon, his voice low and sincere. Thanks. Leon raised an eyebrow, pretending not to hear. What was that? Didn't catch it. Constantine closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, reminding himself to stay calm. He's only 30-something. I've lived for centuries. No need to stoop to his level. I said thank you. Now give me Adam's intel. Leon, ever the opportunist, grinned. Oh, it was nothing, just lending a hand, happy to help. Immature, Constantine muttered, shaking his head. Then, in a more serious tone, he added, If you ever need anything, come to me. I owe you one. Leon knew Constantine's principles well. He always repaid his debts, whether in vengeance or gratitude. If not for Leon's intervention, Constantine might still be waiting for the right moment to strike at Adam. I'll keep that in mind, Leon replied with a smile. Without another word, Constantine turned and left. The group watched as he disappeared into the depths of the forest. Moments later, a massive turquoise dragon shot into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. As the commotion settled, one of the examiners approached Leon. "Mr. Leon, with such an unexpected incident, I'm afraid the exam can't continue as planned. We'll arrange for Leviathan to take the children back to the academy. Would you like to return to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary with us?" Leon paused for a moment before nodding. "Sure, but give me 10 minutes. I'll be right back." "Of course, Mr. Leon." Handing Noah to the examiner, Leon instructed, "Take care of her for me." "Don't worry, we will." With that, Leon turned and dashed into the forest. After weaving through a few thickets, he arrived at a hidden spot where Nacho, Rebecca, and Martin were waiting. "All settled?" Martin asked. Leon nodded. "It's done. Constantine took Adam away." "And your daughter, is she okay?" Nacho asked, concern evident in his voice. "She's fine, just overexerted herself. She'll be back to normal after some rest." "Good to hear." Nacho then shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. "What's our next move for the investigation?" Leon understood what Nacho was really asking. "Did you get anything out of Adam before he was taken away?" Leon took a moment before answering. "Dangerous beasts," he said. "Dangerous beasts, what do you mean?" Nacho asked, puzzled. "On our way here, we found a dead rockbeak raven. Based on its injuries, it was killed by Adam." Leon continued, "And in the demonic moon forest, we found many more dead, dangerous creatures with similar wounds. I don't think Adam was randomly killing. He was likely fulfilling a specific task." Leon outlined his plan. "Bring back some of the smaller, more transportable creatures for examination. Study them carefully. We might find useful clues. Moving forward, our focus should be on tracking large-scale, dangerous beasts. If Adam was using them to further some secret agenda, he'd need more than just the ones in this forest. So, if he keeps hunting dangerous creatures, following that trail could lead us straight to the Shadow's plans." Nacho nodded in realization. "Got it, that makes sense." After a moment of silence, Leon spoke again. "Also, I need to apologize." The others looked at him in confusion. "Apologize for what?" Rebecca asked. Leon frowned, his tone heavy. "Before Adam died, he tried to strike a deal with me. He promised to reveal intel on the Shadow if I let him go. I refused. I'm sorry. My decision might have made this entire operation a waste of time." Rebecca immediately nudged him in the shoulder. "What nonsense are you talking about? I saw the situation. That bastard was ready to take Noah with him as leverage. If I were you, I wouldn't have taken the deal either." "Exactly," Martin agreed. "Even if he had intel, how could we trust it? Someone like Adam would only give us enough to save his own skin. No more." Nacho, who often provided strategic insight, also voiced his support. "Family comes first. Anyone else in your position would have made the same choice. Don't beat yourself up, Leon." Their understanding lifted a weight off Leon's shoulders. "Thanks, everyone, but there's something else I need to tell you." He hesitated, then added, "I'll need to go home for a while." "Oh. All right. Sure, Captain." Leon blinked. "What kind of reaction is that? You act like you already knew I was going home. Aren't you curious why?" Rebecca patted his shoulder, her expression serious. "Of course we know. Your wife is expecting again, right? With things here wrapped up, you're in a rush to get back and take care of her." Leon's face stiffened. "Don't exaggerate. I just want to be there to witness the birth, that's all." And you're not taking care of her." "I am." "Ha, stubborn married man," Rebecca teased with a grin. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars and likes for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. "506. Vol 4ch, 71. A gentle breeze brushed her face, cool and refreshing. Noah slowly opened her eyes, finding herself surrounded by clouds under the vast blue sky. She leaned back against a firm chest, and when she turned to look, she saw her father. Leon was sitting cross-legged, with Noah nestled in his lap, comfortably sleeping through the journey. Glancing down, she noticed the smooth scales beneath them. It was the back of the massive Leviathan. Gathering a bit of strength, Noah spoke softly, "Dad." She tried to sit up, but her body, still weak from exhaustion, refused to cooperate. Giving up, she leaned back against Leon once more. Leon gently ruffled her silver hair and said warmly, "Awake now, Noah." "Yeah," Noah's voice was weak, but she managed to respond. "Did you take care of everything, Dad?" "Of course," Leon replied with a confident smile. "When have I ever failed to fix something?" Noah's tired face brightened into a small, proud smile. "Dad, you're amazing." After a moment, she asked, "What about Helena?" "She's doing better than you. She was just shaken up, so her teacher took her and the other students back to the academy. Claudia will check on her soon," Leon explained. "That's good," Noah said with relief. But what?" Leon asked, looking down at her. "Does this mean all our efforts during the test were for nothing?" Leon sighed. "Unfortunately, yes. The monster that attacked you and Helena was Adam, the Warhammer Dragon King. He injured the academy guards and killed many dangerous beasts in the demonic moon forest. The test had to be cancelled because of him. The vice principal plans to organize a new one later." Noah nodded, looking thoughtful. "Well, I guess it wasn't for nothing. After all, Helena and I didn't defeat a single beast. Our score was a big, fat 0. "My daughter with a 0 score. That's a first," Leon teased, chuckling. Noah narrowed her eyes, her expression turning serious as she retorted, "Dad, you might have been amazing as a kid, but now you're just a husband who listens to everything Mom says." "Who taught you that phrase?" Leon asked, raising an eyebrow. "Little Light," Noah said matter-of-factly. "Oh, that explains it." Leon sighed. Little Light was always teaching the kids things that chipped away at his noble image. "When we get home, I'm spanking her." Far away, Little Light sneezed in the middle of her class at the academy. "Are you catching a cold?" her desk mate Ryan whispered. "No," she said, rubbing her nose. "I think someone's badmouthing me." Noah had fallen asleep again at some point. Her body, still too weak, gave her no warning when sleep would overtake her. When she woke up again, she recognized the scenery below. They were near the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. "We're almost home," she murmured. "I haven't been home in 2 years, Dad," she added quietly. Leon nodded. Her mother had mentioned this in her letters. Between school tasks, competitions, and weekend training, Noah hadn't found the time to visit home. Leon decided to test if Noah knew what awaited her. "When we get home, your mother has a surprise for you." "A surprise?" Noah thought for a moment, then said, "Oh, you mean Mom's having another baby?" Leon blinked in surprise. "How do you know that?" "Mom wrote to me last week," Noah replied. "She didn't tell me earlier because she didn't want me to get distracted from training. She only mentioned it right before the test." Leon sighed. Mother and daughter think alike. It had been months since Leon last saw Rosvisser. This wasn't the longest they'd been apart. Once, in a future timeline, they'd been separated for 6 months. Back then, though, he had an adult Noah by his side and could see Rosvisser, even if only sealed in a crystal. This time, all he had were the crooked letters of her handwriting to keep him company. Distance made the heart grow fonder, and Leon had never felt the pain of separation so acutely. Now, as he approached home, he was filled with excitement. Has she been taking care of herself? Leon did a quick mental calculation. He had been gone for just over 4 months. Rosvisser must have gotten pregnant shortly after he left. 4 months meant she was starting to show. His timing couldn't have been better. She'd need someone by her side as her belly grew, and he intended to be there for her every step of the way. "I'm such a good husband. She'll be so moved when I get home," Leon thought, feeling smug. "Dad." Noah's soft voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Yes." I want to ask you something," she said hesitantly. "Go ahead." Noah squinted at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary in the distance, its majestic outline becoming clearer. Her lips, pale from fatigue, pressed together. Her silver hair blew across her face, her expression unreadable, a mixture of hesitation and contemplation. After a long pause, she finally spoke again. "I want to ask if you're—" She stopped herself, lowering her head. "Am I what?" Leon prompted. But Noah didn't answer. Looking down, he saw that she had fallen asleep again. "Well, we're almost home, sleepyhead," Leon said softly. He removed his coat and draped it over her, pulling her closer to keep her warm. Whatever question had weighed on Noah's mind, she decided not to ask. She thought to herself, maybe I'll ask him later. For now, she nestled into his arms, feeling the warmth and safety of home. Leviathan hovered above the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, casting a long shadow over the ground. A beam of light descended, gently lowering Leon and Noah to the sanctuary's entrance. Maids came out to greet them, and the guards, seeing their prince return after so long, called out warm welcomes. Leon greeted everyone in turn as he walked toward the grand staircase of the sanctuary. At the top, beyond the maids, a tall, elegant figure emerged. She stepped down the stairs with measured grace. Her long silver hair flowed freely, swaying in the wind like a celestial ribbon. Her simple, loose gown shimmered in the sunlight, making her look like a porcelain doll. Despite being barefaced, the Silver Dragon Queen Rosvisser Melkve stood out among the maids, her natural beauty radiant and unmissable. Her sharp, commanding aura had softened over time, replaced by the warmth and gentleness of motherhood. To Leon, however, she was just as stunning as the day he fell in love with her. They stood at different levels, one looking up, the other down, their gazes meeting. In their dark and silver eyes, they saw only each other, the reflection of a love that had endured countless trials. Even after all these years, every time they looked at each other like this, it felt impossible to look away. I'm home, Rosvisser. Welcome home, Leon. (507). Vol 4ch, 72. The messenger dragon from St. Sis Academy had arrived at the Silver Dragon Sanctuary a few hours ahead of Leviathan, delivering news of the events in the examination grounds. This made Leon's explanation much easier. Once the briefing was complete, they lingered at the doorway for a while before heading to the sisters' room. In the shared bedroom, Leon gently laid Noah down on the large bed, still wrapped in her elder sister's cloak. Rosvisser didn't leave. Instead, Leon fetched a chair, guiding Rosvisser to sit on it with care. As he had suspected, the past 4 months had clearly shown their effects. Rosvisser's figure had changed slightly, and even beneath her loose-fitting gown, faint contours were discernible. Noticing Leon's gaze, the queen smiled softly, placing a hand on her slightly rounded abdomen. 2 months after you left, I started feeling the symptoms of morning sickness. By my calculations, this little one will be here in another 6 months. That's really wonderful. Leon sat on the edge of the bed, his hands fiddling nervously. He kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with Rosvisser ever since they entered the room. Rosvisser, of course, noticed. Their reunion after several months apart had made him a little stiff and uncertain. Perhaps it was guilt for not being by her side during this time, or maybe it was the sudden end to their long-distance separation. Either way, the usually confident man seemed at a loss. Rosvisser chuckled, reaching out. Her soft, warm hand lightly rested on Leon's large, calloused one. The moment their skin touched, she could feel the tension in his body ease significantly. The simple contact dissolved the awkwardness and silence that had lingered. I missed you so much, she said, her voice tender, her gaze deep as she looked at the man before her. I missed you too, Leon murmured. Rosvisser let out a light laugh. I know you miss me, but that's not what I want to talk about. Then what is it? I want to tell you not to turn my longing into a burden. I don't think it's fair to me for you to feel guilty about not being here. Rosvisser extended her other hand, gently holding Leon's slightly clenched fist, running her fingers over the scars and calluses that brought her so much comfort. My longing should be your strength, the reason you keep fighting and moving forward. She smiled, her voice growing softer. I hope that when you face challenges or feel cornered, just thinking of me will give you the strength to keep going. And if that's the case... Her fingertips brushed along the back of Leon's hand, finally resting lightly against his cheek. Then each time we meet again, it will feel as it should. Rosvisser had a unique ability to guide Leon out of the emotional mazes he occasionally trapped himself in. She understood him better than anyone else, perhaps even better than he understood himself. Her words struck a chord in Leon. The tension in his expression finally softened into a smile. Got it, I understand now. Good. Memo. And tonight, we'll settle the rest. Settle what exactly? You've been away from home for so long. Of course, I have to make a little fuss about it, she replied with a serious expression, as if making a fuss were an official procedure that had to be followed. Rossvisser, being a workaholic, was always thorough with necessary steps. All right, Leon conceded. One moment she was the understanding and considerate wife, and the next, she revealed her true self, fully expressing her concern in her unique way. What's this called again? Leon asked with a half-smile. This is called formalities first, then the storm. Rossvisser's mastery of her methods was undeniable. Watching Leon's expression shift from safe haven with a kind wife to terrifying queen's domain filled her with satisfaction. And yet, she didn't hold back from delivering a final jab. And it will be a storm of epic proportions, Tilda. Maybe I should spend a couple of days with Constantine to avoid the fallout, Leon thought to himself. Why are you silent? Say something, Rossvisser teased, bumping her knee lightly against his. Leon snapped out of his daze. I thought you were sentencing me to execution tonight. Rossvisser rolled her eyes. Losing your little sulk already, are you? Ready to start bickering with me? Doesn't Her Majesty enjoy sparring with me the most? Maybe, but I'm a pregnant woman now. Do you remember your status when I was pregnant with little Light? Thank you, Your Majesty, Leon started, memories flooding back. The realization nearly knocked him backward. Say it, what was your status back then? Can we not talk about it? Nope, say it, I want to hear it. But weren't you going to start making a fuss tonight? It's only afternoon. If making a fuss had a time limit, it wouldn't really be making a fuss. Wow, that's so logical, Your Majesty. I can't argue with that. What? You still think about arguing with me? You don't love me anymore. No, that's not it. You don't care about me anymore. That's not what I meant. Then I'm going to start making a fuss. My queen, have mercy. Before they could escalate further, a sudden shout broke the moment. Adam, I'll kill you. Both turned toward the bed, startled. Noah, are you having a nightmare? Don't scare Mommy, Noah, Rossvisser whispered softly. Noah, still sitting up with her eyes closed, continued muttering. Adam, you dared to scare Helena? I'll kill you. And Dad, your lightning rush wasn't fast enough back then. Watch how it's done. With that, she collapsed back onto the bed, fainting again. Leon checked her pulse and heartbeat, confirming they were steady and returning to normal. It seems she was just having a bad dream, he said, relieved. Meanwhile, Noah, who had fainted, sneakily cracked open one eye. Hugh, if I hadn't intervened, Mom might have completely roasted Dad. Silver Dragon's top support strikes again. Satisfied that her work was done, Noah resumed her act. As peace returned to the room, Rossvisser turned her sharp gaze back to Leon. Now, where were we? She asked, clearly ready to pick up where she left off. I forgot, Leon replied quickly. Idiot, she snorted. Of course, Leon remembered exactly where they were, but years of marriage had taught him better than to admit it. Knowing that pushing further would only annoy him, Rossvisser changed her tone. Now then, it's time for some real business. She crossed her legs and gestured for him to come closer. What now? Your queen is thirsty from the journey. I need you to quench my thirst. From her place in bed, Noah listened to the ensuing exchange. Not in the kids' room, that's inappropriate. Then come, once we're in our room, I'll take proper * care of my Prince Tilda. Noah could hear them getting up, the sounds of an embrace and footsteps heading toward the door. Mixed in were strange sounds she couldn't quite describe, sounds she'd only heard when Khan ate jelly. Curious, she muttered, so strange, let me listen again. #508. Vol 4ch, 73. Rossvisser leaned forward gently against Leon's chest, her lips brushing against the corner of his mouth as if savoring the finest delicacy. She wasn't in any rush to deepen the kiss, instead wanting to slowly and thoroughly relish these precious hours together after their long-awaited reunion. Months of longing for this man had now condensed into this moment of intimate physical connection, a sensation so overwhelming she could barely contain herself. Because she was pregnant, Leon didn't press down on Rosvisser, instead letting her rest on top of him. This way, Rosvisser's fragrance completely surrounded him, a warm and enveloping sensation. Leon inhaled deeply, savoring the scent emanating from her. Rosvisser chuckled softly, lifting hand to pinch his nose. "My scent, is it pleasant?" "It's wonderful," Leon replied without hesitation. Though Leon wasn't particularly thick-skinned, he didn't bother hiding his genuine feelings this time. "HMPH, haven't you smelled enough after all this time?" "I could never get enough. I'll always want more," he said with a small smile. The Dragon Queen, pleased by his sweet words, unconsciously flicked the tip of her elegant tail. No matter how strong or self-sufficient a woman might be, even the Silver Dragon Queen wasn't immune to the charms of flirtation and sincere affection. And Leon wasn't lying. Those words, which might have seemed playful or overly sweet, were spoken from the heart, words meant to make the person he loved happy. Leon, however, hadn't always been good at or comfortable with such gestures. In fact, he often thought Rosvisser, with her independent and commanding demeanor, wouldn't care for such niceties. But he had come to realize that regardless of status or personality, a woman's love for tender words and flattery was as instinctive as a cat's urge to scratch. Tilda, Rosvisser hummed softly, teasing him by grinding her lithe waist slightly against him. Her long, smooth legs tangled around his waist like two seductive serpents, wrapping and unwrapping playfully. The rustling of their clothes filled the room, her intentions clear in every subtle movement. "Do you like it?" Rosvisser asked, her tone mischievous yet curious, watching him intently. Leon, of course, liked it. But unlike the earlier question about her scent, this query held a much deeper and more layered meaning. It wasn't just about whether he enjoyed her teasing movements. It could also mean whether he liked her allure, her boldness, or perhaps her willingness to push boundaries. Leon, with his extensive experience handling the Queen's sly tricks, saw through her trap instantly. If he answered honestly, she would undoubtedly retreat, leaving him yearning and caught in her web. So he chose to play along. "I love it, my wife. I absolutely love it," he said with mock sincerity. "HMPH, if that's the case, then I suppose we'll stop here for today," Rosvisser declared, smirking as she prepared to pull away. As expected, once she felt she had stirred enough of a reaction from him, she attempted to leave, forcing him to make the next move. But Leon had anticipated this. Just as Rosvisser shifted to rise, she felt a firm hand press against her rear, keeping her in place. "Take your hand off my body," she commanded, her tone firm, though her words faltered slightly. "Where's my hand exactly, Your Majesty?" Leon asked, grinning mischievously. If you don't specify the exact location, how am I supposed to move it?" Rosvisser flushed crimson, biting her lower lip. She had known Leon would come prepared, but she hadn't expected him to turn the tables on her so quickly in their first round of playful combat. She tried to feign ignorance. "I don't know what you're talking about, just take your hand off me." "Your Majesty, I truly don't understand. My hand isn't even on your body. And what's the difference between your body and your rear, anyway?" "Dog," she spat, her frustration clear, though she didn't make any real effort to stop him. Satisfied with her flustered reaction, Leon suddenly lifted his hand and brought it down sharply. Smack! Tilda, Rosvisser yelped, half lying against his chest, her flushed face burying into his shoulder as the sting spread across her skin. This was familiar, the sound, the sensation, and the satisfaction. Rosvisser, still half leaning against him, glared fiercely, twisting his arm in retaliation. "Ouch, that hurts," Leon yelped, though his grin only widened. "HMPH serves you right, now take your hand off." But instead of retreating, Leon leaned closer, his voice dropping to a teasing whisper. "Do you know what they say back where I'm from, Your Majesty? An eye for an eye." "What, my rear?" Rosvisser's indignation turned into another sharp cry as Leon cheekily pinched her. For Leon, this was uncharted territory. Usually, he would stop at a playful smack, but Rosvisser's defiance today had emboldened him to push further. Rosvisser, her face still burning, could do little but lean against him, her hand reflexively rubbing her stinging rear. "Leon, please take your hand off my rear. Thank you, she finally managed to say, her voice low but resolute. Of course, Your Majesty, Leon replied, finally relenting with a satisfied smile. Magnificent, he murmured under his breath, amused by her mix of indignation and exasperation. Despite the playful battle, the two found themselves without further plans to escalate. So they leaned in and kissed, the earlier tension dissolving into tenderness. Since we're already married, why not kiss when we're bored? Rosvisser teased lightly between kisses, her breath warm against his lips. For them, what might have seemed like sweet affection to others was often a playful game of one-upmanship, one that kept their relationship lively and endlessly entertaining. After a while, Rosvisser slowly sat up, her lips still glistening from their shared moments. The sunlight streaming in illuminated her flushed face, her gaze soft and lingering on Leon. Considering the circumstances, we can only go this far for now, she said with a sly smile. I understand, Leon replied, his voice low. But are you satisfied with just this? Leon knew exactly what she meant. Rosvisser had many ways to explore their intimacy without relying on the usual. In the past, she had always been the one to take the lead. But this time, Leon decided to turn the tables. As Rosvisser raised a questioning brow, surprised by his initiative, her lips curled into a sultry smile. You bad man, this will cost you dearly. Whatever you want, Leon whispered. Rosvisser leaned closer, her silvery hair falling across his face, tickling his skin. Reunions like this are rare, my little lion. Don't waste it by rushing things, she murmured, her voice dripping with affection and mischief. "509. Vol 4ch, 74. Having finally reunited with his family after months of separation, General Leon had settled into a new routine. Taking care of Noah during the day, and taking care of his wife at night. One task drained his energy, the other his strength, but it was fulfilling. A few days later, Noah received a letter from Helena. The letter began by asking about Noah's health before moving on to inform her that the Academy's promotion exams would be held again. Redoing the promotion exams, Leon asked after Noah summarized the letter. Noah nodded and put the letter aside. Yes, because of Adam's interference, the number of dangerous creatures in the demonic moon forest surged unexpectedly. The Academy couldn't accurately measure the difficulty level, so they decided to hold the exams again. Leon considered this for a moment before replying seriously. That makes sense. Are they holding the new exam in the demonic moon forest again? No, Noah replied. Helena mentioned in the letter that the sudden incident disrupted the Academy's plans. Since they hadn't prepared an alternative site, they're reverting to the old exam format. Rosvisser raised an eyebrow. What's the old exam format? It's simulated combat, Noah said after a brief pause. Simulated combat? Isn't that similar to your regular training? Wouldn't that make the exam much easier? Not necessarily, Noah replied. The simulated combat and promotion exams is different. Specifically, it involves. She hesitated, searching for the right words. Role-playing, she finally said, choosing the simplest term to describe it. Role-playing, Leon and Rosvisser exchanged puzzled looks. What kind of roles do they usually play? Rosvisser asked, intrigued. Oh, things like wounded knights, zombie kings, or desperate heroes and lost succubi, Noah explained with a small smile. But why would simulated combat need role-playing? Leon asked, confused. It's mostly to help the instructors teach us how to handle various situations, Noah said with a shrug. Fair enough, Leon replied. What kind of role are you expecting this time? Noah scratched her head, glanced across the dinner table at her father, and said, The person we'll face is someone described in our textbooks as a man in black armor. For a moment, it felt like a thunderbolt had struck the room. Leon froze on the spot. For the dragons, there was no one else in the world who could match the description of a man in black armor, from their history books besides Leon himself. Rosvisser stifled a laugh, but Leon's expression darkened as he quickly pieced things together. The dragons had likely framed his historical role to match their narrative, just as human literature from wartime often painted dragons as evil creatures to instill animosity in children. Understanding this didn't stop Leon from feeling a bit bitter. He had devoted himself to training his daughter and sending her to the best academy in the Dragon Kingdom, only for her graduation project to involve role-playing a battle against her father. It was absurd. As Leon sat there reflecting on the irony, Rosvisser's amused voice broke the silence. "You seem upset. Tonight, why don't you role-play the man in black armor for me? Let's see if I can make you cry," she teased. Leon glared at her. "Very funny." Noah chimed in. "Apparently, the academy pulled those black armor sets from their storage for the new exam. They're just props, nothing like the real thing from our textbooks." This piqued Leon's curiosity. He leaned forward. "Speaking of textbooks, what exactly do they say about the man in black armor?" Noah hesitated, her bright blue eyes darting as if she were carefully choosing her words. After a pause, she finally spoke. "It says he wielded a powerful magic that caused significant trouble for the dragon warriors on the front lines. Several dragon kings fell to his hands. He's described as the dragon's greatest enemy." "I see," Leon scratched his nose, trying to sound casual. "And what do you think about him? Was he strong?" Rosvisser muttered under her breath, "You're embarrassing yourself, Leon." Leon ignored her, staring at his daughter expectantly. Noah sighed. Was this what it was like to deal with a clueless father? She suddenly felt sympathy for her mother, wondering how she had endured this for so many years. "I think he was very strong," Noah replied, her tone careful but firm. After a moment, she added with conviction, "And my goal is to defeat him." Leon raised an eyebrow in surprise. "The war is over, Noah. You'll probably never encounter him." Noah met his gaze steadily. "Who knows? Maybe one day, fate will grant me the chance to challenge this powerful man, and when that day comes, I'll win." Leon smirked. "You'll be the death of me, kid." Deciding it was best to leave the conversation there, he let it drop. If they continued, things might devolve into something absurd. Besides, Rosvisser was barely holding back her laughter. After dinner, Noah returned to her room, while Leon and Rosvisser remained in the living room. "What do you think about the rescheduled exams?" Rosvisser asked, reclining on the sofa with her dragon-winged slippers on, gazing at the ceiling. Leon sat beside her, his demeanor suddenly serious. Adam's sudden appearance in the demonic moon forest caught everyone off guard. Noah and Helena barely escaped. "If things had gone slightly worse, we might not have been having dinner with them tonight," he said solemnly. Rosvisser nodded thoughtfully. "It's true, we were lucky this time. What are you worried about?" Leon met her gaze, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Rosvisser blinked, quickly realizing what he was planning. "You're not thinking of..." Leon's smile widened. "Exactly." What would Leon do next? Even the Dragon Queen couldn't predict how far he would go to ensure his family's safety. 510. Vol 4ch, 75. "A certain kind of person I can't trust anyone else to handle," Leon said, as his thoughts became evident to Rosvisser in an instant. "You're planning to sneak into the exam site, disguised as one of the many Black Gold Knight cosplayers. That way, you can ensure Noah's safety right on the spot." Rosvisser mulled it over. It's a bit ridiculous, but even if the academy finds out, the principal and the staff likely won't say much. After all, we are directly tied to the Adam incident. We have every right to take precautions." As always, Rosvisser carefully weighed the pros and cons of Leon's plan. "All right, I support you." Hearing her approval, Leon exhaled in relief. "I thought you wouldn't agree." Rosvisser raised a brow, resting her chin on her hand with a playful smile. "Why would you think that?" "Because the whole thing feels a bit over the top. But I can't think of a better way to protect Noah without her knowing." Leon's protectiveness toward his daughter had a touch of post-traumatic stress. Like any overbearing father, he was deeply wary of anything that could pose a threat to his child's safety. The unexpected attack in the demonic moon forest had cemented his determination to ensure such a thing never happened again. As Rosvisser, his wife of 5 years, well knew, once an idea takes root in Leon's mind, it's as if it's nailed there. He won't rest until he carries it out. Moreover, Rosvisser shared his concerns. As a mother, she too was worried about Noah's safety after such a harrowing ordeal. This shared wavelength was what made them such a well-matched couple. But, Rosvisser added thoughtfully, even if we manage to infiltrate the exam, it might not be easy to obtain one of those black armor sets the Academy uses. Leon blinked and gestured for Rosvisser to look at him. What's that supposed to mean? Rosvisser asked, confused. Is there a chance, Leon began, leaning in with a mischievous grin, that the man standing before you is the original owner of the black armor? Rosvisser froze for a moment, then realization dawned. Oh, I can't believe I forgot about that. Leon chuckled, pulling her into his arms and gently patting her head. Pregnancy brain is real, poor thing. Rosvisser playfully swatted at his chest in mock protest, but quickly gave up, letting him hold her close. This is actually pretty comfortable, she murmured as she leaned against him, resting her head on his lap. Leon lowered his gaze, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. His fingers lightly traced her smooth, pale skin, appreciating the rare moment of tranquility between them. This moment feels perfect, he said softly. After a pause, Leon continued, there are still a few days until the exam. We have enough time to prepare. All right, Rosvisser replied, then tomorrow we'll. Before she could finish, a sharp bird cry came from the backyard. The couple exchanged glances and quickly got up, heading to the balcony to see where the sound had come from. In the training yard, Noah was already practicing with training dummies. Our daughter is so diligent, Leon remarked, shaking his head in admiration. She must be gearing up for the new exam, Rosvisser said, her hands cupping her face with a proud smile. After a moment, she glanced at Leon and teased, she's very determined to defeat the man in black armor, you know. Leon rolled his eyes, childish. What's childish about wanting to defeat you? I wasn't talking about Noah, I was talking about you. Me, how am I childish? You just are, you're over 200 years old but still act like a kid sometimes. You're saying I'm immature. No, not at all. You are, you're saying I'm immature. You want a divorce, don't you? You even want to hit me. Leon. Pregnant women, terrifying creatures, he muttered under his breath. The next day, Leon donned his workout gear and headed to the training yard. If Noah was back to training, then her personal human punching bag, her father, couldn't be absent. By the time Leon arrived, Noah had already started her warm-ups. The princess's morning routine was intense. 100 shuttle runs, 200 high knees, 30 push-ups, 100 single-arm pull-ups. If she felt up to it, she would finish with several laps around the training yard as a dessert. During her warm-ups, Noah didn't need a sparring partner, so Leon sat on the grass nearby, quietly observing. He held a breakfast box filled with freshly prepared food. After a while, Noah finished her warm-up and jogged over to him, her small arms swinging as she ran. Morning, Dad, she said, her face glistening with a light sheen of sweat, her cheeks flushed pink and her breath slightly labored. Take a break, catch your breath, and then have some breakfast, Leon said, handing her a bottle of water and a towel. Okay. Noah took the towel, dampened it with water, and wiped her face. Immediately, she felt refreshed. After cleaning up, she sat beside her father. They sat shoulder to shoulder, knees hugged to their chests, their postures almost identical. Looking out at the vast training yard, Leon and Noah shared a rare, quiet moment together. Dad, Noah said. Yeah. The lightning wolf breakthrough you taught me, I think I've mostly got it down now. Really? That's impressive. It took me a lot longer to master it back when I was training, Leon said, genuinely proud. Leon had long since learned that Noah's dedication stemmed from her desire to gain his approval. Knowing this, he never held back on praise when it was deserved. Noah smiled. Hearing praise from you first thing in the morning makes me happy all day. But then her expression shifted, a faint crease forming between her brows. What's wrong? Leon asked, noticing immediately. Nothing, Noah said hesitantly. It's just, I might not be able to use Lightning Wolf breakthrough effectively in real combat. Why not? Is it because it takes too long to prepare, leaving you open to an attack? Noah shook her head. Not quite, it's hard to explain, let me show you. All right, but eat your breakfast first, Leon insisted. Yes, Dad. After breakfast, the two returned to the training yard. From a safe distance, Noah began concentrating lightning magic into her palm. When the energy was fully gathered, she thrust her hand forward, unleashing a lightning wolf that streaked across the field with incredible speed. The technique was flawless, smooth, powerful, and precise. But as the lightning wolf shot forward, the recoil from the powerful spell forced Noah to stumble back 2 steps, her upper body swaying before she regained her balance. She turned to Leon. That's what I mean. After using lightning wolf breakthrough, I can't stabilize my stance because of the recoil. Leon nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. The problem lies in the spell itself. The lightning wolf is a long-range attack that requires a burst of magical energy to propel it forward. That same burst creates a force that pushes back on the caster. He walked over and ruffled Noah's hair. You're still young. Your body isn't strong enough yet to handle the recoil. That's why it's affecting you so much. As Rebecca would put it, this damn sniper rifle has way too much kickback. Is there any way to fix it, Dad? Leon hesitated. Not really. It's my fault for teaching you this spell too early without considering how it might affect you. Noah shook her head, smiling. It's not your fault, Dad. I was going to learn it eventually. Teach me something else in the meantime. All right, Leon said, grinning. I've got plenty of tricks up my sleeve to teach you. (511) Vol 4CH 76. A few days later, as the rescheduled promotion exams approached, Leon and Rossvisser accompanied Noah back to St. Sis Academy. However, due to Rossvisser's pregnancy, she couldn't stay in her dragon form for long, so their loyal retainer, Lily, came along to assist. After several hours of flight, the family reached the gates of the academy. Instead of hurrying to her classroom, Noah went to the playground of the Junior Dragon Division, looking for someone. Soon, she spotted her younger sisters among a group of little dragonlings. Waving her hand, she called out their names. Moon, Aurora. The 2 little dragon girls were busy chasing dragonflies. Moon said, "Dragonfly legs must taste crispy and crunchy." Aurora replied, "We're noble dragons. Dragons don't eat dragonflies." Moon thought about it for a moment and then countered, "But if I roast them first, they'll taste better." Aurora couldn't argue with that logic, so she joined her second sister in catching food. Hearing Noah's voice, Moon's antenna-like cowlick perked up instantly, locking onto her sister's direction with precision. It's Big Sister, Big Sister. Dragonflies can't possibly smell as nice as Big Sister. Moon dashed toward Noah and expertly leapt into her arms. Big Sister, have you been busy with exams these past few days? I haven't seen you at all, and I missed you so much. Moon clung to Noah's arm, rubbing her soft cheek against it affectionately. To avoid alarming the younger students, the academy had temporarily sealed off information about the incident in the demonic Moon Forest. Moon had no idea what Noah had gone through recently. Luckily, Noah had recovered quickly. Otherwise, if her sisters had returned home for the weekend and found her there too, they would have undoubtedly bombarded her with endless questions. Yeah, I've been super busy preparing for the big competition. I didn't have time to come out and play, Noah explained, gently patting Moon's head before deftly changing the subject. Oh, by the way, Mom and Dad came to see us too. They're over there. Moon's eyes sparkled. Mom and Dad are here, yay Tilda. Waving her hand, Moon sprinted off to greet them. Leon and Rossvisser stood in the distance, waving back at her with warm smiles. Amidst this harmonious scene, Noah caught sight of a familiar tuft of pink hair in the distance. Noah froze for a moment. Aurora, don't tell me. Her youngest sister approached with her usual sharp, perceptive look. Big sis, have your injuries healed already? Aurora asked bluntly, tilting her head in a way that showed she wasn't easily fooled. Noah's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure and feigned ignorance. Injuries? What injuries? I'm perfectly fine. She didn't want her sisters to know about what she and Helena had endured in the demonic Moon Forest. Just as their father never shared bad news with them, Noah felt she had a responsibility as the eldest sister to shield her siblings from worry. Aurora leaned in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Don't try to fool me, big sis. My intel network spans every corner of the academy. It wasn't hard to find out. Noah's eyes widened. What intel? What exactly do you know? Aurora smirked proudly. Of course, I know the exact day we'll get a holiday this semester. Noah let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. That's so you, Aurora. Aurora's information network wasn't built for personal gain or showing off, as it often was with other students who created similar networks. Her reason was far simpler. I just like having fun and finding interesting tidbits. It's not my fault there are unexpected benefits, Aurora said nonchalantly. That's surprisingly in character for you, you little rascal, Noah said, pinching Aurora's cheek affectionately. Then, in a more serious tone, she added, Don't tell Moon about any of this. I don't want her to worry. Got it, big sis Tilda, Aurora replied cheerfully, her sharp mind hidden beneath her playful demeanor. Leon and Rosvisser soon walked over, with Leon carrying Moon in his arms. Aurora quickly ran to Rosvisser, who bent down to scoop her up and nuzzle her cheek. Did you miss Mommy? Yes, Tilda, Aurora chirped, planting a kiss on Rosvisser's cheek before turning to Leon. When did Daddy come back? Leon had spent the past few months chasing Shadow's trail in the Empire. Rosvisser had told the children he was on a secret mission for the Dragon Kings. Not long ago, why did you miss me? Leon asked teasingly. Aurora nodded, of course. Who do you miss more, Daddy or Mommy? Leon pressed. Aurora sighed internally. He's been obsessed with this question since I was in the egg, hasn't he? With a practiced answer, Aurora replied, I miss Daddy and Mommy equally. Leon grinned triumphantly. See, I win, she gave me a kiss earlier. That doesn't mean anything, Rosvisser retorted playfully. Aurora. The promotion exams were about to begin. In the Academy's massive training arena, dozens of black-armored figures stood ready, waiting for the students to enter. Among them, Leon, hidden in one of the suits, kept his presence low-key. I haven't seen lightning magic as strong as his in ages, nor have I encountered anyone like him in a long time. Why so sentimental, brother? Cheer up. At least the war between humans and dragons is over. True enough. By the way, what's your exam number this time? 3365. What about yours? 3456. Sequential numbers. Chalucky you. Hey man, your armor looks brand new. You've kept it in great shape. Silence. Acting all aloof, huh? Come on, don't be so cold. Relax. All we have to do is play around with the kids for a bit and call it a day. Emma, what's your number? The aloof one in the pristine, nearly brand new armor looked down at his chestplate and replied in a low voice. 9527. Nice, that's a unique number. 9527 shrugged, showing little interest. Oi oi big guy. At that moment, a dragon teacher with a slight accent walked over, tapping on 9527's chestplate. The crisp sound echoed as the teacher's voice rang out. I heard you're a fan of good armor. The face beneath 9527's helmet tightened, and he instinctively took a step back. Could it be that they've noticed something suspicious? Big guy, your armor. It's broken, 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 broken. Your armor isn't as flashy as mine. 512s. Vol 4CH, 77. Noah and Helena stood outside the training hall, nervously waiting for their turns. Moments ago, their instructor had announced the exam rules. The promotion exam would be conducted as a closed combat simulation against the black-armored figures inside the hall. Magic usage was unrestricted. Principal Olette and Vice Principal Wilson would oversee each match from the stands, combining their evaluations with scores from the black-armored figures and the respective class instructors to determine the final grades. To ensure fairness, each black-armored figure would participate in at least 1 to 3 matches. The young dragons drew lots to determine their opponents. Helena glanced at the number on her slip, 1309. It indicated she would be facing the black-armored figure, labeled 1309. A number starting with 1, I'll probably be up pretty early. Helena murmured, her brows furrowing as her nervousness showed. She was far more anxious than during the events in the demonic moon forest. Back then, she had been paired with Noah. Having a close friend by her side had provided a sense of security that words couldn't describe. However, this promotion exam followed the traditional format, one-on-one duels. The isolation made Helena's nerves get the better of her. Just as her unease reached a peak, a small, warm hand gently rested on her cold, trembling one. Startled, Helena turned her head to see Noah smiling at her. Noah's usual frosty expression softened into a determined, encouraging smile. "Just do what you always do. Don't worry, you'll pass the exam for sure," Noah reassured her. Helena looked down, the tension in her chest easing slightly. She flipped her hand over, interlacing her fingers with Noah's to feel her warmth. "This makes me feel a lot better," Helena admitted softly. "But back in the forest, I was nothing but a burden to you." "There's no such thing as being a burden. Say that again and I'll get mad," Noah replied firmly. Noah didn't view that day in the forest as Helena dragging her down. In those life-or-death moments, her inability to protect her friend only highlighted her own shortcomings. For days after, Noah had been reflecting on that experience. She often asked herself, "If I were stronger, could I have escaped with Helena before Dad arrived? If I were stronger, could I have protected more of our companions before reinforcements came?" Noah held herself to impossibly high standards, often to the point of self-criticism. But when it came to Helena, her best friend, there was no way she could see this silly sea dragon girl as a hindrance. "All right, I understand," Helena said, smiling faintly. She clutched her number slip tightly. 1309, "I'll pass this exam no matter what." Seeing Helena regain her composure, Noah finally felt relieved enough to smile back. "Oh, by the way, Noah, what number did you draw?" "I haven't looked yet." "Well, hurry up and check." Helena leaned in curiously as Noah slowly unfolded her slip of paper. 9527, Noah read aloud. 9527, that's your opponent, Helena asked. "Yep, looks like I'm going later," Noah replied, staring at the simple 4-digit number. For some reason, an unexplainable excitement bubbled up inside her. Am I getting nervous? Or is it something else? Noah couldn't put her finger on the feeling, but if she had to describe it more bluntly, it would be, "I can't wait to kick 9527s, but as hard as I can." A few minutes later, the instructor's voice rang out. "Students assigned to match 1309, Helena, Christina, please enter the hall and prepare. Your match will begin shortly." Helena's breath hitched slightly, but she quickly steadied herself. She jumped off her seat and glanced back at Noah. "If I pass the exam, we're going on a date, Noah." What a dramatic declaration, Helena. Are you risking your life just to go on a date with me? I'm almost moved to tears. Why do I feel like you're holding back laughter? Helena chuckled, waving as she headed inside. "All right, I'm going now." "Good luck," Noah called out. Helena nodded and followed the other students into the hall. Noah remained outside, waiting for her turn. Bored, she opened her number slip again, muttering the digits under her breath. 952, 79527. HMPH, just wait. I'm going to pummel your butt into oblivion. After hyping herself up with that fiery declaration, Noah focused on steadying her nerves and avoiding any negative thoughts. Roughly half an hour later, Helena and her group emerged from the hall. The 3 young dragons bore traces of battle, their appearances slightly disheveled. It seemed the instructors playing the black-armored figures had taken the exam seriously, showing no favoritism or leniency. Helena smoothed her messy hair and looked up, spotting Noah jogging toward her. "How did it go, Helena? Are you hurt?" Noah's first concern was her friend's well-being. "No injuries, I'm fine," Helena reassured her with a smile. "Grades don't matter as long as we're safe." Helena shook her head, laughing softly. "I'm all right, let's sit for a bit." "Sure." The two returned to their previous spot, where Noah had prepared some water and snacks. Helena replenished her energy while describing the hall's layout and the fight. Meanwhile, the instructor continued calling out numbers for the next matches. "Students assigned to match 1428, Siri, Angel, please enter the hall and prepare." Students assigned to match 2317. Hugh, Bach, Sandy, please enter the hall and prepare. Students assigned to match 3328. Nancy, Arya, please enter the hall and prepare. By noon, nearly all the students had completed their exams. However, Noah and 9527's names still hadn't been called. Even knowing she was scheduled toward the end, Noah couldn't help feeling restless. The battle-hungry side of her was itching for action. Several classmates who had already finished approached her, sharing their experiences and offering tips. From what we've seen, the instructors are serious, but they'll go easy on you if needed. Just do your best and you'll pass, Christina advised. Noah nodded, got it. As they chatted, the training hall doors opened, and the previous group of students exited. Noah noticed that their opponent numbers had started with 8. That meant students assigned to match 9527. Noah, Melkve, please enter the hall and prepare for the final match of the exam. Author's note: 9527 is a nod to Stephen Chow's film *Flirting Scholar, where the protagonist goes undercover with the same number. I couldn't resist slipping in this playful reference. (513). Vol 4ch, 78. Noah, old friend, it's finally time for the student you've been looking forward to, Principal Olette said with a smile as she observed the training hall below. A small figure dressed in black entered the arena. Her expression was calm and collected, showing no trace of fear or hesitation. Her steps were steady, deliberate. There was none of the nervous energy or excitement that other young dragons displayed, nor any timid restraint. She seemed as composed as if she were heading out for a casual breakfast. Vice Principal Wilson adjusted his monocle, clearly pleased. "The best students always go last," he remarked, never one to hold back on his praise for Noah or the Melkve family. This scene was a testament to an age-old truth. First impressions matter. Some characters, some families, only need one glance to leave an unforgettable impression. Olette chuckled softly, nodding in agreement before adding, "Speaking of last ones, have you noticed something, old friend?" "What's that?" Wilson asked. Due to Adam's unexpected disruption, we were forced to reinstate the old, black-armored duels for this year's exams. But next year, we won't be able to use this system anymore, Olette explained, her gaze fixed on Noah with a mix of admiration and expectation. This means that today marks the final, black-armored duel in the history of St. Sis Academy's promotion exams, and Noah is the last student to ever participate in it. Every clash, every exchange of blows in this match will add to the significance of this ending. Our young dragons this year are exceptional, but none have truly dazzled me, Olette continued. I hope Noah can surprise us. Listening to Olette, it was clear she held higher expectations for Noah than she had for others in the past. Wilson narrowed his eyes, focusing on Noah, who now stood in the center of the arena, ready to begin her exam. She will, she's never disappointed anyone. The sound of metal boots striking the floor echoed sharply as the black-armored figure approached. Stopping about 10 meters away from Noah, the armor gleamed under the arena lights. Noah observed her opponent silently, unable to suppress a hint of curiosity. Is this armor really just a prop? It's so intricate and beautiful. It was hard not to notice its craftsmanship, even for Noah. Contestants prepare. The proctor raised his whistle, ready to signal the start. Noah shook off her stray thoughts, refocusing on the task at hand. She crouched slightly, her knees bent, adopting a ready stance. The whistle blew. The final match began. The sharp note of the whistle was drowned out by a piercing cry as blue lightning surged around Noah. She shot forward like a bolt of energy, her speed blinding. Silver Dragon speed paired with lightning's explosive power, she's using it to catch her opponent off guard. Impressive, one of the scoring instructors commented. Though textbook strategy suggests observing before engaging, lightning magic's unique attributes make an aggressive, high-speed attack a viable choice, another added. Her stance feels familiar, but I can't quite place it. The instructors continued discussing as they noted down their evaluations. while the black-armored figures from previous matches also watched closely. What's 9527 doing? Why isn't he moving? Big guy, get moving. You've got to make a move. Being too obvious about going easy on her will get your pay docked, dude. Despite the chatter from the sidelines, Noah and 9527 remained unbothered by external noise. Noah closed the 10-meter gap in the blink of an eye. Just as her lightning-imbued strike reached 9527's chest plate, he finally moved. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly dodged her high-speed attack. Before Noah could recover, 9527 seized her wrist. The size difference between them was so great that he easily overpowered the young dragon. His gaze shifted toward the sandbag pile along the arena's edge, a buffer zone to prevent students from being injured by collisions. Holding Noah by the wrist, 9527 spun her around and hurled her into the sandbags with a calculated force. Thud! The impact sent several sandbags scattering across the floor. Whoa, big guy, take it easy. Man, going too hard is as bad as going too easy. Are you trying to get your bonus docked? Didn't the staff meeting say we needed to balance the difficulty? Everyone's gone through tons of practice matches. Why is he still like this? 9527, remember that number. Let's cut his bonus after this. One instructor shook her head. Actually, I think this level of intensity is just right. Huh, why? Because that's Noah. You don't know her like I do. She's the best student in the Young Dragons division. This level of challenge won't crush her. It'll push her to shine. Noah groaned as she pushed the sandbags off her body and slowly stood up. She bent forward, arms dangling loosely at her sides, her hair falling over her face. While the instructors outside didn't notice anything unusual, 9527, standing closest to her, was surprised to sense a faint aura of dragon's might radiating from the small girl. I'm going to. Noah stepped out of the sandbag pile. Rip you apart. Lightning surged around her hands as she launched herself forward like a bullet. Caught off guard, 9527 instinctively took half a step back. This armor cost a fortune, don't you dare ruin it, he thought. Before he could dwell on the thought, Noah's double lightning strikes came at him from two directions, leaving no room for lateral movement. But your attack pattern is a bit too predictable. A low, altered male voice emerged from the armor, deliberately obscured. Before Noah could process his words, 9527 ducked into a low squat. She couldn't react in time. The next moment, 9527 drove his knee upward into her abdomen. Hey, isn't that a bit much? Who's under that armor? Let's split his bonus next shift. Big guy, lighten up, I'm telling you. Wait, look closely. His attack didn't actually hit her. At the last second, 9527 had placed his hand between his knee and Noah's stomach, cushioning the impact. His knee had struck his own hand instead of her. Noah, though momentarily stunned, wasn't hurt. She realized the protective measure as she landed several meters away. She regained her footing, narrowing her eyes at 9527. Why did you call my attack predictable? I'm using mainstream tactics taught at the academy, she asked, genuinely puzzled. The instructors outside had noted the same thing, adding weight to her question. Using basic strategies and assuming they'll be enough to pass. That's naive, kiddo, 9527 taunted in his distorted voice. Despite the altered tone, Noah couldn't shake the sense of familiarity in his words. The fact that he recognized her style so well suggested he was intimately familiar with her habits. Suppressing her suspicions, Noah refocused. All right, let's see how you handle this. She raised her right hand, gathering lightning for another strike. As 9527 prepared for a repeat of her earlier moves, her left hand extended slowly, forming a glowing blade. A B-rank lightning spell, lightning blade formation. Here I come. Noah's third charge was faster and more aggressive than the last. 9527 leaned back slightly, carefully tracking her movements. The combination of lightning strikes and the blade opened up a multitude of attack angles, forcing him to take her more seriously. So, your plan is to use the blade to close in, while relying on your strikes to restrict movement, right? Seeing through her strategy made dodging easier, and he began planning how to counter her without hurting her too much. But his prediction failed. The lightning blade forced him to evade, only for her lightning strike to target his chest at the last moment. She tricked me. 9527 twisted his body at the last second, narrowly avoiding the attack, though it left a faint scorch mark on his chest plate. This was the closest Noah had gotten to him so far. As she glanced at his armor, her eyes caught something unusual on the left side of his chest, a tiny, familiar flaw. Her eyes widened in realization. Oh no, this is about to get real. "514. Vol 4CH, 79. Noah now understood why the black armor looked so detailed and flawless when she entered the arena. It wasn't just any prop. The real deal was here. Though she had no idea why her father had infiltrated the exam, now that he was here, Noah wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away. From the earlier exchanges, it was clear her dad wasn't holding back too much. He was far more serious now than during their playful games back in Sky City, like the final round of the bell-grabbing challenge in their werewolf party game. This was her chance, a long-awaited moment to spar with her father for real. She had been waiting for this day for what felt like forever. Noah understood she wasn't yet at her father's level, but how could she know her limits without testing herself against a true master? Well done, quick adjustments mid-fight, clever and versatile, one instructor commented. She's flexible, but with her body still developing, she lacks the physical advantage needed for some advanced techniques. It's a shame, really, another noted. I don't think it's a shame at all, her homeroom teacher chimed in. For someone her age to achieve this level of skill, even with physical limitations, is remarkable. Think of it as a foundation. Once she grows, she might quickly reach the strength of a dragon king. The instructors were unanimously impressed with Noah, showering her with praise. What they didn't know, however, was that her opponent wasn't just any black-armored instructor. It was her father. Leon, known as a doting yet pragmatic father, understood how critical this test was for Noah. He wasn't the type to let his daughter win out of favoritism. If this trial wasn't challenging enough, she might leave with regrets. As her father, her first teacher, and the person who knew her best, he could control the fight's intensity in a way that pushed her to her limits without harming her. In the center of the arena, Noah watched her father's stance. He had crouched slightly, clearly taking a more serious combat posture after her previous attacks forced him to pay attention. The two stood a few meters apart, their gazes locked. Well, if it's you, it's no surprise you'd understand my attack patterns. I can't rely on the half-hearted techniques you taught me before, Noah muttered. Beneath the armor, Leon was already formulating his next move. Wow, I nearly got hit by my own daughter. I guess I'll need to take this a bit more seriously. Where will you strike next, Noah? After a brief standoff, Noah made the first move again. This time, however, her approach was slower, and she refrained from channeling any lightning magic. She's relying on physical techniques? Smart. Without magic, she can focus more on observing her opponent's movements, Leon thought. As Noah charged forward, she scanned for openings. Left? No, he's ready for that, right? Same problem, repeating my previous moves won't work. She shifted her attention to her father's knees, considering using her small size to attack his lower body. However, Leon's stance accounted for such attacks, making it likely she'd only expose her own weaknesses. With their distance closing, the instructors held their breath, eager to see how Noah would strike. She feinted to the side, a move Leon easily sidestepped. But instead of retreating, Noah crouched, coiling her legs before leaping into the air. She reached that height, incredible explosive power. How did she manage that? One instructor exclaimed. It must be some sort of physical technique to temporarily enhance her strength. But as far as I know, we don't teach such techniques in the Young Dragons division, another noted. Her homeroom teacher smiled. True, we don't, but Noah has exceptional parents. I'd guess they taught her themselves. In that case, her parents must be quite remarkable. I'd love to meet them someday. You already have, her teacher replied cryptically. In the air, Noah's right hand began gathering lightning magic, the sound of crackling energy echoing like birdsong. Using the momentum from her fall to strengthen the impact of her attack, clever but predictable, silly girl. Leon was already planning his counter. From the stands, some observers shook their heads. Jumping straight down from above, that's not a great strategy. She can't adjust her posture midair, making her an easy target for a counterattack. Her approach feels too rushed. Even though her power is significant, it's reckless. The instructors critiqued her, while Leon smirked beneath his helmet. This is too easy. All I need to do is catch her kick. She's left herself wide open. But just as Leon prepared to intercept her, the crackling sound of the lightning magic abruptly changed. What the? Before anyone could react, the lightning in Noah's hand transformed into the shape of a wolf's head. An A-rank lightning spell, Thunder Wolf Breakthrough. What a seamless shift, incredible, Vice Principal Wilson exclaimed. Principal Ouellette, however, remained skeptical. Even so, at that distance, it won't be fast enough to hit 95-27, let alone with a technique like Thunder Wolf Breakthrough. But what if, Wilson's voice rose in excitement, what if she's not using it to attack? In the arena, Noah's Thunder Wolf Breakthrough wasn't aimed at Leon. Instead, she launched it in the opposite direction. The resulting recoil propelled her, shifting her trajectory midair. What? In an instant, the force from the spell sent Noah soaring over Leon's head. She landed gracefully behind him, in the perfect position for a surprise attack. She's insane, she never intended to attack from above. Her target was his back all along. Her unexpected use of the spell turned her perceived disadvantage into a strategic advantage, catching everyone off guard. Bonus points, give her all the bonus points, an instructor shouted. You just got outplayed by a kid. Another joked, watching Leon's armor-clad form stiffen. The sharp crack of lightning returned, accompanied by the triumphant sound of birdsong. Noah's determined expression shone through the glow of her magic, her hair swept back by the energy. Dad. One move to decide it all. $515. Vol 4ch, 80. Even a battle-hardened veteran would not have anticipated Noah's daring tactic to change her attack trajectory so unexpectedly. Perhaps it was because no opponent Leon had faced before possessed the same brilliance and boldness as his eldest daughter. Or perhaps he had become too engrossed in this teaching match with her, leading to a rare lapse in his focus. Regardless, Noah's maneuver was undeniably effective. Had she been facing someone of her own level, or even slightly higher, they likely wouldn't have been able to react in time to counter this move. It worked, Noah thought as her lightning-infused strike closed in on the black armor's waist. But just as she allowed herself a sliver of triumph, a surge of blue lightning erupted from the armor. The energy crackled and shimmered across the surface, forming a protective barrier that deflected her lightning attack before it could make contact. The rebound sent Noah stumbling backward, her arms tingling from the impact. She struggled to steady herself, looking up to see the fading glow of the lightning shield on her father's armor. Of course, Dad had more tricks up his sleeve, Noah muttered to herself, pursing her lips in irritation. Why didn't he teach me this one? Her competitive side flared up and she mentally resolved, you didn't teach me this before, but once we're home, you'll be begging me to learn it. From the stands, Vice Principal Wilson adjusted his monocle, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. 95-27 is using lightning magic. It's not that surprising, Principal Ouellette replied. While rarer than fire magic, lightning magic isn't entirely unheard of. Decades ago, we specifically recruited instructors with unique elemental affinities to train students like Noah. Ouellette raised an eyebrow as she continued to observe 95-27. After a pause, she murmured, Yes, what an interesting coincidence. Leon turned to face Noah fully, watching her labored breaths and the flickering, unstable light of her remaining magic. She had been so close to landing a decisive blow, but Leon could tell her mana reserves were nearly depleted. Thunder Wolf Breakthrough was an exceptionally mana-intensive spell. Coupled with her creative but costly tactics, like using its recoil to reposition, She was now running on fumes. It's about time to wrap this up, Leon thought. Agreed, another instructor added. Noah has already demonstrated exceptional skill in combat, tactics, and adaptability. Let's call it. Wait, a voice interrupted. It was Noah's homeroom teacher, Lydia. She raised her hand, signaling the others to hold off, her gaze fixed on Noah. She doesn't want this to end yet. What do you mean? It's obvious her strength and mana are almost gone. She's done enough. For most students, yes. But for Noah, this is only average, Lydia said, her tone firm. Memories of their 2 years together flashed through her mind as she watched Noah prepare for another attempt. This is a rare chance for her to give it her all in a safe environment. Let her try once more. The scoring instructors exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. They, too, were curious about what Noah might pull off in her final moments, even as her energy waned. Leon, however, had different thoughts. We can't drag this out any longer. What if she overexerts herself? But he also knew he couldn't end this hastily, not when it was clear Noah wasn't done yet. She'd have already dismissed her spell if she felt satisfied, he realized. And so, Leon decided to give their battle the conclusion it deserved, a perfect, memorable finish. Raising his left hand, he summoned crackling arcs of electricity to his palm. The explosive sound of *1,000 birds echoed through the training hall, filling the air with an electrifying hum. That technique, one instructor stammered. Why does it feel so familiar? Another asked nervously. Big guy, weren't we supposed to act like regular black-armored instructors? What are you doing? Why do you think I took a job as an assistant teacher at this academy? Why? Because on the front lines, I kept running into lightning magic users like this. The instructors couldn't help but recall less than pleasant memories of past battles, though they quickly dismissed the idea that this 9527 could be that infamous lightning user. Noah, seeing her father suddenly become serious, felt a brief flicker of surprise before steeling herself. All right, Dad, don't hold back too much this time, she said, channeling the last of her mana into her thunder spear. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Hey, kiddo, need some help taking down your old man? I'm happy to oblige. Noah's eyes widened. Ancestor, you're awake. I couldn't miss such a filial display, could I? Watching this is worth waking up for. I'll go back to sleep afterward. You're as unreliable as ever. Say what you will, with my help you'll win this. Let's see then. Back in the arena, Noah steadied herself, her mana reigniting as she prepared her final attack. This is it, she thought, my last chance to see how far I can push myself against him. Leon noticed the shift in her stance and smiled beneath his helmet. Good, she's taking this seriously. The room seemed to hold its breath as father and daughter locked eyes. Without a word, they both launched forward simultaneously, their lightning-clad forms colliding in the center of the arena. The clash sent shockwaves rippling outward, scattering debris and lighting up the hall with dazzling arcs of electricity. The deafening crack of thunder echoed like a primal roar. In the stands, the instructors watched in awe. Lydia, your student, she's extraordinary. When she advances to the young dragon division, I want her in my class, one instructor declared. Why should she go to you? Lydia, convince her to join my class instead. You, with your fire magic, you're not even compatible with her element. Amid the chaos of lightning and sound, Noah and Leon were locked in a stalemate. Her left hand clutched her right wrist, steadying the thunder spear as it pressed against her father's 1,000 birds. Through the clash, Noah felt a subtle shift. Her father was easing up on his strength. She realized, if this continues, Dad will be the first to yield. Even in a trial, he would never risk hurting her. But Noah didn't want him to lose like this. Despite her exhaustion, she respected his competitiveness and wanted to end the match on her own terms. Thank you, she whispered amidst the crackling chaos. Leon heard her clearly, though he didn't quite understand why she was thanking him. Realizing it was time to end things, Leon gradually lessened the power behind his *1,000 birds before dismissing it entirely. He had planned to step back and avoid any residual strikes from Noah's attack, but to his surprise, she withdrew her attack simultaneously, retreating to create space between them. Mutual disengagement. Well, aren't they in sync? One instructor remarked. Lydia, now can we call it? Yes, I think that's enough, Lydia agreed. The lead instructor stood and announced to the arena. The final match of the St. Sis Academy Black Armored Combat Simulation, Noah Melkve vs 9527, is complete. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars and likes for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. $516. Vol 4CH, 81. The promotion assessment concluded successfully. Exhausted, Noah left the training grounds with her homeroom teacher Lydia supporting her. Leon silently watched his daughter's small figure retreat into the distance. A faint, gratified smile appeared beneath his helmet. You've still got a long road ahead of you, he murmured. Just as Leon was lost in thought, the assistant instructors approached him. Big brother, that duel just now was incredible. Yeah, it's amazing how you managed to maintain control while still putting on such a spectacular fight. His temporary colleagues showered him with praise. But Leon only replied quietly. It's because that child is exceptionally talented. I couldn't possibly use the same level of difficulty for her as I would for other students. Well, that's how our little girl is. No matter the setting, even wearing a helmet and carrying a shield, she'll shine, someone teased. The instructors continued discussing the duel between Leon and Noah, clearly impressed. Leon, however, didn't linger. Staying too long would only risk someone figuring him out. He quietly left the training grounds and slipped around to a storage room at the back of the building. Standing at the door, Leon glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before opening it. As the door swung open, a suit of armor tumbled out, more precisely, a person wearing the armor. Leon crouched down and peeled the 9527 label off his arm, sticking it onto the unconscious man's armor. Then, he rapped the man's helmet twice. Knock, knock. Sorry, buddy, but for my daughter's sake, I had to knock you out temporarily. Don't worry, though, your performance as 9527 was brilliant. Your end-of-month bonus is safe. Don't thank me. Peace in our nation starts with sacrifices like yours. After another light knock on the helmet to express his gratitude, Leon dragged the man to a stairwell corner. From a nearby balcony, he retrieved a potted plant he'd prepared earlier and broke it. Leon scattered the shards and soil around the unconscious man's head, completing the setup. Now it looked like a heroic assistant instructor had been tragically knocked out by a falling plant pot. Ignoring the logic of whether a potted plant could actually knock out a dragon wearing a helmet, Leon admired his handiwork. Dusting off his hands, Leon stood up, but before he could fully appreciate his masterpiece, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, hiding beneath a nearby shelf. The commotion soon attracted other instructors. Let me tell you, that Noah kid has a bright future ahead of her. I completely agree. Wait, who's that lying there? The instructors rushed over and quickly assessed the scene. 9527. Oh, come on, big guy. You fought so fiercely earlier, and now a flower pot takes you down. Hey, wake up, man, you okay? They shook 9527's shoulders, and he groggily regained consciousness. What happened? What's going on? You got knocked out by a flower pot. This pot's quality is insane. Let's ask the logistics department where they got it, one joked. 9527 removed his helmet and rubbed his neck. The pain was clear. A flower pot knocked me out, but why does my neck hurt so much? Maybe it hit you at an angle. You know, headshots don't always knock people out, another suggested. Is that so? Wait, crap, the assessment. Dude, it's over. The assessment ended just now. It did, when? Just now. Don't tell me you've got flower pot-induced amnesia. This can't be. I don't even remember participating. The headmaster said your performance was outstanding. Your bonus is doubled this month. Really? Oh, yeah, that was definitely me just now. Hiding under the stairs, Leon heard their conversation and finally relaxed. With no loose ends to tie up, he quietly slipped away. Even if someone investigated later, he wasn't worried. The vice principal would cover for him. After all, if the old guy didn't, Leon would stop bringing Rossvisser to school to show off. Let's see who panics more then. Clicking his tongue, Leon left the grounds and made his way to a quiet grove, where he removed the blackened gold armor and stored it in a wooden chest. With the chest in hand, he calmly exited the academy. Rossvisser and Sherry were already waiting at the gate. All done. Leon nodded. Yeah, it's done. Good, let's go home. Sure. Leon glanced at Sherry. Thanks for your help. You're too kind, Lord Leon. With that, Sherry unfolded her dragon wings and transformed into a massive silver dragon. Though smaller than Rossvisser in her true form, she was still large enough to carry them. As they flew home, Rossvisser leaned lightly against Leon's shoulder, the chest containing the blackened gold armor placed before them. After chatting for a while, Leon opened the chest, his thoughts briefly wandering as he stared at the armor. Rossvisser smiled mischievously, tempted to bring up the time she had embedded dragon runes in the armor as a prank to trick him into wearing it, but she decided against it. That was a private joke best kept between them. Rossvisser. Yes. Leon gestured for her to come closer. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, she leaned in. He whispered something in her ear. In an instant, her expression darkened, mixed with exasperation. You're absolutely ridiculous. Rossvisser glared at him, but Leon simply shrugged. Come on, I did so much for Noah today. Can't you indulge me just this once? No. Please, honey. Leon Cosmod, are you seriously begging me for this? Yes, because this is even more tempting than a bunny outfit. Sherry flying in front, bunny outfit. What kind of games do they play at home? Rossvisser quickly covered Leon's mouth, her face flushing. She hadn't even mentioned the rune prank, yet here he was blurting out about bunny costumes. Leon looked at her, his eyebrows raised in silent inquiry. Can I? Rossvisser sighed in resignation. Fine. You're the best wife. Sherry, what did I just overhear? Later that night, in the bedroom. Rossvisser lay on the bed, her wrists bound to the headboard with silken ropes. Her long legs, pale and smooth, contrasted sharply with the black battle armor she still wore around her waist. Her disheveled hair cascaded over her shoulders, her expression a mix of exhaustion and defiance. The partially broken armor gave her the appearance of a defeated Valkyrie. Leon smirked. A seductive warrior, wounded yet stunning. Scars only enhance that beautiful face. Rossvisser. The fall of a heroine often signals the rise of a new one, he continued dramatically. Rossvisser. Do you have children? No. What a pity, dying here means the end of your bloodline. Rossvisser. Your blood tastes exquisite, Leon teased. Though she wanted to roll her eyes, it was her turn to speak. Dark Lord, you've made 2 mistakes, she replied, her tone emotionless. Leon gasped, his acting skills going into overdrive. What mistakes? First, you shouldn't have been alone with a trained heroine. Second, you shouldn't have tasted my blood. Ah, the curse of blood. Leon clutched his head dramatically. Ugh, so hot my body's burning. Moments later. Dark Lord, I'll see you in hell. Ha, your child is already taking root in my womb. Kill me, and you'll have no heir. At last, the scene ended. Rossvisser sighed, utterly drained. Her childish husband had managed to wear her out emotionally and physically. (517). Vol 4ch, 82. The results of the assessment wouldn't be announced for about a month. In the meantime, the young dragons who participated in the test didn't need to return to the academy, essentially granting them an extended holiday. And this break seamlessly transitioned into the summer vacation. The value of such a break, as the future pillars of society understood, was immense. Noah only needed to return to the academy briefly to attend the graduation ceremony for the young dragons. It happened to be the weekend, and with Moon and Aurora home as well, the 3 sisters, rarely all together, finally had time to play games. The entire day, except for meals, their parents barely saw them. Of course, there was nothing wrong with this arrangement. It gave the couple more time alone together. Rosvisser, now pregnant, had to reduce her workload. By midday, fatigue would inevitably overwhelm her, leaving the afternoon duties to her aide, Anya. This meant Leon had even more time to spend with his expectant wife. Whether it was her intoxicating maternal aura or the way her pregnancy brought out a softer, more girlish side, Leon found himself increasingly drawn to her. In short, the family of 5 had been enjoying a harmonious, peaceful time until an unexpected visitor disrupted their tranquility. Early one morning, Moon stood in the yard, her expression tense and vigilant. Her stance was low, feet planted firmly apart, fists clenched, lips pressed together. Her tail swayed cautiously behind her as she stared intently at the gate. Even the little tuft of hair on her head was unusually stiff, standing upright like a sentry. In stark contrast, Aurora stood nearby, wearing pink pajamas with an ice cream-themed sleeping cap tilted lazily atop her head. Her eyes were still misty from sleep, and she clutched an old toy bear, a gift Leon had given Rosvisser back in the day. "Second sister, why did you wake me up so early?" she mumbled, voice heavy with drowsiness, her body swaying as though she might collapse at any moment. "Yesterday, big sister received a letter," Moon declared solemnly. "She got a letter, so what?" Aurora yawned. "It's probably just Aurora, are you seriously falling asleep while standing?" Moon shook her awake. Aurora jolted upright, forced to open her eyes. "Huh, what? Second sister, you said something about a letter, and then?" "The letter was from Helena." "Wow, that's really unusual," Aurora replied flatly. "It's not unusual at all," Moon retorted, growing frustrated. "Helena said she's coming over today to take big sister on a date." "A date," Aurora repeated, still unconcerned. "So what? It's just a date." "A date? You mean the kind where they hold hands, spend the entire day together eating, drinking, and having fun?" Moon nodded emphatically. "Exactly, isn't it dangerous? Helena is trying to steal big sister away. She's here to cause trouble." I just think it sounds entertaining to watch," Aurora admitted. Aurora didn't believe for a second that anyone could actually take Noah away from Moon. While Moon might not fully grasp the depth of Noah's affection for her, Aurora had seen it clearly. Especially given Moon's public declaration that she was a sister fanatic. Noah's reserved way of expressing her feelings often left Moon with the false impression that Noah could be stolen away by Helena. "So, are you planning to block Helena from entering the house?" Aurora asked. "No, that would be rude." "Ah, my second sister, sacrificing the personal for the greater good. Truly a model of Silver Dragon etiquette," Aurora teased dryly. "I'm going to join their date." "What?" "My parents and big sister always find ways to shatter my rising sense of pride in them." Aurora sighed dramatically. "Second sister, instead of joining their date, wouldn't it be better to secretly follow them?" "Why?" Moon asked, tilting her head. 3 people on a date is just weird, and you'd have to constantly guard against Helena. It sounds exhausting." Moon scratched her head. "But what's the point of following them? I'd just be watching from afar." "Not at all. You could take notes on all the places they visit and the things they do. Later, you can recreate the exact same date with big sister, but just the 2 of you. The same activities, but with a different person. This would make the contrast in her feelings crystal clear." Moon's eyes lit up. "Brilliant idea. Aurora, let's do it your way." Aurora smiled, secretly relieved. She was, of course, bluffing. Moon's antics to insert herself between Noah and Helena were unnecessary. Noah would never leave Moon, and Helena wasn't even thinking along those lines. Her heart saw Noah as a close friend and nothing more. Aurora had merely redirected Moon's obsessive energy into a more harmless and entertaining avenue. Besides, 3-person dates were nothing new. Aurora had already grown tired of them. But the idea of a stalking the date scenario, now that asterisk was new and exciting. As the 2 sisters schemed, a loud roar echoed through the sky. Looking up, they saw a juvenile leviathan descending. Though smaller than the ones used at St. Sis Academy, it was still impressive. Helena, unable to transform into a dragon yet, had hired the ride service to bring her over. "She's here, second sister, quick hide." "Got it." The two young dragons scurried into a nearby bush. The Leviathan landed in the front courtyard of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. Helena disembarked, retrieving a golden crystal from her bag and handing it to the Leviathan as payment. Then, with an eager smile, she strode toward the sanctuary. "Wow, second sister, she's really dressed up today," Aurora whispered. "Shut up, Aurora." "Yes, second sister." As Aurora noted, Helena had indeed put effort into her appearance. She wore a fluffy, playful wave cap adorned with a Persian chrysanthemum that swayed gently in the morning breeze. Her silky hair cascaded down to her waist like tranquil waves glinting under the sunlight. Her blue and white dress radiated youthful energy, complemented by her long legs wrapped in pristine white stockings. The proportions of her figure were flawless. On her shoulder hung a cute, donkey-shaped satchel, seemingly handcrafted. Having spent most of her time at the academy, Helena rarely dressed up, but today marked her first outing with Noah. Naturally, she wanted to make it special. "You're here, Noah." From the sanctuary entrance, Noah's voice called out. "Good morning, Noah. Noah-chan, just like we promised, let's enjoy our day together now that the exams are over." "518. Vol 4ch, 83. The best friend date was set within the Silver Dragon clan's territory. Although the word clan might conjure images of ancient, traditional tribes, the reality of the Silver Dragon clan was quite the opposite. Everyone lived comfortably, with a high standard of living. Thanks to their small population and ample resources, the Silver Dragons thrived in a society that could easily be called prosperous. Their residential and recreational areas offered nearly everything one could need. For broader horizons or more varied entertainment, one might visit Sky City, but Noah and Helena didn't feel the need to go that far. A simple stroll through the clan grounds was enough for them, with Helena getting a glimpse of the Silver Dragons' unique culture and lifestyle. "All right, they're on the move. Let's go, Aurora, go. Thus, the Dragonette Special Ops team sprang into action. The first stop on Noah and Helena's date was the clan square to feed pigeons. The weather was perfect, with warm sunlight and a gentle breeze. The square was bustling with activity, some were exercising, while others simply passed the time. At a grain stall, the vendor, upon recognizing the eldest princess, naturally offered the feed for free. But Noah insisted on paying the full price. With their feed bag secured, the two friends headed to the square's center, where a flock of pigeons eagerly awaited their breakfast. "These pigeons won't peck your hand, right?" Helena asked nervously. "No, they won't." Noah crouched down, pouring a bit of grain into her palm before extending it toward the birds. They swarmed her hand eagerly, but even in their haste, they didn't hurt her soft palm. "The pigeons here are very gentle," Noah explained softly. "Have you never fed pigeons before, Helena?" Helena shook her head, then mimicked Noah's posture, tentatively stretching out her hand. "I've never raised pigeons before," Helena admitted, pausing briefly before adding, "but I do feed doves often." "Doves?" Noah blinked in curiosity. She knew of doves. Her father had occasionally mentioned them in passing during conversations with her mother. Though Noah didn't understand the significance, her curiosity had led her to research the species in the library. Doves were an ancient domesticated bird species raised by various races, though not by dragons. But why did Helena often feed doves? Helena reached into her satchel, pulling out a small, dove-shaped pouch. "See, isn't it cute?" Noah smiled, lightly tugging on the pouch's zipper, designed like a tiny dove's tail. "Was this made by Claudia?" Helena shook her head. "No, my aunt made it for me." "Aunt? You never mentioned you had an aunt." Helena hesitated, glancing around before pointing to another corner of the square. "Let's go feed those pigeons over there." "Okay." She deftly changed the subject. Her mother had told her not to bring up her aunt in public. The two walked to another section of the square, hand in hand, their figures merging like shadows. Meanwhile, a pigeon mistaking Moon for someone with food approached expectantly. Crouching down, Moon hugged one knee and slowly extended a hand toward the bird. The pigeon chirped excitedly, expecting a delicious breakfast, only to squawk in surprise as Moon pinched its beak. "Spit out the grain Helena fed you." The pigeon blinked in confusion. "What, are you crazy?" "Second sister, why are you picking a fight with a pigeon? Hurry up and follow Helena before they disappear." Reluctantly, Moon released the pigeon, tossing it a handful of high-quality grain as compensation. Silver dragon pigeons can only eat food provided by silver dragons, understand? The pigeon, "What is wrong with you?" "Cuckoo." The next stop on the best friend date was an ice cream stand. "I'll have an orange-flavored one. What about you, Helena?" "I'll have orange too." "All right." The vendor handed them 2 orange ice creams. Once again, he refused payment, but Noah insisted on paying the full price. Walking away from the stand, Noah grumbled softly, "I should have worn a shirt that says, 'I'm a princess.'" Helena giggled, licking her ice cream. "This is delicious." "Right, orange flavor is the best." "I never used to like fruity ice creams, but this is surprisingly good. Do you really love oranges, Noah?" Noah thought for a moment before replying, "Sort of. I didn't care for them much before, but my dad used to buy orange-flavored treats for my mom all the time. One day, I tried some and realized they're actually delicious." "Oh, it seems your family's taste preferences run deep," Helena teased. Noah chuckled. "Come on, let's check out the fountain." "Sure." Once Noah and Helena left, Moon and Aurora approached the ice cream stand. 10 orange ice creams, please," Moon declared. "Calm down, second sister," Aurora intervened. "Do you remember last time? You ate 3 ice creams in one go and had diarrhea all day." "Today is different, Aurora." Moon's expression grew solemn. Aurora scratched her head, puzzled. "What's different?" "Before, I ate them out of greed. Today, I eat them out of vengeance. 10 ice creams won't defeat me." "Are you sure you can eat all that? It's 10 asterisk ice creams." "Don't underestimate me. 10 ice creams are nothing." 5 minutes later. "Aurora, help me. I can't finish these." Aurora sighed, staring at the 3 remaining ice creams in Moon's hands. "I thought 3 was your limit, but you managed 7. What's your secret?" "Helena could only share 1 ice cream with Big Sister, but I shared 7. My love for Big Sister is 7 times greater than Helena's. We've produced a math prodigy in the Silver Dragon clan," Aurora quipped. "Now you eat the rest, Aurora. Show your love for Big Sister." Aurora shook her head vigorously. "My love for Big Sister is evident as the sun and moon. I don't need ice cream to prove it." "So what do we do?" Aurora pondered briefly before an idea struck. Moments later, the pigeon from earlier prepared to return to its nest for a nap. Just as it flapped its wings, it was grabbed by the 2 dragonettes, who loomed over it with menacing grins from the pigeon's perspective. They held out the remaining 3 ice creams, their intentions clear. "The pigeon, I just wanted some food. Spare me." "519. Vol 4ch, 84. The third stop on Noah and Helena's best friend date was the fountain near the clan square. "This place is even prettier at night," Noah explained. "The lights and fountain make it look magical." "Then let's come back tonight. We have plenty of time during this break." Noah nodded. "Good idea. Let's take some photos for now." "Sure." Noah pulled out a camera, carefully adjusting the angle. She and Helena posed in various ways, striking playful gestures. Noah's expression remained calm and controlled, years of managing her stoic personality. But Helena's cheerful demeanor added a lively touch to their photos. Meanwhile, the 2 tails of the covert duo peeked out from behind a tree. Moon was perched on top, and Aurora below, their heads stacked like a totem pole. "Did you hear that, Aurora?" "Hear what, second sister?" "Helena said she's staying with us for several more days. Did you hear that?" Aurora rolled her eyes. "Wow, you can't hear teachers when they ask you questions in class, but now you can hear Helena from this far away." Moon lowered her chin onto Aurora's head and whispered conspiratorially, "I pretend not to hear in class. That way, the teacher moves on to someone else to answer." Aurora tilted her head up to look at Moon's soft, round face. "Second sister, You are a genius at slacking off. Moon huffed. It's the weekend, and tomorrow we go back to the academy. I'm terrified to think what Helena will do while we're gone. She'll have big sister all to herself. So what's your plan? Skip school. Aurora snickered. Your excuse is, I need to stay home to keep my sister from being stolen. I'm not that dumb, Moon retorted. Even Dad wouldn't believe that excuse, let alone the teachers. Aurora smirked. So you admit Dad's kind of dumb. I don't know if Dad's dumb, but his cooking is delicious. The little dragonettes bickered quietly behind the tree, oblivious to the fact that Noah had caught sight of their silver and pink tails in the reflection of the fountain. Noah, look, how about this one? Noah glanced at the photo, where Helena gently held her chin in a pose that made her look like a purring kit. It was an adorably composed shot, worthy of being printed and framed. But Noah's sharp eyes focused on the background. Two small tails peeked out from behind a tree, one silver, one pale pink. Silver tails were common enough in the Silver Dragon clan, but pink, very rare. And for both colors to appear together. It could only mean one thing, her sisters. What's wrong, Noah? Helena tilted her head in concern. Does the photo look bad? No, it's fine, Noah replied casually, choosing not to turn around. When she hadn't seen Moon or Aurora all morning, she'd already suspected her mischievous sisters were up to something. Now, confirming that they were tailing her and Helena's outing, Noah decided not to call them out. In fact, she saw their antics as the perfect way to maintain balance among her siblings. If Moon wanted to play protector, Noah was willing to let her. Noah, let's take some more photos under the cherry blossoms, Helena suggested. Sure. As the two walked toward the grove, the covert duo naturally followed. But Moon suddenly stopped mid-step, clutching her stomach with a strange expression. What's wrong, second sister? Aurora asked, turning back. It's nothing, let's keep going. Okay. The rest of the date passed with lighthearted activities, taking photos, sipping cold drinks, and feeding squirrels. There were no overly intimate moments or romantic confessions, much to Moon's relief. No declarations of you're mine, Noah, or I'm happiest when it's just the two of us. Instead, their interactions remained pure and friendly, reflecting the genuine bond between best friends. By evening, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the park. Noah and Helena sat side by side on a bench by the lake, enjoying the cool breeze. Helena swayed gently with the wind, humming a soft tune as her legs dangled playfully. Today was so much fun, Noah. Noah agreed, her gaze falling on Helena's satchel, which was stuffed with snacks. Why did you buy so many snacks? They're for Moon and Aurora, Helena replied. Noah blinked in surprise. You knew they were following us. Of course, their disguises weren't exactly subtle, Helena said with a laugh. I figured you noticed too, but chose not to say anything, so I followed your lead. Helena pulled out the snacks. They've been trailing us all day without eating. I grabbed these when we passed the stalls earlier. Helena hopped off the bench. What are you doing? Noah asked. Creating a coincidental encounter. Noah smiled faintly, watching Helena stroll toward a nearby tree. Sure enough, Helena stopped, peeked around dramatically, and gasped, Moon, Aurora, what a coincidence running into you here. The tailing duo froze, caught completely off guard. Unable to feign ignorance, they sheepishly emerged from behind the tree. Moon nervously fiddled with her dress hem. Oh, what a coincidence. We were just, passing by, right, Aurora? Aurora nodded quickly. Yup, just passing through, totally not here for anything else. Helena chuckled. Well, since you're here, have some snacks. No thanks, we're not hungry. Growl Tilda. Before Moon could finish her sentence, her stomach betrayed her. She turned to Aurora for backup, only for the same thing to happen. Growl Tilda. Helena laughed. Come on, I bought plenty, let's eat together. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed their hands and led them back to the bench. Good evening, Moon, Noah greeted with a smile. Moon turned her head away, pouting. Good evening, sister, we were just passing by. Sure, passing by, since we're all here, let's eat. Helena bought these for you too. Moon hesitated, her pride warring with her hunger. But before she could make up her mind, Aurora dove into the pile of snacks, happily munching away. Traitor, Moon muttered under her breath. Eat up, Helena coaxed, handing Moon a packet of beef jerky. I know my presence might make you uncomfortable, but please understand, Noah is your sister. She loves you, and no one will ever take her away from you. Moon's ears perked up. Helena's words were soft and reassuring, her blue eyes filled with warmth. You're unique to her, Moon. No one can replace you. I'm just a friend, here to bring Noah some companionship. Helena gently pinched Moon's cheek, relieved when she didn't pull away. Don't overthink it, okay? You're an amazing little dragoness. Moon's face reddened. Thank you, Helena. Good girl, now eat something. Just as Moon reached for the jerky, her stomach rumbled loudly again. 7 ice creams, Moon muttered, clutching her belly. What? 7 ice creams, I'm done for. $520. Vol 4ch, 85. Moon's supposed sevenfold love for her sister had now transformed into sevenfold pain. She couldn't even hold out until they returned home to use the bathroom. If possible, she wanted to commandeer the park's restroom under the authority of her title as the second princess of the Silver Dragons. Noah, Helena, and Aurora waited patiently outside the restroom, exchanging occasional glances. If Moon was lucky, she'd walk out. If less so, she might crawl out. If luck abandoned her entirely, Noah would have to go in and rescue her. How many ice creams did she eat? Noah asked. 7, Aurora replied. Noah blinked in confusion. Why 7? Isn't that excessive? She originally bought 10. Did you eat the other 3, Aurora? Noah asked, already planning how to handle her 2 troublesome sisters tonight. Aurora shook her head quickly. UHNO, I didn't. We had a reliable helper. Helper? She meant the pigeon that had been forced to eat 3 of the ice creams. Noah sighed. As long as Aurora was fine, she decided not to pry into the identity of the so-called helper. About 10 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of Moon. Noah finally stepped forward. I'll go fetch her. Moments later, Noah emerged, carrying an utterly drained Moon on her back. Moon slumped over her sister, her big eyes swirling in dizzy spirals. Her little arms dangled limply over Noah's shoulders, and her tail hung lifelessly. I'll never eat ice cream again, she mumbled weakly. Ice cream, evil. Aurora approached, poking Moon's limp tail, then patting her cheeks. Second sister is beyond saving, Aurora declared solemnly. Let's head home, Noah said. All right. The little dragonesses passed through the clan square and residential streets, finally reaching the Silver Dragon Sanctuary. As they entered the sanctuary's grand hall, a melodic and graceful piano tune filled the air. The sound is coming from Mom's piano room, Aurora said, but it's been ages since she played, hasn't it? Rosvisser, burdened with her duties, rarely had time for piano practice. Any free moments were often spent with Leon, ensuring assignments were completed. The last time Aurora had heard her mother play was shortly after she was born, supposedly to instill some musical inclination in her. As Aurora grew older, however, her interest turned toward magical research, leaving music far behind. Rosvisser didn't mind. She believed her daughters should pursue what made them happiest. Although Rosvisser herself wasn't deeply passionate about music, she occasionally enjoyed showcasing her skills when the mood struck. The piano's soothing notes resonated throughout the sanctuary, drawing the dragonettes to slow their steps and savor the rare performance. But as they immersed themselves in the melody, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly interrupted. It sliced through the tranquility like a blade, jarring and unexpected. Noah frowned. It's not exactly bad, but what is that? I've never heard anything like it. Is this some kind of unique silver dragon instrument? Helena asked curiously. Noah shook her head. No, and it doesn't seem like something Mom would enjoy playing. Aurora, any idea what it is? Aurora scratched her head, equally perplexed. No clue. None of Mom's instruments can make a sound this aggressive. From Noah's back, Moon weakly raised a hand. I know what it is. You're awake, Moon. What is it then? Dad showed me once, she croaked. He said it's a new instrument he made because the sanctuary didn't have one. Noah and Aurora exchanged wary glances. Leon was a dependable and straightforward father, but only in battle. In everyday life, his eccentricity often left his daughters bewildered. Aurora, in particular, had suffered greatly. She was convinced her indifference to music was 70% her dad's fault. When she was still in the womb, Leon had allegedly played all sorts of bizarre music near Rosvisser's belly. At least, that's what her mom had told her. Now, hearing that their father had invented a new instrument, Noah and Aurora froze in dread. "What's it called?" Noah asked cautiously. Moon blinked dizzily. Dad called it a eargasm maker. The sisters exchanged a horrified look. "We need to leave," Noah said decisively. "Agreed, big sister," Aurora added. "Helena can't find out how weird our family actually is." "Hey, Helena, let's head upstairs and rest before dinner," Noah said hastily. "Okay," Helena replied, though she seemed a bit puzzled by their abruptness. The trio hurried upstairs, leaving the increasingly chaotic sound behind. 10 minutes earlier. In the piano room, Leon stood proudly beside a gramophone he had somehow unearthed. "Rosvisser, I think it's time to start prenatal education for our fourth child," he declared. Rosvisser lounged on the couch, her silver tail draped over the side, lazily flicking in response. Her gaze shifted from the gramophone to her husband's overly earnest face. "You're not planning to play those human classics again, are you?" Leon blinked. "What do you mean again? I've never played those before." Rosvisser snorted. "Strange, then. If you never played them, why do I remember you sneaking into my room at night while I was pregnant with Aurora to blast weird music at my belly?" "Wait, you were awake back then." "Not fully. I only woke up because of *you, not the music." Leon scratched his head in confusion. "What did I do?" "You didn't stop at the music. You started singing loudly." Rosvisser shuddered at the memory, sitting upright as if to shake off the lingering discomfort. "Promise me, dear, do whatever you want, but don't sing." Leon blushed. "What's wrong with my singing? Is it that bad?" Rosvisser didn't hold back. "It's *lethal." "Then how did you tolerate it back then?" Rosvisser's lips curved into a mischievous smile. "Because you looked so earnest and adorable, I couldn't bear to stop you." Leon's eyes sparkled. Rosvisser, you were already falling for my charm back then." "Don't flatter yourself, dear. Adorable was not a compliment." "Whatever." Shaking his head, Leon patted the gramophone beside him. "Past is past. Now it's time to let our fourth child experience the world's wonders early." "521. Vol 4ch, 86. Rosvisser glanced at the phonograph, then stood and headed toward the door. "Where are you going?" Leon asked from behind. While slipping on her outdoor slippers, the Queen replied, "If you want to use music for prenatal education, relying solely on a phonograph won't do. There's no artistic merit to it." "Are you saying the phonograph lacks artistic merit, or that our human classic pieces have none?" General Leon was exceptionally skilled at picking fights. "HMPH, idiot. Today I'll show you the taste of dragonkind." Leon smirked. "Fine, let me see what you're made of, dragon lady." 5 minutes later, the couple arrived at the music room of the sanctuary. Even after living here for 5 or 6 years, Leon wasn't very familiar with this place. Unlike Rosvisser's private study or their bedroom, this music room was rarely locked, but it also seemed seldom used. Even Rosvisser herself hardly ever played the instruments stored there. Leon understood why. For a workaholic like her, all her thoughts and energy were devoted to managing her tribe. After their marriage, she also had a family to take care of, leaving even less time to cultivate artistic hobbies. Rosvisser pushed open the door, and Leon followed her inside. The music room was spacious and bright, with the golden hues of the setting sun pouring in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over the array of precious instruments. Though it was called a music room, there was much more than just a piano. There were flutes, cellos, gajangs, and other instruments on display. With Rosvisser's long lifespan, it wasn't difficult for her to pick up a few instruments here and there. After all, one could never have too many skills. A phonograph merely preserves and replays sound, losing some of the original flavor in the process, she remarked while lifting the piano cover and taking a seat. Her hands moved slowly from the center of the keyboard outward, her fingers pressing down on the keys in a deliberate sequence. Though not playing any specific tune, each note resounded with clarity and beauty. It was clearly a fine piano. But a live performance might just appeal more to our third baby. Truthfully, Rossvisser didn't care much about prenatal education. She had absolute confidence in the potential of dragon offspring. Even if they started cultivating talents after birth, it wouldn't be too late. The only reason she was indulging in this now was to humor her childish husband and pass the time. That's all. At least, that's what the queen told herself. As Rossvisser sat at the piano, poised and elegant, Leon leaned against it, folding his arms. He teased, "Is this supposed to be a skill?" HMPH. "Oh, I get it. You always do. What is it this time?" "Playing music for the baby is just an excuse. You really just wanted to show off in front of the man you love, didn't you?" "Keep talking, Leon, and I'll smash this top-tier piano over your thick skull." Leon chuckled and motioned for her to continue. "All right, Your Majesty, please begin your performance. I'm all ears." Rossvisser ignored his jibes, bowed her head slightly, and scanned the row of keys before beginning to play. Though she hadn't touched the piano in a long time, her skill hadn't rusted. The first few bars came with slight hesitations, but she quickly found her rhythm, immersing herself in the melody. In the glow of the setting sun, the silver-haired woman sat upright at the piano, her figure bathed in a soft, crimson halo. The music flowed like water, the notes flitting about like graceful butterflies dancing among flowers. The sound was elegant, the melody enchanting. Even Leon, who knew little about music, found himself captivated by the gentle tune, completely absorbed. He leaned against the piano, lightly tapping his knee in time with the music. Before he knew it, the piece had ended. "Well, isn't this far more sophisticated than your human music?" Rossvisser asked smugly. "It's all right, I guess. A compliment from my husband would have been nice, but no, our Melkve family tradition is to be insufferably cheeky." Naturally, Leon wouldn't just shower her with straightforward praise. "I think you simply lack taste," she quipped. "I'll play another to cleanse that rotten, outdated soul of yours." Without waiting for a response, Rossvisser's fingers danced across the keys again, conjuring another mesmerizing melody. Leon stayed silent this time, enjoying the performance in peace. Watching a beautiful woman play the piano was indeed a pleasure, especially when that woman happened to be his wife. A surge of pride swelled within him, pride in the fact that his asterisk wife was so amazing. When a man steps outside, it's not the size of his wallet that gives him confidence. It's his wife. However, just as Leon was basking in the music, Rossvisser spoke up. "You're just going to listen. If our third baby is only exposed to dragon music, they might grow up with zero appreciation for human artistry. Your little human tricks might become a lost art, Leon." Her playful warning sent a chill down his spine. She had a point. If she continued to dominate the prenatal music sessions, the baby might end up fully aligned with dragon culture. Leon had learned his lesson from Aurora's prenatal education. This time, he was determined to turn things around. "All right, dragon lady, watch and learn. I'll show you what a real gap in artistic taste looks like." Rossvisser raised an eyebrow but maintained her regal demeanor. "Oh, I'd love to see what you've got, General." Leon dramatically swished his robe and bolted out of the room. Rossvisser had no idea what he was up to, but knew it couldn't be anything ordinary. 10 minutes later, Leon returned, holding a mysterious bag. He placed it on the piano, unzipped it, and pulled out a peculiar instrument. At first glance, it resembled a flute, but the end flared out like a trumpet. "What is that?" Rossvisser asked, genuinely puzzled. "Where did you even find it?" "I made it myself." "Ha, you dragons are so uncultured when it comes to art. You've never even seen such a sophisticated instrument." Rossvisser rolled her eyes. "Sophisticated, my foot. I've never seen anything so bizarre." Leon spun the instrument in his hands and explained, "This is something my master learned from the mysterious eastern lands. It's perfect for weddings, funerals, celebrations, or tragedies." Rossvisser remained skeptical, resuming her piano playing. Go on, then. Let's see if it can impress me. Leon smirked, raised the instrument to his lips, and blew. A sharp, piercing sound burst forth, completely drowning out the piano. Rossvisser winced, stopping her playing. Does that thing even have volume control? It's so loud. It doesn't need any, Leon declared triumphantly. The discordant wails of the instrument filled the room, making Rossvisser grimace. This isn't a gap in artistic taste, it's an invasion. Afraid now, Dragon Lady. What is that thing called? Starting tomorrow, I'm banning it across the entire Silver Dragon tribe. Leon grinned smugly. Ha, you couldn't ban it even if you tried. This, my dear wife, is the asterisk Siuna. He turned to Rossvisser's belly and added, All right, baby number 3, we're learning this one. Rossvisser sighed, rubbing her temples and then her abdomen. Baby, don't listen to your father, he's eccentric. Let's just humor him for now, okay? $522. Vol 4ch, 87. General Leon's prenatal education methods might be a bit unconventional, but when it came to taking care of his wife during pregnancy, he was nothing short of serious. A few days after the musical showdown, Leon stumbled across a recipe in a medicinal cookbook for a broth called Nourishing Spirit Soup. Since the Silver Dragon Sanctuary lacked a few of the key ingredients, Leon decided to head to a nearby town to buy them himself. Early in the morning, Leon slung his backpack over his shoulder and prepared to leave. As he stepped out of the sanctuary, he ran into Noah returning from her morning training. Morning, Dad. A white towel hung around her neck as she blinked at the sight of the backpack slung over her father's shoulder. Where are you headed with that? Oh, just off to buy some medicinal herbs. Your mom's getting some soup. You could just have the maids buy them, Noah suggested. Leon scratched his temple, thought for a moment, and then replied, Noah, some things are worth doing personally. If I sent the maids to buy the herbs, I might as well have them make the soup and serve it to your mom too, don't you think? With one hand gripping the strap of his backpack, he reached out with the other to ruffle Noah's hair. I just want to do something for your mom. Sitting around waiting for others to handle everything isn't really my style. It was true, Leon could easily delegate this entire task. But what would be the point? Anyone could make the soup, anyone could buy the ingredients, but no one could match Leon's personal care and concern for Rossvisser. Love and thoughtfulness filled the gaps in their otherwise ordinary days, and Leon didn't find the effort bothersome in the least. Feeling the warmth of her father's hand, Noah nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, she said, Wait for me, Dad, I'll be right back. With that, she bounded up the stairs and disappeared into the sanctuary. Leon was a little confused but stood patiently at the door. Not long after, Noah returned. She had changed out of her training gear and into casual clothes fit for a trip out. To his surprise, she also carried a small backpack of her own. What's this about? Leon asked. I'm coming with you to buy the herbs and help make the soup for Mom. Noah rarely showed interest in anything beyond training and studying, and she was so excited that her little tail swished behind her. Since Helena, Moon, and Aurora weren't home today, Leon figured it wouldn't hurt to bring his eldest daughter along. He smiled and nodded. All right, let's go surprise your mom together. Yay! The father-daughter duo left the sanctuary and headed toward the tribe's main area. Leon carried a checklist, not only of the ingredients for the soup, but also some additional supplements he wanted to stock up on during the trip. Noah noticed the first item on the list, apples. Dad, don't we already have apples at home? Why buy more? Your mom says the ones at home don't taste good. Noah frowned. For some reason, her dad's response felt suspicious, as if he was hiding something. But the apples we have are imported from the south. They're delicious. Leon hesitated for a moment before brushing it off. Let's not dwell on it, let's just go. As they set off, Leon couldn't help but shudder at the memory of Rossvisser's cravings during her pregnancy with Aurora. She had used her status as a pregnant woman to boss him around, effortlessly alternating between unreasonable demands and pitifully cute whining. One night, she suddenly declared she wanted an apple. Leon fetched one for her. Then she said it needed to be peeled. Leon peeled it. Then she claimed it didn't taste good. Leon got her another. When she opened her mouth to complain again, Leon stuffed the apple right into it. But that was far from the end of it. Over the next few days, Rosvisser found endless excuses to make him peel apples, always in the middle of the night. If he refused, "Oh, refusing is fine, I'll just kick you out of bed." If he argued back, "Go ahead, argue. I'll unleash the full power of a pregnant woman's tears and tantrums. Let's see how long you last." With such traumatic experiences fresh in his mind, Leon resolved to buy every variety of apple available, just in case Rosvisser decided to nitpick again. After checking apples off the list, Noah peered at the next item, jade dew dragon fruit. "Oh, my teacher said this is a very nourishing fruit, but it's super rare. I don't think our Silver Dragon Valley has ever grown it." "That was true in the past, but not anymore," Leon replied confidently. Noah blinked her large eyes. "What do you mean, Dad?" "After Aurora was born, I arranged for a secret team to cultivate jade dew dragon fruit. 3 years have passed since then, so they should be ripe by now." Noah gave her dad a thumbs up. "Dad, you're a visionary." "Visionary?" Leon laughed wryly. "More like I've learned to plan ahead to avoid future disasters." Years ago, when Rosvisser was pregnant with Aurora, Leon had gone to great lengths to acquire a single jade dew dragon fruit. He even entered a competition in Sky City for it, battling his way through every round to reach the final stage, only to be humiliated by a fiery-tempered red dragon named Issa. Though he eventually obtained the fruit, the ordeal left him battered and bruised, both physically and emotionally. From that moment on, Leon swore to never rely on others for such things again. He had the dragon fruit cultivated himself, knowing he'd need it someday. Leon led Noah to a secluded area on the outskirts of the tribe's territory, an ideal spot for farming. Many crops grown by the Silver Dragon tribe were planted here. "The dragon fruit orchard is just ahead. Let's go, Noah." "Okay," Noah quickened her pace, excitement gleaming in her eyes. She had only ever read about jade dew dragon fruit in textbooks and couldn't wait to see the real thing. However, just as the two approached the orchard, the ground began to tremble violently. Leon immediately steadied Noah, holding her shoulders to keep her from falling. The tremors grew stronger, and soon the entire area was shaking. "What's happening? Are we under attack?" Leon asked, his voice tense. Before anyone could answer, a group of Silver Dragon villagers came sprinting toward them from the direction of the orchard. The leader, upon seeing Leon, rushed forward as if clutching at salvation. Your Highness, it's a danger beast." Leon frowned. He knew the Silver Dragon's combat prowess. Even farmers among them could handle A-class danger beasts with ease. For them to be panicked like this, the beast must be something truly terrifying. "Calm down and explain. What kind of danger beast?" A super S-class danger beast, a 6-winged dragon hawk." "Super S-class?" Before Leon could fully process this information, a massive shadow emerged from the orchard, soaring into the sky. The creature was enormous, its 6 wings blotting out the sun as its screech echoed across the heavens. The wind from its wings sent powerful gusts their way, forcing Leon to shield Noah in his arms. When the wind subsided, Leon turned to look at the 6-winged dragon hawk. In its beak, it held an entire jade dew dragon fruit tree. "523. Vol 4ch, 88. I've already summoned Sherry's guards. They'll be here any moment." A gardener in the orchard wiped sweat from his brow as he hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, the jade dew dragon fruit is incredibly hard to cultivate. In this entire orchard, only one tree has borne fruit, and there are just 2 of them." Leon squinted into the distance, watching the 6-winged dragon hawk fly farther away. By the time Sherry's team arrives, that thing will be long gone. He dropped his backpack to the ground, shook off any extra weight, and smirked, cracking his knuckles. "Noah, stay here. Dad will be right back." Before Noah could protest, Leon had already dashed off in pursuit of the dragon hawk. Noah crossed her arms, shaking her head with a faint smile. "Dad sure is impulsive." Despite her initial instinct to follow her father's orders and stay put, Noah quickly decided against it. After all, this was a rare opportunity to test her skills, and besides, the Silver Dragon guards could handle the situation if things got truly dangerous. Plus, Noah wanted to know what made this six-winged dragonhawk bold enough to invade Silver Dragon territory and steal their precious fruit. She quickly took off after her father, catching up to him with ease. "Dad, have you ever fought one of these dragonhawks before?" she asked, her gaze fixed on the massive creature soaring ahead. Leon shook his head. A beast of this caliber, evolved to such a degree, has likely been influenced by dragon magic. "Dragon magic, what do you mean?" Noah inquired, intrigued. Leon slowed his pace slightly and began explaining. On the continent of Samil, there are countless species, many of which are intelligent, capable of using magic, and even developing their own cultures. We categorize hostile and uncommunicative creatures as danger beasts. But in truth, many of them are independent species with varying levels of intelligence. Some of these beasts can even practice magic. The six-winged dragonhawk is one such example. Leon continued. A few centuries ago, the iron-winged dragonhawk, an A-class danger beast, was hunted nearly to extinction because its feathers and beak were highly valuable. The few remaining individuals scattered across the continent. Over time, their descendants adapted to their environments and evolved, influenced by the local ecology. The creature we're seeing now is a product of such evolution. Under the influence of dragon magic, it has transformed from the iron-winged dragonhawk into the six-winged dragonhawk. Noah absorbed the information, then asked thoughtfully, "So, does that mean the messenger dragons we use for communication also come from another species originally? Were they transformed by dragon magic into subspecies?" "That's one way to look at it," Leon replied. "But messenger dragons have also been selectively bred and trained by the silver dragons over a long period. They're quite different from a wild beast like the six-winged dragonhawk." "I see," Noah said with a nod. Glancing up at the massive creature, she added with a smirk, "In any case, no one would use that giant bird to deliver messages." Leon chuckled at his daughter's dry humor, appreciating her quick wit. "Still," Noah mused, "why would this dragonhawk invade our territory and steal the dragon fruit? That doesn't make any sense." Leon shared her confusion. "By all rights, even if this thing evolved from an A-class iron-winged dragonhawk into a super S-class six-winged dragonhawk, it shouldn't have the guts to raid Silver Dragon territory. Even the weakest silver dragon is far superior to the strongest danger beast. No amount of evolution would bridge that gap." "Exactly. Even a farming dragon could turn that bird into a hawkburger deluxe," Noah quipped. Leon nodded grimly. "Something must have driven it to act this recklessly. We'll deal with that mystery later. First, we need to get that dragon fruit back. The gardener said it's the only tree with fruit, and we can't let it get away." "Understood, Dad," Noah replied. Father and daughter picked up their pace, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outmatch a creature flying through the sky. Within minutes, the six-winged dragonhawk had widened the gap, its figure growing smaller in the distance. "Dad, is your wing injury still not healed?" Noah asked, her tone calm but laced with curiosity. Leon adjusted his stride slightly, trying to appear unbothered. "Ah, well, it takes time, you know, it'll heal eventually." The truth was, Leon had never been able to fly. Officially, the family had always explained his inability to fly as a lingering injury. Even his daughters believed the story. Noah, however, had her suspicions. She studied her father's expression closely, noticing the subtle unease behind his confident facade. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. "I guess that's a shame," she said with a faint smile. "I was hoping you'd take me flying once you healed." Leon winced inwardly. The weight of a father's inability to fulfill his daughter's expectations stung far more than any wound. "Well," Noah added with a sly grin, "once I'm grown, I can always take you flying Dad." Leon laughed despite himself. "Deal, I'll hold you to that." Their banter lightened the mood, but the dragonhawk had gained even more distance. Leon muttered under his breath, "If that thing gets away, I'm doomed." Noah raised an eyebrow. "Why would it be so bad, Dad?" Leon sighed. "The soup is important for your mom's rest, but the jade dew dragon fruit is crucial for keeping her mood stable. Mood stable? Noah asked. Is Mom that difficult when she's pregnant? Leon shuddered at the memories of Rosvisser during her previous pregnancies. Even a fleeting recollection was enough to make him break into a cold sweat. I'd prefer if she were just violent, he admitted. At least violence is straightforward. You can reason with a sword swing. Leon recalled a joke he once heard. What's scarier, a terrorist, a wild beast, or a tantruming girlfriend? Answer the girlfriend, because at least with the other two, you can negotiate. Rosvisser in full pregnancy mode was an entirely different beast. She didn't negotiate, she dictated. For the sake of his sanity over the coming months, Leon knew he had to recover that dragon fruit. Failure wasn't an option. (524). Vol 4ch, 89. Just as the six-winged dragonhawk was about to vanish into the distance, General Leon was on the verge of deciding to go all out and take it down with brute force. At that moment, a silver figure soared into view. Leon and Noah looked up to see Sherry in her dragon form. Your Highness, Princess Noah, leave the dragonhawk to me. You both can rest, Sherry said, her voice steady. No, Sherry, let's handle this together, Noah interjected firmly. Some things need to be done personally to have meaning, right, Dad? Leon chuckled and nodded. You're quick to learn, aren't you? Then please climb onto my back, Sherry said, adjusting her flight posture and tilting slightly to the side. Sherry's dragon form was much smaller than Rosvisser's, making it easy for Leon to jump onto her back. Once secure, he extended a hand to lift Noah up as well. Hold on tight, Your Highness and Princess, Sherry said before beating her wings and taking off, shooting into the sky with incredible speed. The Silver Dragon's natural talent for speed was undeniable. In a matter of moments, Sherry had significantly closed the gap between them and the six-winged dragonhawk. Air whipped past Leon's ears as he crouched slightly to stabilize himself, keeping one hand gently on Noah's back to ensure she didn't lose her balance in the rapid flight. As they closed to within about 100 meters of the dragonhawk, Sherry unleashed a barrage of fireballs from her mouth. Each fiery projectile left a burning trail in the air, hurtling toward the target. The six-winged dragonhawk, however, was no ordinary beast. As soon as it sensed the incoming attack, it deftly evaded the fireballs with sharp, agile maneuvers and accelerated further. Though weaker in overall combat power compared to the group pursuing it, the dragonhawk was unmatched in aerial speed, allowing it to prolong the chase. Sherry attempted several more fireball attacks, but the dragonhawk dodged every single one. Sherry, your aim could use some work, Leon couldn't resist teasing. The young captain of the guard looked slightly embarrassed. Apologies, Your Highness, I've been neglecting my training lately. Well then, watch closely as I show you the art of precision aiming, Leon said confidently. I await your demonstration, Your Highness, Sherry replied, half amused. Leon raised his hand, lightning crackling in his palm as he carefully took aim. With a flick of his wrist, he fired a bolt of lightning, the thunder wolf strike straight at the dragonhawk. It missed. Leon frowned and tried again. Another miss. Sherry couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Your Highness, it seems your aim might also need a bit of improvement. Next time we do target practice, make sure to call me, Leon grumbled. Noah chimed in, unable to resist. Dad, you weren't this bad at the carnival's balloon-popping game when I was a kid. Sweetheart, let me teach you a saying. A hero doesn't brag about past glories, Leon retorted. To be fair, the six-winged dragonhawk wasn't an easy target. Its incredible speed and reflexes made it a challenge for even seasoned warriors like Leon and Sherry. After several more failed attempts, Leon's frustration began to show. I swear, I'm plucking every feather off that bird if it's the last thing I do. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of chasing, Sherry managed to close the distance to a range where they could make their move. It was clear the dragonhawk was tiring, while Sherry still had plenty of energy left. The gap in strength between a danger beast and a dragon was beginning to show. Dad, this distance should work, Noah said, signaling for Leon to jump down. Leon complied, landing securely on the ground with a soft thud. Noah leaned in and whispered something in his ear. "Are you sure? It's a bit risky," Leon asked. "It might be dangerous, but it'll look really cool," Noah said, grinning. "Cool like your old man, huh?" Leon's heart swelled with pride as he tousled Noah's hair. "All right, I'll give you a boost." Stepping back, Leon crouched slightly, interlocking his fingers to form a makeshift platform. Noah took a few steps back as well, calculating the distance before sprinting toward her father. As she reached him, she planted her foot on his hands. Leon used all his strength to launch her into the air. With the momentum from the boost, Noah soared high above the dragon hawk, her hand crackling with lightning magic as she charged up her attack. Timing it perfectly, she unleashed her signature move, Thunder Wolf Breakthrough, using the recoil to propel herself directly over the dragon hawk. "I've got you now," Noah shouted. She gathered a concentrated burst of lightning magic in both hands and plunged downward, slamming the attack into the dragon hawk's back. A deafening crack of thunder echoed through the sky as the beast let out a screech, its body convulsing as the electricity coursed through it. The dragon hawk lost control, its massive form wobbling before plummeting toward the ground. Sherry swooped down just in time, allowing Noah to leap back onto her back as the beast crashed into the earth. Sherry landed gracefully, shifting back into her human form as Leon dismounted with Noah in his arms. The trio approached the fallen dragon hawk cautiously. The beast was sprawled beneath a massive tree, struggling weakly to stand. Noah's attack hadn't dealt significant damage, but the electric shock had paralyzed it, leaving it unable to maintain flight. The dragon fruit tree it had stolen lay nearby, the two precious fruits having rolled onto the ground. Leon walked over, picked them up, and turned to the dragon hawk with a smirk. "You greedy little thief, learn your lesson, will you?" The dragon hawk let out a low growl, not in defiance but something softer, almost remorseful. It seemed the beast understood its predicament. Leon wasn't one to kill needlessly, especially since the dragon hawk had only stolen fruit and caused no real harm. Seeing it now, battered and subdued, was punishment enough. "Let's go," he said, turning to Sherry and Noah. Just as they were about to leave, a rustling sound came from the forest. Leon immediately stepped in front of Noah, lightning magic crackling in his hands. Out from the trees emerged another dragon hawk, smaller in size and with a faint purple tint to its wingtips. It approached the fallen dragon hawk, using its wings to shield it protectively. It raised its head and let out a plaintive cry toward Sherry, almost as if begging for mercy. Sherry looked to Leon, waiting for his command. "Let it go," Leon said after a moment. "Yes, Your Highness," Sherry replied, stepping back. The smaller dragon hawk lowered its head repeatedly, seemingly in gratitude, before turning to nudge its fallen companion. The two beasts exchanged soft calls, their gestures full of affection and reassurance. "Are they communicating?" Noah asked. Leon nodded. "Yes, super S-class danger beasts like these have intelligence and can communicate with their own kind." Sherry observed the smaller dragon hawk closely. "Your Highness, this one appears to be female. Judging by her build and the sheen of her feathers, I believe she's pregnant." Leon's eyes widened. "You're saying she's carrying eggs?" Sherry nodded solemnly. "Yes, likely several." Leon sighed, glancing down at the two dragon fruits in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward and placed one fruit gently on the ground before the pair of dragon hawks. The beasts seemed to understand the gesture. Bowing their heads repeatedly in thanks, they carefully picked up the fruit and retreated into the forest. As Leon watched them disappear, he felt a small hand slip into his. He looked down to see Noah holding onto him. "Dad." "Yes, Noah. All life is connected, isn't it?" Leon smiled, nodding. "That's right." After a moment, he added with a smirk, "But stealing is still wrong, you know." "I get it," Noah replied, then grinned mischievously. "But Dad, with only one fruit left, are you sure you'll survive Mom's next tantrum?" A chill ran down Leon's spine. "I might have gone a bit carried away with the good deeds." 525. Vol 4ch, 90. That sums up the whole story, Leon said. In their bedroom, Rosvisser lay on the bed, her hand gently resting on her growing belly. Leon sat at her bedside, peeling an apple while recounting the events of the day. After listening, the queen nodded thoughtfully. So, according to your brilliant strategy and heroic decision-making, you single-handedly defeated the six-winged dragonhawk and recovered. Her gaze shifted to the jade dew dragonfruit on the bedside table. The single, precious jade dew dragonfruit. Is that right? Exactly, you're so clever, darling. That's the perfect summary, Leon replied, his grin wide. Rosvisser scoffed, pulling a notebook out from beneath her pillow. She flipped it open to the first page. Yet according to Sherry's guard report, the one who dealt the critical blow to the dragonhawk was Noah. Placing the notebook down, she rested her cheek in her hand and gave her husband a playful, teasing smile. Meanwhile, you, my dear husband, our wise and courageous Silver Dragon Prince, missed every attack and merely served as a springboard for our beloved daughter. Correct. Leon's face flushed red, though he tried to defend himself. Well, Noah was using Thunder Wolf Breakthrough and Thousand Birds, both of which I taught her. So technically, I deserve at least a third of the credit. Oh, fine, I'll let that slide for the sake of your one-third contribution, Rosvisser said, her tone mischievous. But that doesn't explain why you only brought back one dragonfruit when Sherry's report clearly states there were two. Cold sweat broke out on Leon's forehead. Well. Rosvisser smacked the edge of the bed, pretending to be angry. Admit it, you gave the other one to some little dragoness outside, didn't you? Leon. If Leon ever wrote a book, it could be titled How to Turn a Cold and Domineering Queen into a Whimsical Girl. The answer? Get her pregnant. Still, he couldn't fathom why Rosvisser's mood swings seemed to worsen with each pregnancy. When she was expecting Aurora, he'd barely managed to keep up. Now, with their fourth child, her playful tantrums had become an everyday occurrence. Not that Leon minded. In fact, he found this side of her rather endearing, more so than her usual aloof demeanor. All right, fine, I gave it to another dragoness. Happy now? Leon joked. Leon. Yes. You can tease me, but I can't tease you back. Why not? Because I can't handle it. Leon laughed, shaking his head. Fair enough, you're nothing if not honest. By now, Leon had finished peeling and slicing the apple, arranging the pieces neatly on a plate, and adding a few toothpicks before placing it by Rosvisser's pillow. Actually, he began, the other dragonfruit went to the six-winged dragonhawk's mate. She's pregnant, too, and it stole the fruit to help her. I didn't find out until I was about to leave, so I decided to leave one for them. And why didn't you tell me this earlier? Because you're my wife, and I thought leaving my name out of it would be poetic, Leon quipped. Rubbish, you're my husband, there's no need to be poetic with me. Leon grinned sheepishly. Rosvisser shot him an exasperated look before laughing, her annoyance giving way to amusement. Sherry's report mentioned it already. I was just teasing you on purpose. I figured. And you still played along. Of course, pregnancy comes with privileges, doesn't it? Rosvisser smiled warmly. Some people show love by patiently enduring their partner's antics, no matter how unreasonable or trivial. Leon was one of those people. He never showed frustration and always humored her whims, knowing her boundaries and respecting them. Rosvisser picked up a piece of apple and held it to Leon's lips. You've earned this, open wide. Just as Leon leaned forward, Rosvisser pulled the apple back and popped it into her own mouth. She bit down but left half of it teasingly between her lips. Looking at Leon with a mischievous glint in her eye, she tilted her chin provocatively. Oh, you little dragoness, Leon growled. If you're going to play games, then I'll just take it from you. With that, Leon pounced, pinning Rosvisser beneath him as he stole the apple from her mouth. She giggled, her protests half-hearted. Careful, don't press on my belly. Where do you think you're putting your hands? All right, you win. Stop, that tickles, stop it. Don't pull my tail. Their playful tussle ended with laughter and stolen kisses. The moral of the story, once you offer your husband an apple, don't take it back, or you might regret it. A week later, St. Sis Academy held its junior dragon graduation ceremony. Inside scoop, folks, Noah ranked first in the practical exam, Claudia said, crossing her arms as she watched Leon and Rosvisser lurking in a corner. So why do you two look so nervous, hiding from someone? Leon and Rosvisser quickly shushed her with matching gestures. Claudia raised an eyebrow. An enemy. They shook their heads. A debt collector. Still no. Then what are you hiding from? Ah, there you are, Mr. Leon, Miss Rosvisser. A familiar voice called out behind Claudia. At that moment, Claudia saw something on the couple's faces she hadn't seen before. Pure despair. Turning, she found herself face to face with Vice Principal Wilson. Ah, Claudia, good to see you too, the elderly dragon said, adjusting his monocle. After a polite handshake with Claudia, he turned his attention to the cornered couple. Leon, my boy, Wilson exclaimed, seizing Leon's hand in a firm grip. I hear you and Rosvisser are preparing for another child. What wonderful news. Leon chuckled awkwardly. Well, you know how it is. Wonderful, truly wonderful, Wilson gushed. Your contributions to the dragon race's future are beyond commendable. Exceptional, really. Typically, dragon families had 1 or 2 children to maintain a few but exceptional approach to procreation, ensuring their bloodlines remained pure and strong. Yet Leon and Rosvisser had already surpassed expectations by having 3 children in just 7 years, with a 4th on the way. What made their feat even more remarkable was the exceptional talent displayed by their first 3 children, each a prodigy in their own right. Naturally, Vice Principal Wilson believed their 4th child would also be extraordinary and was determined to recruit them into St. Sis Academy. Really, Leon, your efforts are invaluable. The future of the dragon race owes so much to you, Wilson continued, his gratitude almost overwhelming. Leon's smile froze. Ah, yes, just doing our part. Beside him, Rosvisser remained silent, fearing that any comment might shift Wilson's relentless focus onto her. Eventually, Wilson had to leave to prepare for the ceremony, allowing the couple to breathe a sigh of relief. That was scarier than any debtor, Claudia remarked. Leon wiped sweat from his brow and helped Rosvisser do the same. The last time we escaped the vice principal's enthusiasm was months ago, at the Junior Dragon's orientation. How'd you manage that? Claudia asked. Constantine distracted him for us. Ah, the mad dragon's value increases yet again, Claudia mused. The graduation ceremony began shortly after. The young dragons, clad in custom-made robes, lined up neatly to receive their certificates. Congratulations, Helena, for graduating 3rd in your class. Here is your certificate. Keep working hard, announced Principal Alato. Thank you, Principal Alato, Helena said, bowing deeply as she accepted her certificate. Frontai, congratulations on earning 2nd place in your exams. Here is your certificate, Vice Principal Wilson said. Finally, the 2 administrators approached the top student of the class, kneeling slightly as they handed her the certificate. Noah K. Melkve, congratulations. You are the youngest and most outstanding student in St. Sis Academy's history to graduate from the junior division. Your name will be etched into the Academy's Wall of Honor, alongside those of countless greats. Alato then produced a golden medal and pinned it to Noah's chest. The Holy Tiamat medal will illuminate your path forward, he declared. Taking Noah's hand, he turned to the crowd of teachers, parents, and students, raising her arm high. In that moment, thunderous applause erupted, all for her. TL note, please don't skimp on the stars and likes for the translation. I'd really like to see how far Leon goes and how far we can increase the number of chapters. Thanks, Tilda. Dear readers, this concludes Volume 4 of the novel. We will start Volume 5. Best regards,